Section 9 of the Flexner Report by Abraham Flexner. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9. Reconstruction. The necessity of a reconstruction that will at once reduce the number and improve the output of medical schools may now be taken as demonstrated. A considerable sloughing off has already occurred. It would have gone further but for the action of colleges and universities which have by affiliation obstructed nature's own effort at readjustment. Affiliation is now in the air. Medical schools that have either ceased to prosper or that have become sensitive to the imputation of proprietary status or commercial motive seek to secure their future or to escape their past by contracting an academic alliance. The present chapter undertakes to work out a schematic reconstruction which may suggest a feasible course for the future. It is not supposed that violent measures will at once be taken to reconstitute the situation on the basis here worked out. A solution so entirely suggested by impersonal considerations may indeed never be reached, but legislators and educators alike may be assisted by a theoretical solution to which, as specific problems arise, they may refer. This solution deals only with the present and the near future. A generation, at most, in the course of the next 30 years, needs will develop of which we here take no account. As we cannot foretell them, we shall not endeavour to meet them. Certain it is that they will be most effectively handled if they crop up freely in an unencumbered field. It is therefore highly undesirable that superfluous schools now existing should be perpetuated in order that a subsequent generation may find a means of producing its doctors provided in advance. The cost of prolonging life through this intervening period will be worse than wasted, and an adequate provision at that moment will be embarrassed by inheritance and tradition. Let the new foundations of that distant epoch enjoy the advantage of the John Hopkins, starting without handicap, at the level of the best knowledge of its day. The principles upon which reconstruction will proceed have been established in the course of this report. 1. A medical school is properly a university department. It is most favourably located in a large city, where the problem of procuring clinical material, at once abundant and various, practically solves itself. Hence, those universities that have been located in cities can most advantageously develop medical schools. 2. Unfortunately, however, our universities have not always been so placed. They have begun in many instances as colleges or something less. Here is supposed solicitude for use suggested an out-of-the-way location, elsewhere political bargaining brought about the same result. The state universities of the South and West, most likely to enjoy sufficient incomes, are often unfortunately located. Witness the University of Alabama at Tuscaloosa, of Georgia at Athens, of Mississippi at Oxford, of Missouri at Columbia, of Arkansas at Fayetteville, of Kansas at Lawrence, of South Dakota at Vermilion, and that experience has taught us nothing is provided by the recent location of the State University of Oklahoma at Norman. Some of these institutions are freed from the necessity of undertaking to teach medicine by an endowed institution better situated. In other sections, the only universities fitted by their large support and their assured scientific ideals to maintain schools of medicine are handicapped by inferiority of location. We are not thereby justified in surrendering the university principle. Experience our own, or that of Germany, proves, as we have already pointed out, that the difficulty is not insuperable. At relatively greater expense, it is still feasible to develop a medical school in such an environment. There is no magnet-like reputation. Nothing travels faster than the fame of a great healer. Distance is an obstacle readily overcome by those who seek health. The poor as well as the rich find their way to shrines and healing springs. The faculty of medicine in these schools may even turn the defective situation to good account. 4. Freed from distraction, the medical schools of Iowa City and Ann Arbor may the more readily cultivate clinical science. An alternative may indeed be tried in the shape of a remote department. The problem in that case is to make university control real, to impregnate the distant school with genuine university spirit. The difficulty of the task may well deter those whose resources are scanty or who are under no necessity of engaging in medical teaching. As we need many universities and but few medical schools, a long-distance connection is justified only where there is no local university qualified to assume responsibility. A third solution, division, may, if the position taken in previous chapters is sound, be disregarded in the final disposition. 3. We shall assign only one school to a single town. As a matter of fact, no American city now contains more than one well-supported university. And if we find it unnecessary or impolite to duplicate local university plans, it is still less necessary to duplicate medical schools. The needless expense, the inevitable shrinkage of the student body, the difficulty of recruiting more than one faculty, the disturbance due to competition for hospital services, argue against local duplication. It is sometimes contended that competition is stimulating. Tufts claimed to have waked up Harvard. The second Little Rock School did undoubtedly move the first to spend several $100s on desks and apparatus. But competition may also be demoralizing. The necessity of finding students constitutes medical schools which ought to elevate standards the main obstacles to their elevation. Witness the attitude of several institutions in Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Chicago. Moreover, local competition is a stimulus far inferior to the general scientific competition to which all well-equipped, well-conducted, and rightly inspired university departments throughout the civilized world are parties. The English have experimented with both forms, a single school in the large provincial towns, a dozen or more in London, and their experience inclines them to reduce as far as possible the number of the London schools. Amalgamation has already taken place in certain American towns. The several schools in Cincinnati, of Indianapolis, and of Louisville have all recently merged. This step is easy enough in towns where there is either no university or only one university. Where there are several, as in Chicago, Boston, and New York, the problem is more difficult. Approached in a broad spirit, it may, however, prove not insoluble. Cooperation may be arranged where several institutions all possess substantial resources. Universities of limited means can retire without loss of prestige. On the contrary, the respect in which they are held must be heightened by any action dictated by conscientious refusal to continue a work that they are in no position to do well. 4. A reconstruction of medical education cannot ignore the patent fact that students tend to study medicine in their own states, certainly in their own sections. In general, therefore, arrangements ought to be made, as far as conditions heretofore mentioned permit, to provide the requisite facilities within each of the characteristic state groups. There is the added advantage that local conditions are thus aided, and that the general profession is at a variety of points penetrated by educative influences. New Orleans, for example, would cultivate tropical medicine. Pittsburgh, the occupational diseases common in its environment. In respect to output, we may once more fairly take existing conditions into account. We are not called on to provide schools enough to keep up the present ratio, as we should in any case hardly be embarrassed for almost a generation in the matter of supply. We should do well to produce no doctors who do not represent an improvement upon the present average. The principles above stated have been entirely disregarded in America. Medical schools have been established regardless of need, regardless of the proximity of competent universities, regardless of favoring local conditions. An expression of surprise at finding an irrelevant and superfluous school usually elicits the reply that the town, being a gateway or a center, must of course harbor a medical college. It is not always easy to distinguish gateway and center. A center appears to be a town possessing, or within easy reach of say 50,000 persons. A gateway is a town with at least 2 railway stations. The same place may be both, in which event the argument is presumably irrefragable. Augusta, Georgia, Charlotte, New Carolina, and Topeka, Kansas, are centers, and as such are logical abodes of medical instruction. Little Rock, St. Joseph, Memphis, Toledo, Buffalo are gateways. The argument, so dear to local pride, can best be refuted by being pursued to its logical conclusion. For there are still 48 towns in the United States with over 50,000 population each, and no medical schools. We are threatened with 48 new schools at once, if the contention is correct. The truth is that the fundamental, though of course not sole consideration, is the university, provided its resources are adequate. And we have fortunately enough strong universities properly distributed to satisfy every present need without serious sacrifice of sound principle. The German Empire contains 84 cities whose population exceeds 50,000 each. Of its 22 medical schools, only 11 are to be found in them. That is, it possesses 73 gateways and centers without universities or medical schools. The remaining 11 schools are located in towns of less than 50,000 inhabitants. A university town of 30,000 being a fitter abode for medical study than a non-university town of 500,000, in the judgment of those who have best succeeded with it. That the existing system came about without reference to what the country needed or what was best for it may be easily demonstrated. Between 1904 and 1909, the country gained certainly upwards of 5 million in population. During the same period, the number of medical students actually decreased from 28,142 to 22,145, i.e. over 20%. The average annual production of doctors from 1900 to 1909 was 5,222, but last June the number dropped to 4,442. Finally, the total number of medical colleges, which reached its maximum, 166 in 1904, has in the 5 years since decreased about 10%. Our problem is to calculate how far tendencies already observable may be carried without harm. We have calculated that the South requires for the next generation 490 new doctors annually, the rest of the country 1,500. We must then provide machinery for the training of about 2,000 graduates in medicine yearly. Reckoning fatalities of all kinds at 10% per annum, graduating classes of 2,000 imply approximately junior classes of 2,200, sophomore classes of 2,440, freshman classes aggregating 2,700, something over 9,000 students of medicine, 30 medical schools with an average enrollment of 300, and average graduation classes of less than 70 will be easily equal to the task. As many of these could double both enrollment and output without danger, a provision plan to meet present needs is equally sufficient for our growth for years to come. It will be time to devise more schools when the productive limit of those now suggested shall come in sight. For the purpose here in mind, the country may be conceived as divided into several sections, within each of which, with due regard to what it now contains, medical schools enough to satisfy its needs must be provided. Pending the fuller development of the states west of the Mississippi, the section east will have to relieve them of part of their responsibility. The provisional nature of our suggestions is thus obvious, for as the West increases in population, as its universities grow in number and strength, the balance will right itself. Additional schools will be created in the West and South rather than in the North and East. It would of course be unfortunate to overemphasize the importance of state lines. We shall do well to take advantage of every unmistakably favourable opportunity so long as we keep within the public need, and to encourage the fresh possible circulation of students throughout the entire country. 1. New England represents a fairly homogeneous region, comprising 6 states, the population of which is increasingly urban. Its population increased 1908 to 9, somewhat less than 75,000, requiring on the basis of 1 doctor to every increase of 1,500 in population, 50 new doctors. About 150 physicians died. 75 men would replace one half of these. In all, 125 new doctors would be needed. To produce this number, 2 schools, one of moderate size and one smaller, readily suffice. Fortunately, they can be developed without sacrificing any of our criteria. The medical schools of Harvard and Yale are university departments situated in the midst of ample clinical material, with considerable financial backing now and every prospect of more. It is unwise to divide the Boston field. It is unnecessary to prolong the life of the clinical departments of Dartmouth, Bowdoin, and Vermont. They are not likely soon to possess the financial resources needed to develop adequate clinics in their present location, and the time is past when even excellent didactic instruction can be regarded as compensating for defective opportunities in obstetrics, contagious diseases, and general medicine. The historic position of the schools in question counts little as against changed ideals. Dartmouth and Vermont can, however, of the work the first 2 years with the clinical colouring made visible by the proximity of a hospital, as is the case with the University of Missouri at Columbia. With that they ought to be content for the time being. 2. The Middle Atlantic states comprise for our purpose New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and the District of Columbia. Their population grows at a rate of 300,000 annually, for whom 200 doctors can care. 230 more would fill one half the vacancies arising through death, a total of 430 needed. Available universities are situated in New York City, Syracuse, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Baltimore. The situation is in every respect ideal. The universities located at New York, Philadelphia, and Baltimore are strong and prosperous. Those of Syracuse and Pittsburgh, though less developed, give good promise. Without sacrifice of a single detail, these 5 university towns can not only support medical schools for this section, but also, to no small extent, relieve less favored spots. The schools of Albany, Buffalo, Brooklyn, Washington would, on this plan, disappear, certainly until academic institutions of proper caliber had been developed. Whether even in the event of their creation they should for some years endeavour to cultivate medicine is quite doubtful. Appreciation of what is involved in the undertaking might well give them pause. Meanwhile, within the university towns already named, there would be much to do. Better state laws are needed in order to exterminate the worst schools. Merger or liquidation must bring together many of those that still survive. The section under consideration ought indeed to lead the Union, but the independent schools of New York and Pennsylvania are powerful enough to prove a stubborn obstacle to any progressive movement, however clearly in the public interest. 3. Greater unevenness must be tolerated in the South. Proprietary schools or nominal university departments will doubtless survive longer there than in other parts of the country because of the financial weakness of both endowed and tax-supported institutions. All the more important, therefore, for universities to deal with the subject in a large spirit, avoiding both overlapping and duplication. An institution may well be glad to be absolved from responsibilities that some other is better fitted to meet. Tulane and Vanderbilt, for example, are excellently situated in respect to medical education. The former has already a considerable endowment applicable to medicine. The state universities of Louisiana and Tennessee may therefore resign medicine to these endowed institutions, grateful for the opportunity to cultivate other fields. Every added superfluous school weakens the whole by wasting money and scattering the eligible student body. None of the southern state universities, indeed, is wisely placed. Texas has no alternative but a remote department, such as it now supports, at Galveston. Georgia will one day develop a university medical school at Atlanta, Alabama, and Birmingham. The university being close by at Tuscaloosa. The University of Virginia is repeating. Ann Arbor at Charlottesville, whether it would do better to operate a remote department at Richmond or Norfolk, the future will determine. 6 schools are thus provided. They are sufficient to the needs of the section just now. The resources available even for their support are as yet painfully inadequate. 3 of the 6 are still dependent upon fees for both plant and maintenance. It is doubtful whether the other universities of the South should gently offer even the instruction of the first 2 years. The scale upon which these 2U departments can be now organized by them is below the minimum of continuous efficiency. They can contribute nothing to science, and their quota of physicians can be better trained in one of the 6 schools suggested. Concentration in the interest of effectiveness, teamwork between all institutions working in the cause of Southern development, economy as a means of improving the lot of the teacher. These measures, advisable everywhere, are especially urgent in the South. 4. In the north-central tier, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois. Population increased 239,685 the last year. 160 doctors would care for the increase. 190 more would replace one half of those that died, a total of 350. Large cities with resident universities available for medical education are Cincinnati, Columbus, Cleveland, and Chicago. Ann Arbor has demonstrated the ability successfully to combat the disadvantages of a small town. The University of Wisconsin can unquestionably do the same, with a slighter handicap, at Madison whenever it chooses to complete its work there. Indiana University has undertaken the problem of a distant connection at Indianapolis. 4 cities thus fulfill all our criteria. 2 more develop the small town type, 1 more is an experiment with a remote university department. Surely the territory in question can be supplied by these 7 medical centers. Chicago alone is likely to draw a considerable number of students from a wider area. It has long been a populous medical center. Nevertheless, the number of high-grade students it just now contains is not large. If the practice of medicine in this area rested on a 2-year college basis, as it well might, there would today be perhaps 600 students of medicine in that city. Cooperative effort between the 2 universities there and the State University at Urbana would readily provide for them. 5. The Middle West comprises 8 states: Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, with a gain in population last year of 216,036, requiring 140 more physicians, plus 160 to replace half the deaths, a total of 300. To supply them, urban universities capable of conducting medical departments of proper type are situated in Minneapolis and St. Louis, and both deserve strong, well-supported schools. For Minneapolis must largely carry the weight of the Dakota and Montana. St. Louis must assist Texas and have an eye to Arkansas, Oklahoma, and the Southwest. The University of Nebraska, now dispersing its energies through a divided school, can be added to this list, for it will quite certainly either concentrate the department on its own site. Lincoln, population 48,232, will bring the 2 pieces together at Omaha, only an hour's distance away. The University of Kansas will doubtless combine its divided department at Kansas City. The State University of Iowa emulates Ann Arbor at Iowa City. These 5 schools must produce 297 doctors annually. Their capacity would go much farther. Oklahoma and the Dakotas might well, for a time, postpone the entire question, supporting the work of the first 2 years, which they have already undertaken, on a much more liberal basis than they have yet reached. With the exception of St. Louis, all of these proposed schools belong to state universities, and even in St. Louis the corporation of the state university may prove feasible. A close relation may thus be secured between agencies concerned with public health and those devoted to medical education. The public health laboratory may become virtually part of the medical school, a highly stimulating relation for both parties. The school will profit by contact with concrete problems. The public health laboratory will inevitably push beyond routine, prosecuting in a scientific spirit the practical tasks referred to it from all portions of the state. The direct connection of the state with a medical school that it wholly or even partially maintains will also solve the vexed question of standards, for the educational standard which the state fixes for its own sons will be made with practice standards as well. Private corporations, whether within or without its borders, will no longer be permitted to deluge the community with an inferior product. 6. 7 thinly settled and on the whole slowly growing states and territories from the farther west: New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, Utah, Arizona. Their increase in population was last year about 45,000. They contain now 1 doctor for every 563 persons. In view of local conditions, let us reckon 1 additional doctor for every additional 750 persons. 60 will be required. And further, let us make up the death roll man for man. 60 more would be needed. Altogether, 120. There are at the moment in this region only 2 available sites, Salt Lake City and Denver. At the former, the University of Utah is situated. The latter could be occupied by the University of Colorado, located at Boulder, practically a suburb. The outlying portions of this vast territory will long continue to procure their doctors by immigration or by sending their sons to Minneapolis, Madison, Ann Arbor, Chicago, or St. Louis. 7. The 3 states on the Pacific coast, California, Oregon, Washington, are somewhat self-contained. They increased last year by 53,454 persons, requiring 36 more physicians. 50 more would repair one-half the losses by death, a total of 86. Available sites filling the essential requirements are Berkeley and Seattle. The former, with the adjoining towns of Alabama and Oakland, controls a population of 250,000 or more. The medical department of the University of California, concentrated there, would enjoy ideal conditions. At present, the clinical ends of 2 divided schools share San Francisco, and the outlook for medical education of high quality is rendered dubious by the division. With unique wisdom, the University of Washington and the physicians of Seattle have thus far refrained from starting a medical school in that state. They have held, and rightly, that the present highly overcrowded condition of the profession on the coast. There is no need for an additional ordinary school, and the resources of the university are not yet adequate to a really creditable establishment. The field will therefore be kept clear until the university is in a position to occupy it to advantage. 8. In Canada, the existing ratio of physicians to population is 1 to 1,030. The estimated increase of population last year was 239,516, requiring 160 new physicians. Losses by death are estimated at 90. As the country is thinly settled and doctors much less abundant than in the United States, let us suppose these replaced man for man. 250 more doctors would be annually required. The task of supplying them would be for the moment safely left to the universities of Toronto and Manitoba, to McGill and to Laval at Quebec. Halifax, Western, London, and to Laval at Montreal have no present function. At some future time, doubtless Dalhousie University at Halifax will need to create a medical department. The future of Queen's depends on its ability to develop halfway between Toronto and Montreal, despite comparative inaccessibility, the Ann Arbor type of school. As for the rest, the great Northwestern Territory will, as it develops, create whatever additional facilities it may require. Insofar as the United States is concerned, the foregoing sketch calls for 31 medical schools with a present annual output of about 2,000 physicians, i.e. an average graduating class of about 70 each. They are capable of producing 3,500. All are university departments, busy in advancing knowledge as well as in training doctors. 19 are situated in large cities with the universities of which they are organic parts. 4 are in small towns with their universities. 8 are located in large towns, always close by the parent institutions. Divided and far distant departments are altogether avoided. 20 states are left without a complete school. Most of these are unlikely to be favorably circumstanced for the next half-century, so far as we can now judge. Several may, however, find the undertaking feasible within a decade or 2. The University of Arkansas might be moved from Fayetteville to Little Rock, Oklahoma, if its rapid growth is maintained. May, from Norman govern a medical school at Oklahoma City, Oregon, may take full responsibility for Portland. Unfortunately, of the 3 additional schools thus created, only one, that at Little Rock, would represent conditions at their best. There is therefore no reason to hasten the others, for that problem may, if left open, be more advantageously solved. To bring about the proposed Reconstruction, some 120 schools have been apparently wiped off the map. As a matter of fact, our procedure is far less radical than would thus appear. Of the 120 schools that disappear, 37 are already negligible, for they contain less than 50 students apiece. 13 more contain between 50 and 75 students each, and 16 more between 75 and 100. That is, of the 120 schools, 66 are so small that their student bodies can, insofar as they are worthy, be swept into strong institutions without seriously stretching the present enrollment. Of the 30 institutions that remain, several will survive through merger. For example, the Cleveland College of Physicians and Surgeons could be consolidated with Western Reserve. The amalgamation of Jefferson Medical College and the University of Pennsylvania would make one fair-sized school on an enforced 2-year college standard. Tufts and Harvard, Vanderbilt and the University of Tennessee Creighton and the University of Nebraska would have joined form institutions of moderate size, capable of considerable expansion before reaching the limit of efficiency. In order that these mergers may be effective, not only institutional, but personal ambition must be sacrificed. It is an advantage when two schools come together, but the advantage is greatly qualified if the new faculty is the arithmetical sum of both former faculties. The mergers at Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Louisville, Nashville have been arranged in this way. The fundamental principles of faculty organization are thus sacrificed. Unless combination is to destroy organization, titles must be shaved when schools unite. There must be one professor of medicine, one professor of surgery, etc., to whom others are properly subordinated. What with superabundant professional appointments due now to desire to annex another hospital, and again to annexation of another school, faculties have become unmanageably large, viewed either as teaching, reserve, or administrative bodies. On the previous pages, there are two pictures displayed. One, map showing the actual number, location, and distribution of medical schools. 2. Map showing the suggested number, location, and distribution of medical schools. Reduction of our 155 medical schools to 31 would deprive of a medical school no section that is now capable of maintaining one. It would threaten no scarcity of physicians until the country's development actually required more than 3,500 physicians annually. This is to say, for a generation or two at least. Meanwhile, the outline proposed involves no artificial standardization. It concedes a different standard to the South as long as local needs require. It concedes the small town university type, where it is clearly of advantage to adhere to it. It varies the general ratio in thinly settled regions, and finally it provides a system capable without overstraining or producing twice as many doctors as we suppose a country now to need. In other words, we may be wholly mistaken in our figures without, in the least, impairing the feasibility of the kind of renovation that has been outlined, and every institution arranged for can be expected to make some useful contribution to knowledge and progress. The right of the state to deal with the entire subject in its own interest can assuredly not be gainsaid. The physician is a social instrument. If there were no disease, there would be no doctors. As a disease has consequences that immediately go beyond the individual specifically affected, society is bound to protect itself against unnecessary spread or loss or danger. It matters not that the making of doctors has been to some extent left to private institutions. The state already makes certain regulations. It can by the same right make others. Practically, the medical school is a public service corporation. It is chartered by the state. It utilizes public hospitals on the ground of the social nature of its service. The medical school cannot then escape social criticism and regulation. It was left to itself while society knew no better, but civilization consists in the legal restraint of gains won by science and experience, and science and experience have together established the terms upon which medicine can be most useful. In the old days, says Metchnikoff, anyone was allowed to practice medicine because there was no medical science and nothing was exact. Even at the present time, among less civilized people, any old woman is allowed to be a midwife. Among more civilized races, differentiation has taken place, and childbirths are attended by women of special training who are midwives by diploma. In case of nations still more civilized, the trained midwives are directed by obstetric physicians who have specialized in the conducting of labor. This high degree of differentiation has arisen with, and has itself aided the progress of obstetrical science. Legislation which should procure for all the advantage of such conditions as is now possible would speedily bring about a reconstruction quite as extensive as that described. Such control in the social interest inevitably encounters the objection that individualism is thereby impaired. So it is at that level, so it is intended. The community through such regulation undertakes to abridge the freedom of particular individuals, to exploit certain conditions for their personal benefit. But its aim is thereby to secure for all others more freedom at a higher level. Society forbids a company of physicians to pour out upon the community a horde of ill-trained physicians. Their liberty is indeed clipped. As a result, however, more competent doctors being trained under the auspices of the state itself, the public health is improved. The physical well-being of the wage worker is heightened, and a restriction put upon the liberty, so-called, of a dozen doctors increases the effectual liberty of all other civilizations. Has democracy then really suffered a setback? Reorganization along rational lines involves the strengthening, not the weakening of democratic principle, because it tends to provide the conditions upon which well-being and effective liberty depend. End of Section 9. Section 10 of the Flexner Report by Abraham Flexner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10. The Medical Sects. In the Reconstruction just sketched, no allusion has been made to medical sectarianism. We have considered the making of doctors and the increase of knowledge. Allopathy, homeopathy, osteopathy have cut no figure in the discussion. Is it essential that we should now conclude a treaty of peace, by which the reduced number of medical schools shall be so prorated as to recognize dissenters on an equitable basis? The position raises at once the question as to whether, in this era of scientific medicine, sectarian medicine is logically defensible, as to whether, while it exists, separate standards fixed by the conditions under which it can survive are justifiable. Prior to the placing of medicine on a scientific basis, sectarianism was, of course, inevitable. Everyone started with some sort of preconceived notion, and, from a logical point of view, one preconception is as good as another. Allopathy was just as sectarian as homeopathy. Indeed, homeopathy was the inevitable retort to allopathy. If one man believes in dissimilars, contrary suggestion is certain to provide another who will stake his life on similars. The champion of big doses will be confronted by the champion of little ones. But now that allopathy has surrendered to modern medicine, is not homeopathy borne on the same current into the same harbour? The modern point of view may be restated as follows. Medicine is a discipline in which the effort is made to use knowledge procured in various ways in order to effect certain practical ends. With abstract general propositions, it has nothing to do. It harbours no preconceptions as to diseases or their cure. Instead of starting with a finished and supposedly adequate dogma or principle, it has progressively become less cocksure and more modest. It distrusts general propositions, a priori explanations, grandiose and comforting generalizations. It needs theories only as convenient summaries in which a number of ascertained facts may be used tentatively to define a course of action. It makes no effort to use its discoveries to substantiate a principle formulated before the facts were even suspected. For it has learned from the previous history of human thought that men possessed of vague preconceived ideas are strongly disposed to force facts to fit, defend, or explain them, and this tendency both interferes with a free search for truth and limits the good which can be extracted from such truth as is in its despite attained. Modern medicine has therefore as little sympathy for allopathy as for homeopathy. It simply denies outright the relevancy or value of either doctrine. It wants not dogma but facts. It countenances no presupposition that is not common to it, with all the natural sciences, with all logical thinking. The sectarian, on the other hand, begins with his mind made up. He possesses in advance a general formula, which the particular instance is going to illustrate, verify, reaffirm, even though he may not know just how. One may be sure that facts so read will make good what is expected of them, that only that will be seen which will sustain its expected function, that every aspect noted will be dutifully loyal to the revelation in whose favour the observer is predisposed. The human mind is so constituted. It is precisely the function of scientific method, in social life, politics, engineering, medicine, to get rid of such hindrances to clear thought and effective action. For it, comprehensive summaries are situate in the future, not in the past. We shall attain them, if at all, at the end of great travail. They are not likely to be assumed prior to the beginning. Science believes slowly. In the absence of crucial demonstration, its main is humble, its hold is light. One should not teach dogmas. On the contrary, every utterance must be put to the proof. One should not train disciples, but form observers. One must teach and work in the spirit of natural science. Scientific medicine, therefore, brushes aside all historic dogma. It gets down to details immediately. No man is asked in whose name he comes, whether that of Hahnemann, Rush, or of some more recent prophet. But all are required to undergo rigorous cross-examination. Whatsoever makes good is accepted, becomes in so far part, and organic part, of the permanent structure. To plead in advance a principle couched in pseudo-scientific language or of extra-scientific character is to violate scientific quality. There is no need, just as there is no logical justification, for the invocation of names or creeds, for the segregation from the larger body of established truth of any particular set of truths or supposed truths as especially precious. Such segregation may easily invest error with the sanctity of truth. It will certainly result in conferring disproportionate importance upon the fact or procedure marked out as of pivotal significance. The tendency to build a system out of a few partially apprehended facts, deductive interference filling in the rest, has not indeed been limited to medicine, but has nowhere else had more calamitous consequences. The logical position of medical sectarians today is self-contradictory. They have practically accepted the curriculum as it has been worked out on a scientific basis. They teach pathology, bacteriology, clinical microscopy. They are thereby committed to the scientific method, for they aim to train the student to ascertain and interpret facts in the accepted scientific manner. He may even learn his sciences in the same laboratory as the non-sectarian, but scientific method cannot be limited to the first half of medical education. The same method, the same attitude of mind, must consistently permeate the entire process. The sectarian, therefore, in effect contradicts himself when, having pursued or having agreed to pursue the normal scientific curriculum with his student for 2 years, he at the beginning of the third year produces a novel principle and requires that thenceforth the student effect a compromise between science and revelation. Once granted the possibility of medical dogma, there can be no limit to the number of dissecting sects. As a matter of fact, only 3 or 4 are entitled to serious notice in an educational discussion. The chiropractics, the mechanotherapists, and several others are not medical sectarians. Though exceedingly desirous of masquerading as such, they are unconscienceable quacks, whose printed advertisements are tissues of exaggeration, pretense, and misrepresentation of the most unqualifiedly mercenary character. The public prosecutor and the grand jury are the proper agencies for dealing with them. Sectarians in the logical sense above discussed are 1. Homeopathists, 2. The eclectics, 3. The physiomedicals, 4. The osteopaths. All of them accept in theory, at least, the same fundamental basis. They admit that anatomy, pathology, bacteriology, physiology must form the foundation of a medical education, to use the words boldly so as to include all varieties of therapeutic procedure. They offer no alternative to pathology or to physiology. There is, they concede, only one proper science of the structure of the human body, of the abnormal growths that afflict it. So far they make no issue as against scientific medicine. Much is involved in agreement up to this point. The standards of admission to the medical school, the facilities which the schools must furnish in order to effectively to teach the fundamental branches, are the same for all alike. A student of homeopathy or of osteopathy needs to be just as intelligent and mature as a student of scientific medicine, and he is no easier to teach, but during the first and second years at least, he is supposed to be doing precisely the same things. At the beginning of the clinical years, the sectarian interposes his special principle, but educationally, the conditions he needs thenceforth do not materially differ from those needed by consistently scientific medicine. Once more, whatever the arbitrary peculiarity of the treatment to be followed, the student cannot be trained to recognize clinical conditions, to distinguish between different clinical conditions, or to follow out a line of treatment, except in the ways previously described in dealing with scientific medicine. He must see patients and must follow their progress, so as to discover what results take place in consequence of the specific measures employed. A sectarian institution, being a school in which students are trained to do particular things, needs the same resources and facilities on the clinical side as a school of scientific medicine. Sectarian institutions do not exist in Canada. In the United States there are 32 of them, of which 15 are homeopathic, 8 eclectic, 1 physiomedical, and 8 osteopathic. Without attempting to indicate the particular tenets of each, we shall briefly review them as schools, seeking to ascertain how far they are in a position effectively to teach, quite regardless of the individual doctrine each sect may desire to promote. None of the 15 homeopathic schools requires more than a high school education for entrance. Only 5 require so much. The remaining 11 get less. How much less depending on their geographical locations rather than on the school's own definition. The Louisville, Kansas City, and Baltimore schools cannot be said to have admission standards in any strict sense at all. Polk at Cincinnati is bound to be careful in dealing with the Ohio candidates. Outsiders are responsible for themselves. The minimum at Boston University, to judge from the examinations, which in default of acceptable credentials the candidate must pass, covers less than 2 years of a good high school course. On the laboratory side, though the homeopaths admit the soundness of the scientific position, they have taken no active part in its development. Nowhere in homeopathic institutions, with the exception of 1 or 2 departments at Boston University, is there any evidence of progressive scientific work. Even drug proving is rarely witnessed. The fundamental assumption of the sect is sacred. The scientific activity cannot proceed where any such interdict is responsible for the spirit of the institution. The homeopathic departments at Iowa and Michigan are in this respect only half schools, clinical halves. For their students get their scientific instruction in pathology, anatomy, etc., in the only laboratories which the university devotes to those subjects, under men none of whom sympathize with homeopathy. Their disadvantage is increased by the fact that the instruction is adapted to students who have had 1 or 2 years of college work. The general argument in favor of higher standards is here reinforced by the consideration that the homeopathic students should certainly qualify themselves for the only grade of scientific instruction that the 2 universities offer. Of complete homeopathic schools, Boston University, the New York Homeopathic College, and the Hahnemann of Philadelphia alone possess the equipment necessary for the effective routine teaching of the fundamental branches. None of them can employ full-time teachers to any considerable extent, but they possess fairly well-equipped laboratories in anatomy, pathology, bacteriology, and physiology, a museum showing care and intelligence, and a decent library. Boston University deserves a special commendation for what it has accomplished with its small annual income. Of the remaining homeopathic schools, 4 are weak and uneven. The Hahnemann of San Francisco and the Hahnemann of Chicago have small, but not altogether inadequate, equipment for the teaching of chemistry, elementary pathology, and bacteriology. The Cleveland School offers an active course in experimental physiology. Beyond ordinary dissection and elementary chemistry, they offer little else. There is, for example, no experimental physiology in the San Francisco Hahnemann. The instructor doesn't believe in it. The Chicago Hahnemann contains a small outfit and a few animals for that subject. The Cleveland equipment for pathology and bacteriology is meager. The New York Homeopathic College for Women is well-intentioned, but its means have permitted it to do but little in any direction. 6 schools remain, all utterly hopeless. Herring, Chicago, because it is without plant or resources. The other 5, because in addition to having nothing, their condition indicates a total unfitness of the managers for any sort of educational responsibility. The buildings are filthy and neglected. At Louisville, no branch is properly equipped. In one room, the outfit is limited to a dirty and tattered mannequin. In another, a single guinea pig awaits his fate in a cage. At Detroit, the dean and secretary have their offices downtown. The so-called laboratories are in utter confusion. At Kansas City, similar disorder prevails. At the Atlantic Medical, appearances are equally bad. To make matters worse, the school has lately omitted the word homeopathic from its title, so as to gather in students dropped from other Baltimore schools. In respect to hospital facilities, the University of Michigan, Boston University, and the New York Homeopathic alone command an adequate supply of material, under proper control, though modern teaching methods are not thoroughly utilized, even by them. The Iowa school controls a small, but inadequate hospital. All the others are seriously handicapped by either lack of material or lack of control, and in most instances by both. The Hahnemann of San Francisco relies mainly on 30 beds supported by the city and county in a private hospital. The Detroit school is cordially welcome at the Grace Hospital, but less than 60 beds are available, and they are mostly surgical. The Woman's Homeopathic of New York controls a hospital of 35 available beds, mostly surgical. The Southwestern, Louisville, and the Cleveland School get 1/5 of the patients that enter the city hospitals of their respective towns, but these hospitals are not equipped or organized with a view to teaching. The Kansas City School holds clinics 1 day a week at the city hospital. Polk, Cincinnati, and the Atlantic, Baltimore, have, as nearly as one can gather, nothing definite at all. Several of the schools appear to be unnecessarily handicapped. The Chicago Hahnemann adjoins a hospital with 60 ward beds, but as the superintendent doesn't believe in admitting students to wards, there's little or nothing beyond amphitheater teaching. A bridge connects Herring, Chicago with a homeopathic hospital, but students are not admitted. The Cleveland School is next door to a hospital with which it was once intimate. Their relations have been ruptured. An excellent hospital is connected with the building occupied by the Philadelphia Hahnemann, but there is no ward work. The dispensary situation is rather worse. Iowa and Ann Arbor have little opportunity. Of the others, Boston University alone has a really model dispensary, comparing favorably in equipment, organization, and conduct with the best institutions of the kind in the country. The New York Homeopathic, the Chicago Hahnemann, and the Philadelphia Hahnemann command material enough. The others lack material, equipment, or care. In some instances, Atlantic Medical, Polk, Detroit, Kansas City, they lack everything that a dispensary should possess. Financially, the 2 state university departments and the New York Homeopathic School are the only homeopathic schools whose strength is greater than their fee income. All the others are dependent on tuition. Their outlook for higher entrance standards or improving teaching is, therefore, distinctly unpromising. Only a few of them command tuition fees enough to do anything at all. The Chicago Hahnemann, Boston University, and the Philadelphia Hahnemann, with annual fees ranging between $12,000 and $18,000. 9 of them are hopelessly poor. The San Francisco Hahnemann, Herring, Chicago, and Detroit Homeopathic, and the Atlantic Medical operate on less than $4,000 a year. The Southwestern, Louisville, and Polk, Cincinnati on less than $1,500. In the year 1900, there were 22 homeopathic colleges in the United States. Today there are 15. The total student enrollment has within the same period been cut almost in half, decreasing from 1909 to 1009. The graduating classes have fallen from 413 to 246, and the country is still poorly supplied with homeopathic physicians. These figures are ominous, for the rise of legal standard must inevitably affect homeopathic practitioners. In the financial weakness of their schools, the further shrinkage of the student body will inhibit first the expansion, then the keeping up of the sect. Logically, no other income is possible. The ebbing vitality of homeopathic schools is a striking demonstration of the incompatibility of science and dogma. One may begin with science and work through the entire medical curriculum consistently, exposing everything to the same sort of test. Or one may begin with a dogmatic assertion and resolutely refuse to entertain anything at variance with it. But one cannot do both. One cannot simultaneously assert science and dogma. One cannot travel half the road under the former banner, in the hope of taking up the latter too at the middle of the march. Science, once embraced, will conquer the whole. Homeopathy has two options. One to withdraw into the isolation in which alone any peculiar tenet can retain itself, the other to put that tenet into the melting pot. Historically, it undoubtedly played an important part in discrediting empirical allopathy. But the laboratories of physiology and pharmacology are now doing that work far more effectively than homeopathy, and they are at the same time performing a constructive task for which homeopathy, as such, is unfitted. It will be clear then why, when outlining a system of schools for the training of physicians on scientific lines, no scientific provision is made for homeopathy. For everything of proved value in homeopathy belongs of right to scientific medicine, and is at this moment incorporate in it. Nothing else has any footing at all, whether it be of allopathic or homeopathic lineage. A new school of practitioners has arisen, says Dr. Osler, which cares nothing for homeopathy and less for so-called allopathy. It seeks to study, rationally and scientifically, the action of drugs, old and new. There are 8 eclectic schools. One of them, that in New York City, requires a Regents Medical Student Certificate, i.e., a 4-year high school education, for admission. The Cincinnati school must require an equal preliminary education of students expecting to practice in Ohio, others taking the matter into their own hands. Just how the instruction is thus accommodated to various levels is not clear. The remaining 6 schools have either nominal requirements or none at all. None of the schools has anything remotely resembling the laboratory equipment which all claim in their catalogues. The Cincinnati institution possesses a new and attractive building, thus far meagerly fitted out. The New York school has a clean building with a chemical laboratory in which elementary chemistry can be and apparently is taught properly. It has little else. A small room for the microscopic subjects, but no adequate equipment for teaching them. A few thousand books, mostly old. A few models, a lantern, etc. And this is most satisfactorily equipped of all the eclectic institutions. The hospital school at Atlanta, starting on 4 weeks' notice, had time to get students, but not to get means of teaching them. The private laboratory of the instructor in pathology and bacteriology was meanwhile at their service. Other equipment there was, at the time of the visit, none. The remaining 5 eclectic schools are without exception filthy and almost bare. They have at best grimy little laboratories for elementary chemistry, a few microscopes, some bottles containing discolored and unlabeled pathological material, an incubator out of commission, and a horrid dissecting room, when dissecting is in progress. The St. Louis School was the proud possessor of some new physiological apparatus, the State Board having recently issued an edict requiring its purchase, but there was no place to use it, and no sign of its use. The Kansas City institution had likewise made a recent investment to the same extent, having just taken on the faculty the laboratory man of the local homeopathic and osteopathic schools. The other Atlanta, the Los Angeles, and the Lincoln schools have even less. The Lincoln institution alleges that its scientific training is given at Cotonou University, where the only material available for medical instruction consists of a chemical laboratory, some microscopes, and a small collection of stuffed birds. Of the 8 schools under discussion, none has decent clinical opportunities. The New York school can send 3 students twice weekly to the Sydenham Hospital. The Cincinnati school is affiliated with the Seton Hospital, with 24 available beds, 80 to 90% surgical, and can send its men to look on at the public clinics given in the city hospital. The St. Louis students have a day a week at the city hospital and profit occasionally elsewhere through professional correction. All this is criminally inadequate, yet it is the best that the eclectics offer, for the other 5 schools have literally nothing at all. One of the Atlanta colleges is connected with a private infirmary. The other has not even such a semblance. The Los Angeles school claims private hospitals only. The Kansas City school claims to give clinics at the new city hospital, but the hospital authorities deny it. At Lincoln, there are no regular hours at any hospital. They depend on cases as they turn up. The dispensaries may be even more briefly described. The Atlanta, Lincoln, and Los Angeles schools have none at all. The Cincinnati schools use poorly the same dispensary at the Seton Hospital. The New York school has 3 rooms in its own building and access to another dispensary. At St. Louis, there is one room and someone comes almost every day. At Kansas City, one room likewise, with a present daily attendance of 3 and a confident aspiration that this number can be swelled to 6. The utter hopelessness of the future of these schools is apparent on a glance at their financial condition. All are dependent on fees. Only 3 of them, the New York, the Cincinnati, and one Atlanta school, enjoy an income between $5,000 and $8,500 a year. The St. Louis, Lincoln, and second Atlanta schools have something over $3,000 annually. Those of Los Angeles and Kansas City not much above $1,000. And these modest sums are not always spent within the schools. Statistics confirm the unfavorable prognosis. The 10 schools which the sect possessed in 1901 have now dwindled to 8. A maximum enrollment of 1,014 in 1904 has already shrunk to 413. Graduates numbered 186 in 1906, 84 in 1909. So far as sectarian creeds go, there is, of course, no reason why these schools should be elaborately equipped for scientific instruction. They talk of laboratories, not because they appreciate their place or significance, but because it pays them to defer thus far to the spirit of the times. Culpable indeed they are, however, for their utter failure to make good what their own tenets prescribe. The eclectics are drug-mad, yet with the exception of the Cincinnati and the New York schools, none of them can do justice to its own creed, for they are not equipped to teach the drugs or the drug therapy which constitutes their sole reason for existence. The 8 osteopathic schools fairly reek with commercialism. Their catalogues are a mass of hysterical exaggerations, alike of the earning and of the curative power of osteopathy. It is impossible to say upon which score the science most confidently appeals to the crude boys or disappointed men and women whom it successfully exploits. In no case has a competent osteopath made a failure in his attempt to build up a paying practice. His remuneration, counted in dollars, will be greatly in excess of what could reasonably expect in most other lines of professional work. It is only fair to say that many of our graduates are earning as much in single months as they were formerly able to earn by a full year's work. The average osteopath has a better practice than 90 out of every 100 medical practitioners. A lucrative practice is assured to every conscientious and capable practitioner. The graduate who does not make as much as the total cost of his osteopathic education in his first year of practice is the exception. Standards these concerns have none. The catalogues touch that point very tenderly. At the parent school at Kirksville, an applicant will be accepted if he pass examinations in English, arithmetic, history, and geography. But if he should fail to meet these lofty scholastic requirements, he may be admitted anyway. In Massachusetts, the most homogeneously educated state in the Union, the Cambridge School diplomatically posits that a diploma may be accepted or an examination be required if deemed advisable by the directors. The word "is" being conspicuous by its absence. The Pacific College, Chancean, finds that most make good. Whatever his notions on the subject of treatment, the osteopath needs to be trained to recognize disease and to differentiate one disease from another quite as carefully as any other medical practitioner. Our account of the sect proceeds wholly from this point of view. Whether they use drugs or do not use them, whether some use them while others do not, does not affect this fundamental question. Whatever they do, they must know the body in health and disease before they can possibly know whether there is an occasion for osteopathic intervention, and if so, at what point, to what extent, etc. All physicians summoned to see the sick are confronted with precisely the same crisis, a body out of order, no matter to what remedial procedure they incline, medical, surgical, or manipulative. They must first ascertain what is the trouble. There is only one way to do that. The osteopaths admit it when they teach physiology, pathology, chemistry, microscopy. Let it be stated, therefore, with all possible emphasis, that no one of the 8 osteopathic schools is in position to give such training as osteopathy itself demands. The entire course is only 3 years. In so simple and fundamental a matter as anatomy, assuredly the cornerstone of science, that relies wholly on local manipulation, they are fatally defective. At Kirksville, the accommodations are entirely unequal to the teaching of its huge student body. Hence, the first year is devoted to textbook study of anatomy, part of the second year to dissection. At Kansas City, they consider that the student dissects better if he has learned anatomy first. Hence, dissection comes in the latter half of the course, being completed just 1.5 years before graduation. The supply of materials also scant. The school had had one cadaver early in the fall and was looking ahead to a second the later part of the winter. The Los Angeles College has a small room with 5 tables for a student body numbering 250. It solves the difficulty of giving separate squads 2 hours a week, each. At Philadelphia, the Department of Anatomy occupies an outhouse, whence the noisome odor of decaying cadavers permeates the premises. Other subjects fare even worse. A small chemical laboratory is occasionally seen. At Philadelphia, it happens to be in a dark cellar. At Kirksville, a fair-sized room is devoted to pathology and bacteriology. The huge classes are divided into bands of 32, each of which gets a 6 weeks course, following the directions of a rigid syllabus under a teacher who is himself a student. At Cambridge, pathology comes in the last year. A professor in the Kansas City school said of his own institution that it had practically no laboratories at all. The Still College of Des Moines has, in place of laboratories, laboratory science. The Little John at Chicago, whose catalogue avers that the physical should be imbued with a knowledge of the healing art in its widest fields, and here is the opportunity, has lately, in rebuilding, wrecked all its laboratories but that of chemistry, without in the least interfering with its usual pedagogic routine. Nowhere is there the faintest effort to connect the laboratory teaching with clinical osteopathy. Perhaps because no school has anything approaching the requisite clinical opportunities. Once more, their tenets are not in question. Much difference of opinion prevails among them as to whether they should teach everything or only some things, as to whether they may use drugs in certain conditions or must confine themselves wholly to manipulation for osteopathic lesions. However this may be, the osteopath cannot learn his technique, and when it is applicable, except through experience with the ailing individuals, and these, for the most part, he begins to see only when his prosperity begins after receiving his D.O. degree. The Kirksville School, 560 students, has indeed a hospital of 54 beds, of which, however, only 20 are in the wards, and practically all are surgical. 8 obstetrical cases were obtained in April and May of last year. The Des Moines and Kansas City schools have no hospitals at all. The students see no acute cases unless the doctors can take them along. The Pacific College has a hospital of from 12 to 15 surgical and obstetrical beds, all pay. The students have no regular work at the hospital. As there are so few acute cases, they don't see as much acute work as they should, for they treat everything. The Little John, Chicago, has also a pay hospital of 20 beds, mostly surgical. The Philadelphia School, whose opportunities for practical work are highly extolled in its catalogue, has an infirmary with 3 beds occupied by maternity cases, if at all. The Cambridge student must travel an hour or more to the Chelsea Hospital, a pay institution of from 10 to 15 rooms. The mercenary character of osteopathic instruction is nowhere more conspicuously displayed than in the dispensaries, designed in theory to turn a humanitarian impulse to educational account. The osteopathic schools insert a cash nexus. The patients almost always pay. At Kansas City, students give treatment to patients who pay $3 a month. Those paying more are treated by the professors. At Kirksville, $2 a treatment is charged. The cases are mostly chronics, an instructor being present at the first treatment, afterwards only if summoned. At Los Angeles, the cheapest obtainable treatment is $3 for examination and 1 month's treatment before the class. At Des Moines, the professor administers to high-priced patients, the students to others. The 8 osteopathic schools now enroll over 1,300 students who pay some $200,000 annually in fees. The instruction furnished for this sum is inexpensive and worthless. Not a single full-time teacher is found in any of them. The fees find their way directly into the pockets of the school owners, or into school buildings, and infirmaries that are equally their property. No effort is anywhere made to utilize prosperity as a means of defining an interest standard or developing the science. Granting all that its champions claim, osteopathy is still in its incipiency. If sincere, its votaries would be engaged in critically building it up. They are doing nothing of the kind. Indeed, in none of the sectarian schools does one observe progressive effort even along the lines of its own creed. And very naturally, dogma is sufficient unto itself. It may not search its own assumptions, it does well to adopt them from the outside, after a forced restatement in its own terms. In dealing with the medical secretary, society can employ no special device. Certain profound characteristics in one way or another support the medical dissenter. Now the primitive belief in magic crops up in his credulous respect for an impotent drug. Again, all other procedure having failed, what is there to lose by flinging oneself upon the mercy of chance? Instincts so profound cannot be abolished by statute, but the limits within which they can play may be so regulated as to forbid alike their commercial and their crudely ignorant exploitation. The law may require that all practitioners of the healing art comply with a rigidly enforced preliminary educational standard, that every school possess the requisite facilities, that every licensed physician demonstrate a practical knowledge of the body and its affections. To these terms no reasonable person can object. The good sense of society cannot force them upon reasonable and unreasonable alike. From medical sects that can live on these conditions, the public will suffer little more harm than is destined to suffer anyhow from the necessary incompleteness of human knowledge and the necessary defects of human skill. End of Section 10. Section 11 of the Flexner Report, Medical Education in the United States and Canada, by Abraham Flexner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 11. The State Boards. The state boards are the instruments through which the reconstruction of medical education will be largely effected. To them, the graduate in medicine applies for the license to practice. Their power can be both indirectly and directly exerted. They may, after examination, reject an applicant, an indirect method of discrediting the school which has vouched for him by conferring its M.D. degree. A small percentage of failures the doctrine of chance would lead one to expect. An increasing proportion must cast increasingly serious doubt on any institution. A more direct and therefore more salutary method is needed, however, in dealing with schools bad beyond a reasonable doubt. In such instances, the board should summarily refuse to entertain the applicant's petition because his medical education rests upon no proper preliminary training or was received under conditions that forbade thorough or conscientious instruction. The full weight of its refusal would fall with crushing effect upon the school which sent him forth. No institution can long survive the day upon which it is thus publicly branded as feeble, unfit, or disreputable. For the purpose, however, of saving the victims whose cruel disappointment will in time destroy these schools, the arm of the state boards should, for the present, go beyond the rejection of individuals to the actual closing up of notoriously incompetent institutions. The law that protects the public against the unfit doctor should in fairness protect the student against the unfit school. When the manifold duties and responsibilities of the state boards we cannot here fully deal, our attention is necessarily confined to their educational function. They examine candidates for license, but admission to examination should be granted only after a fair presumption of intellectual fitness in favor of the applicant has been established by the record of his preliminary education, and a fair presumption of sufficient professional training by his graduation from a recognized or reputable medical school. Neither of these points can for the present be overlooked. So long as a medical school has as such no determinate position in the school system, the public health authorities must be empowered to fix at least the lowest point to which it can safely be permitted to fall. Moreover, so long as any group of physicians may in most states incorporate a medical school under general laws that offer no safeguard at all, and license examinations are not yet deliberately constructed to frustrate their activity, Summary protective power against mercenary and incompetent faculties must be lodged somewhere. The boards therefore touch at 3 points, the problems with which this report has dealt. For they deal 1. With the preliminary educational requirement, 2. With the facilities of medical schools, 3. With examinations for license. In all these respects, the scope of the State Board is of course determined by the statute. Let us consider briefly what powers in respect to each are needed if the boards are to be effective in the reconstruction to which we look forward. 1. However the educational prerequisite be defined, the board must be authorized to insist upon it as an educational and not as a practice preliminary. The sole reason for a preliminary requirement of any kind is as a method of restricting the study of medicine to those in whose favor an initial presumption of fitness exists. An ordinary secondary school education may be taken as indicating minimum competency only if it chronologically precede admission to the medical school. As a matter of fact, some of the boards legally empowered to enforce the high school basis are often strangely careless as to the significance of dates, so that a requirement whose sole value resides in its priority to medical education is held to be satisfied if fulfilled just prior to the graduation or to license. The evaluation of preliminary credentials is a task requiring expert knowledge and experience. Certain boards have striven hard to discharge this function effectively, but they lack an organization competent to deal with it. It may be that as the feasibility of federated action is increased by an approach to uniformity in laws and ideals, a central authority can be constituted by voluntary cooperation of the state boards, maintained by contributions from their several funds, and charged with the business of procuring first-hand information respecting secondary schools and colleges. Such an agency could, by communication with the proper educational organizations engaged in the study and improvement of secondary schools, command reliable data for the evaluation of credentials prior to matriculation. In default thereof, the board of each state, instead of endeavoring to act on such knowledge as it can obtain, should get at once into effective relations with the state university or with some endowed institution accustomed to pass upon questions of this kind, and the medical schools should be compelled to have a student's application vised by the state board before matriculation is regarded as complete. If neither time nor subject credit could be given by the medical school for any work prior to completed matriculation, an actual 4-year high school preliminary requirement would be in force. 2. The enforcement of even the 4-year high school standard will so far clean up the medical field that the state boards will at once be relieved of the duty of dealing with actually disreputable schools. Until that has been accomplished, these boards should be empowered to refuse applications from the graduates of schools scandalously defective in teaching facilities. The power here in question, if extended too far, would involve serious dangers. For boards authorized to decide whether schools are satisfactory may be led to specify the details which determine their judgment. In some quarters they have already shown a tendency to prescribe minutely the contents of a proper medical education. The motive has been excellent. They have tried to compel poor schools to give a good education. Unfortunately, that is quite impossible. Teachers may sign a register showing due attendance upon their classes, just as students may scrupulously attend specified exercises in every essential branch for a fixed number of hours. But the instruction will probably be no whit improved by such police regulation. Meanwhile, every competent and earnest instructor is seriously hampered by the vain effort to aid those who are beyond human help. The fact is that an enforced entrance requirement at one end of a proper examination, at the other, will of themselves limit the survival of schools to those that are financially and educationally competent. Only so long as an entrance requirement cannot be enforced or a proper examination arranged, do the state boards need the power to close schools, obviously and notoriously defective. 3. The examination for license is indubitably the lever with which the entire field may be lifted. For the power to examine is the power to destroy. At present these examinations are not only without stimulating effect, they are actually depressing. There is only one sort of licensing test that is significant. viz., a test that ascertains the practical ability of the student confronting a concrete case to collect all relevant data and suggest the positive procedure applicable to the conditions disclosed. A written examination may have some incidental value. It does not touch the heart of the matter. It tends indeed to do just the reverse. Written examinations are notably apt to follow beaten paths. A collection of state board examinations, covering even a brief period of years, will contain most of the questions that will be asked hereafter. An effective but purely mechanical and entirely useless drill may be employed to make examination-proof a student who in the presence of a sick person would be quite helpless. As a matter of fact, prominent publishers put forth state board questions and quiz compends with answers. These manuals, well conned, guarantee the candidate's safety. Do not the several states appear to do almost everything in their power to resist the production of a well-trained body of physicians? In the first place, they permit a half-dozen men to start a medical school as lightly as they permit them to open a printing shop, and they then offer them every inducement to furnish board training by permitting the graduates to undergo an examination, which they can satisfactorily prepare by an inexpensive drill that has no bearing on the practical ends for which doctors are needed. A proper examination would go far to correct all the defects that this report has sought to point out. For low entrance standards, deficient equipment, bad teaching, lack of clinical material, failure to correlate laboratory and clinic would be detected and punished by a searching practical examination. If the written examination were relegated to a subordinate position, the weight of the test would fall upon the applicant's ability to do things. Schools incapable, for whatever reason, of training students in the necessary technique would be rapidly exposed through the annual publication of statistics proclaiming their failure. The state board results, now so frequently misleading, would be a trustworthy index which the more intelligent students would carefully scan, and those schools only would survive whose records entitle them to live. Of such overwhelming importance indeed is the character of the license examination that, if thorough practical examinations were instituted, all the other perplexing details we have discussed would become relatively immaterial. How far we are now from this ideal, realized in other countries, hardly aspired to in America, a few facts make plain. In 1906, the worst of the Chicago schools, a school with no entrance requirement, no laboratory teaching, no hospital connections, made before state boards the best record attained by any Chicago school in that year. This school, essentially the same now as then, has only recently been declared not in good standing with the State Board of Illinois. Everywhere in Canada and the United States, wretched institutions refute criticism by pointing to their successful State Board records. Halifax and Western University candidates pass in Canada side by side with students from McGill and Toronto, though not in an equal proportion, for even in the written examination, better opportunities tell in the long run. Good didactic teaching at Bowdoin or Dartmouth proves capable of satisfying examinations that should strongly stress clinical experience. One or two of the states have latterly begun to introduce certain practical features into their examinations. These timid beginnings are hopeful signs, as yet, however, hardly extensive enough anywhere materially to affect either the kind of teaching employed or the outcome of the examination. The Army and Navy have gone a little further towards developing a practical examination that has any state board, and their written tests are probably also more severe, with the result that between the years 1900 and 1909, 46% of graduated doctors applying for the Naval Medical Corps failed. Between 1904 and 1909, 81% of the applicants for the Marine Hospital Service failed. And out of 1,512 candidates for the Army Medical Corps between 1888 and 1909, 72% failed. This, although very few of the applicants examined came from the unmitigatedly bad schools. To do their duty fully, the state boards require to be properly constituted, organized, and equipped. At present, none of them fulfills all these conditions. In consequence, it is difficult to know where to lodge responsibility. In some states, the law is so weak that a board can be successfully mandamused the moment it raises a finger. Elsewhere, a good law is practically negative by the inactivity, if not worse, of a board that excuses itself by the apathy of the public or by the pull of the medical schools. In general, the boards have not yet been strongly constituted. In many states, appointments are regarded as political spoils. Quite generally, teachers are ineligible for appointment. It happens, therefore, that the boards are sometimes weak and either unwilling to antagonize the schools or legally incapable of doing so. Again, well-meaning but incompetent, in some cases unquestionably neither weak nor well-meaning, but cunning, powerful, and closely aligned with selfish and harmful political interests. In a few instances that stand out, the boards are vigorous, intelligent, and public-spirited, notably in Colorado, Michigan, and Minnesota. In the matter of organization, they are decidedly defective. The whole weight rests usually upon a single executive officer, the secretary, whose sole staff consists of a stenographer, if that. As long as everything depends on the personality of a single individual, administration will be liable to marked fluctuations. There can be neither security nor continuity, for enlightened public opinion and accepted ideals have not as yet established definite and correct policy. Organization would within limits be independent of individuals, for it embodies a routine that fortifies every gain won, and makes possible the diversion of labor that is indispensable to system and thoroughness. A bureau properly organized cannot live on small fees. It requires liberal support, for it must be in position to take trouble to secure information and to defend its rights. The power that validates the diploma with its license must have the strength to protect its issues against either debasement or infringement. The physician, like the lawyer, is an agent of the state. If he proves unworthy, the same board that vouched for him must have power to recall its act, and its function must extend to the prosecution of fraudulent or unwarranted attempts to practice without its official sanction. Any effort to exercise power of recall or restraint will of course be resisted. The state must therefore provide funds that will enable the boards to defend its action in the courts. A model state board law must therefore guard the following points. The membership of the board must be drawn from the best elements of the profession, including, not as now, prohibiting, those engaged in teaching. The board must be armed with authority and machinery to institute practical examinations, to refuse recognition to unfit schools, and to insist upon such preliminary educational standards as the state's own educational system warrants. Finally, it must be provided either by an appropriation or by greatly increased fees, with funds adequate to perform efficiently the functions for which it was created. The additional powers needed in order to deal as effectively with the practice of medicine lie outside the present discussion. Far-reaching legislative changes would be required in most states before the state boards could play the part here assigned to them. Yet for it they are clearly destined. As a matter of fact, recent legislation has been self-contradictory. The boards have been strengthened, their powers more satisfactorily defined, and thereupon the end thus sought has been partially defeated by the creation of sectarian boards with lower standards and looser ideals. Minnesota, for example, obtained an excellent law, consolidated the medical schools of the state, established a high standard, and quarantined against invasion by a low-grade product from without, and then, having fairly secured for the people of the state the best attainable conditions in the matter of protecting the public health, it proceeded partially to undo the good work by establishing a separate osteopathic board with power to license osteopaths, who will treat all diseases, and quite possibly, in all sorts of ways, according to standards and methods fundamentally at variance with the main statute already outlined. The creation of separate boards is thus a roundabout method of recommitting the errors that the main currents of scientific thinking and effort are endeavoring to remedy. Our 49 states and territories have now 82 different boards of medical examiners. The province of the state in this matter is plain. It cannot allow one set of practitioners to exist on easier and lower terms than another. It cannot indeed be a party to scientific or sectarian controversy, but it can and must safeguard the conditions upon which such controversy may be fought to its finish. The mooted points concern only the therapeutics. In respect to oils, there is complete agreement. If matters in disrepute are omitted from the examination, enough is left for all essential purposes. A single board should subject all candidates, of whatever school, to the same test at every point. The license of the state is a guarantee of knowledge, education, and skill. The layman is in no position to make allowances. The state's MD and the state's DO offer themselves for essentially the same purposes. The state stands equally as guarantor of both. No citizen can indeed be wholly protected by the state against his own ignorance, fanaticism, or folly. A man who does not believe in doctors cannot be forced to call them in or to heed them, any more than a man who does not believe in wearing rubbers can be compelled to don them in slushy weather. The state is powerless there, but having undertaken to vise practicing physicians for the protection of those who summon them, it must see to it that the licenses to which it gives currency bear a fairly uniform value. Between the graduate of Harvard and the graduate of the Boston College of Physicians and Surgeons, the layman could not judge even if he knew the origin of each. As a matter of fact, he rarely knows so much. But in the act of licensing, both for one purpose, the state assures its citizens and their substantial equality, it is shocking to reflect that, what with written examinations and separate boards, the divergencies run all the way from a high degree of competency to utter ignorance and unfitness. There is no question that in the end the medical sects will disappear. The dissenter cannot live on high entrance and educational standards. Pending his disappearance, the combination board is the least of the evils to which we are liable. Terms upon which these boards are now obtainable throw a strong light on the backward state of public opinion. In New York State, homeopaths, eclectics, and osteopaths, making together but a negligible proportion of the practicing physicians of the state, have together a majority on the state examining board. Under existing conditions, though the state boards might well be constituted on a uniform plan and with the same powers, a certain degree of diversity is unavoidable, but a certain degree of inevitable diversity is no excuse for hopeless confusion. The variations now found both in the laws and in their administration are fairly chaotic. In one state the board can and does fix entrance requirements, in the next it can but does not. In a third it neither does nor can. 6 boards have announced the requirement of 1 or more years of college work preliminary to medical schooling as a basis of practice in their respective states. But 76 remain to be converted. Their conversion, with the necessary changes in the state laws, must precede the actual elevation in the entire medical profession. For though agreed elevation of standard by individual schools improves their own product and indirectly leavens the mass, it does not stop the making of low-grade doctors. Temporarily, it even assists the low-grade school. The ultimate improvement of the entire mass will come from control of all schools through the state boards, and not merely from voluntary auction on the part of the more self-respecting institutions. The Middle West seems likely, the osteopaths permitting, first to realize this condition, for the states will surely not leave the practice of medicine within their borders open to strangers on terms denied to their own sons. Whether or not it will be left for the osteopaths to say depends just now on making the public appreciate the fact that the point at issue is not a matter of business. A clever hue and cry has been raised to give the controversy the appearance of a competition between rival claimants for business patronage. The instinct for fair play, opposition to exclusive or aristocratic privileges, have thus won for the secretarian a chance on his own terms. Unfortunately, this leaves the sick man wholly out of account. Medicine, curative and preventive, has indeed no analogy with business. Like the army, the police, or the social worker, the medical profession is supported for a benign, not a selfish, for a protective, not an exploiting purpose. The knell of the exploiting doctor has been sounded, just as the day of the freebooter and the soldier of fortune has passed away. Despite imperfect and discordant laws and inadequate resources, the State Board has abundantly justified itself. It is indeed hardly more than a quarter of a century old, yet in summing up the forces that have within that period made for improved conditions, the State Boards must be prominently mentioned. Their role is likely to be increasingly important. They have developed considerable esprit de corps. Their power of combined action on broad lines has distinctly increased even in the last few years. Reciprocity between states whose laws are measurably concordant and whose ideals are taking similar shape tends to demonstrate the fundamental sameness of the problems requiring solution. Out of these first cooperative efforts, a model law will emerge. Federated action may become possible. Perhaps the entire country may someday be covered by a national organization engaged in protecting the public health against the formidable combination made by ignorance, incompetency, commercialism, and disease. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Flexner Report, Medical Education in the United States and Canada, by Abraham Flexner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 12. The Postgraduate School. The postgraduate school, as developed in the United States, may be characterized as a compensatory adjustment. It is an effort to mend a machine that was predestined to break down. Inevitably, the more conscientious and intelligent men trained in most of the medical schools herein described must be aware of their unfitness for the responsibilities of medical practice. The postgraduate school was established to do what the medical school had failed to accomplish. When I graduated in the spring of 1869, says Dr. John A. Wythe, I can never forget the sinking feeling that came over me when I realized how incompetent I was to undertake the care of those in the distress of sickness or accident. A week later, after arriving in my native village in Alabama, I rented a small office and attached my sign to the front door. Within 2 months, the tacks were withdrawn by the hand which had placed them there, and the sign was stowed away in the bottom of my trunk. 2 months of hopeless struggle with a Presbyterian conscience had convinced me that I was not fit to practice medicine, and that nothing was left for me but to go out into the world of business to earn money enough to complete my education. I felt the absolute need of clinical experience, and a conviction which then forced itself upon my mind that no graduate in medicine was competent to practice until he had had, in addition to his theoretical, a clinical and laboratory training, was a controlling idea in my mind when, in latter years the opportunity offered, it fell to my good fortune to establish in this city the New York Polyclinic Medical School and Hospital. The postgraduate school was thus originally an undergraduate repair shop. Its instruction was necessarily at once elementary and practical. There was no time to go back to the fundamentals. It was too late to raise the question of preliminary educational competency. Urgency required that in the shortest possible time, the young physician already involved in responsibility should acquire the practical technique which the medical school had failed to impart. The courses were made short, frequently covering less than a month, and they aimed preeminently to teach the young doctor what to do in the various emergencies of general practice. As the general level of medical education has risen, the function of these institutions has been somewhat modified. The general course, aiming to make good deficiencies at large, has tended to give way to special courses adapted to the needs of those inclined to devote themselves more or less exclusively to some particular line of work. Simultaneously, as the faculties of the school have enlarged, they have become centres to which, at intervals, men practising in isolated places may return for brief periods in order to catch up with the times. Once more, the training offered is of a practical, not of a fundamental or intensive kind. It is calculated to teach the trick, or perhaps better, to exhibit an instructor in the act of doing it. For as nothing is known of individuals in the stream of students who course through the schools, it is impossible to give them an active share in the work that goes on at the bedside or in the operating room. Their part is mainly passive. They look on at expert diagnosticians or operators. The danger of permitting an unknown student, tarrying for a brief stay, to participate at close range is prohibitive. In surgery, the so-called practical courses are not usually worked out in such fashion that cadaver work, animal work, and service as dresser might prepare for actual participation. The school lacks means and facilities. The students lack the time. In medicine, the absence of sufficient material, the lack of proper hospital organization and equipment, the scrappiness of professional service, combine to prevent a systematic, thorough, and intimate discipline. Of the 13 postgraduate schools, the best of them reflect the conditions and purposes above described. The Postgraduate and Polyclinic of New York and the Polyclinic of Philadelphia command large dispensary services and considerable hospital clinics, partially in their own hospitals, partially in public and private hospitals in the city. No unkind criticism is intended when the teaching is characterized as too immediately practical to be scientifically stimulating. It has the air of handicraft rather than science. Comparatively little is done in internal medicine. Surgery and the specialities predominate. The courses, being practical and definite, are disconnected. The faculties are huge and unorganized. In the main, demonstrative instruction is offered to small bodies of physicians who come and go uninterruptedly through the year. Only one of the three, the Philadelphia School, has a laboratory building, and in that no advanced work is in progress. The two New York schools have laboratory space or equipment adequate only to routine clinical examinations. The teaching is in the main more elementary than the upper-class instruction of a good undergraduate school of medicine. It is, of course, also at times more special in character. With the exception of the New York postgraduate, these schools are without endowment. They live on fees, donations, and hospital receipts. Two departmental postgraduate schools are conducted by the government at Washington for those accepted for service in the Army or Navy Medical Corps. Eligible for these appointments are graduate physicians who have had a year of hospital experience or 3 years of practice. Excellent practical instruction is furnished by way of supplementing the usual undergraduate course. The need of the services can be very definitely formulated. The course worked out aims to meet them. The accepted surgeons get in this way a concentrated practical drill in bacteriology, hygiene, and military surgery. The laboratories are excellently equipped, though cramped for space. The Army School enjoys the advantage of contact with the great library and museum of the Surgeon General's office. The schools, as yet in their infancy, may not improbably develop into research laboratories dealing with the unspecific problems that crop up in naval and military service in various quarters of the globe. Postgraduate, like other schools, vary in character. We have spoken of the best. The others are weak concerns wearing a commercial hue. The Brooklyn Postgraduate School, for instance, entertains less than half a dozen students on the average at a time, in a wretched hospital, really a death trap, heavily laden with debt, and without laboratory equipment enough to make an ordinary clinical examination. The Kansas City affair had, when visited, no students in its improvised hospital containing 25 ward beds, only 13 of them occupied. It excelled its opportunities with clinics at the public hospital. Chicago, varied and picturesque in this as in all else pertaining to medical education, supports 4 postgraduate institutions. None of them has a satisfactory plant. All are stock companies. Only unmistakable scientific activity could dislodge the unpleasant suspicion of commercial motive thus suggested. No such activity is in any of them observable. A cynical candor admits in one place that it pays the teachers through referred cases. In another, it establishes the reputation of a man to teach in a postgraduate school. In a third, it pays through advertising teachers. In one, a youth was observed working with a microscope. Inquiry elicited the fact that he was the teacher of clinical laboratory technique, lecturing in the absence of the professor. The following dialogue took place. "Are you a doctor?" "No." "A student of medicine?" "Yes." "Where?" "At the Jenner Night School." "In what year?" "The first." A first-year student of medicine in a night school was thus laboratory instructor and pro tempore, lecturing professor in clinical microscopy in the Chicago Polyclinic. Improved medical education will undoubtedly cut the ground from under the independent postgraduate school as we know it. This is not to say that the undergraduate medical curriculum will exhaust the field. On the contrary, the undergraduate school will do only the elementary work, but that it will do, not needing subsequent and more elementary instruction to patch it up. Graduate instruction will be advanced and intensive, the natural prolongation of the elective courses now coming into vogue. For productive investigation and intensive instruction, the medical school will use its own teaching hospital and laboratories for the elaboration of really thorough training in specialities resting on a solid undergraduate education. It may use the great municipal hospitals of the larger cities, but advanced instruction along these lines will not thrive in isolation. It will be but the upper story of a university department of medicine. The postgraduate schools of the better type can hasten this evolution by incorporating themselves in accessible universities, taking up university ideals, and submitting to reorganization on university lines. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Flexner Report, Medical Education in the United States and Canada by Abraham Flexner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 13. The Medical Education of Women. Medical education is now, in the United States and Canada, open to women upon practically the same terms as men. If all institutions do not receive women, so many do, that no woman desiring an education in medicine is under any disability in finding a school to which she may gain admittance. Her choice is free and varied. She will find schools of every grade accessible. The Johns Hopkins, if she has an academic degree, Cornell if she has 3/4 of one, Rush and the state universities if she prefers the combined 6 years course, Toronto on the basis of a high school education, Meridian, Mississippi, if she has had no definable education at all. Woman has so apparent a function in certain medical specialities and seemingly so assured a place in general medicine under some obvious limitations that the struggle for wider educational opportunities for the sex was predestined to an early success in medicine. It is singular to observe the use to which the victory has been put. The following tables show recent developments in coeducational and in women's medical schools taken separately. A table is displayed on the page. Now that women are freely admitted to the medical profession, it is clear that they show a decreasing inclination to enter it. More schools in all sections are open to them. Fewer attend and fewer graduate. True enough, medical schools generally have shrunk, but as the opportunities for women have increased, not decreased, and within a period during which entrance requirements have, so far as they are concerned, not materially altered, their enrollment should have augmented, if there is any strong demand for women physicians or any strong ungratified desire on the part of women to enter the profession. One or the other of these conditions is lacking, perhaps both. Whether it is either wise or necessary to endow separate medical schools for women is a problem on which the figures used throw light. In the first place, 80% of women who have in the last 6 years studied medicine have attended coeducational institutions. None of the 3 women's medical colleges now existing can be sufficiently strengthened without an enormous outlay. The motives which elsewhere recommend separation of the sexes would appear to be without force, all possible allowance being made for the special and somewhat trying conditions involved. In the general need of more liberal support for medical schools, it would appear that large sums, as far as specially available for the medical education of women, would accomplish most if used to develop coeducational institutions, in which their benefits would be shared by men without loss to women students. But it must be added, if separate medical schools and hospitals are not to be developed for women, intern privileges must be granted to women graduates on the same terms as to men. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Abraham Flexner Report, Medical Education in the United States and Canada. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 14. The Medical Education of the Negro. The medical care of the Negro race will never be wholly left to Negro physicians. Nevertheless, if the Negro can be brought to feel a sharp responsibility for the physical integrity of his people, the outlook for their mental and moral improvement will be distinctly brightened. The practice of the Negro doctor will be limited to his own race, which in its turn will be cared for better by good Negro physicians than by poor white ones. But the physical well-being of the Negro is not only of moment to the Negro himself. 10 million of them live in close contact with 60 million whites. Not only does the Negro himself suffer from hookworm and tuberculosis, he communicates them to his white neighbors, precisely as the ignorant and unfortunate white contaminates him. Self-protection, not less than humanity, offers weighty counsel in this matter. Self-interest seconds philosophy. The Negro must be educated, not only for his sake, but for ours. He is, as far as human eye can see, a permanent factor in the nation. He has his rights and due and value as an individual, but he has, besides, the tremendous importance that belongs to a potential source of infection and contagion. The pioneer work in educating the race to know and to practice fundamental hygienic principles must be done largely by the Negro doctor and the Negro nurse. It is important that they both be sensibly and effectively trained at the level at which their services are now important. The Negro is perhaps more easily taken in than the white, and as his means of extracting himself from a blunderer are limited, it is all the more cruel to abuse his ignorance through any sort of pretense. A well-taught Negro sanitarian will be immensely useful. An essentially untrained Negro wearing an MD degree is dangerous. Make-believe in the matter of Negro medical schools is therefore intolerable. Even good intention helps but little to change their aspect. The Negro needs good schools rather than many schools, schools to which the more promising of the race can be sent to receive a substantial education in which hygiene rather than surgery, for example, is strongly accentuated. If at the same time these men can be imbued with the missionary spirit, so that they will look upon the diploma as a commission to serve their people humbly and devotedly, they may play an important part in the sanitation and civilization of the whole nation. Their duty calls them away from large cities to the village and the plantation, upon which light has hardly as yet begun to break. Of the 7 medical schools for Negroes in the United States, 5 are at this moment in no position to make any contribution of value to the solution of the problem above pointed out. Flint and New Orleans, Leonard at Raleigh, the Knoxville, Memphis, and Louisville schools are ineffectual. They are wasting small sums annually and sending out undisciplined men, whose lack of real training is covered up by the imposing MD degree. Meharry at Nashville and Howard at Washington are worth developing, and until considerably increased benefactors are available, effort will wisely concentrate upon them. The future of Howard is assured. Indeed, the new Freedmen's Hospital is an asset the like of which is in this country extremely rare. It is greatly to be hoped that the government may display a liberal and progressive spirit in adapting the administration of this institution to the requirements of medical education. Meharry is the creation of one man, Dr. George W. Hubbard, who, sent to the South at the close of the war on an errand of mercy, has for a half-century devoted himself singly to the elevation of the Negro. The slender resources at his command have been carefully husbanded. His pupils have in their turn remembered their obligations to him and to their school. The income of the institution has been utilized to build it up. The school laboratories are highly creditable to the energy and intelligence of Dr. Hubbard and his assistants. The urgent need is for improved clinical facilities, a hospital building, and a well-equipped dispensary. Efforts still making to acquire them deserve liberal support. The upbuilding of Howard and Meharry will profit the nation much more than the inadequate maintenance of a larger number of schools. They are, of course, unequal to the need and the opportunity, but nothing will be gained by way of satisfying the need or of rising to the opportunity through the survival of feeble, ill-equipped institutions, quite regardless of the spirit which animates their promoters. The subventions of religious and philanthropic societies and of individuals can be made effective only if concentrated. They must become immensely greater before they can be safely dispersed. End of section 14. Section 15 of the Flexner Report, Medical Education in the United States and Canada. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Part 2. Medical Schools of the United States and Canada, arranged alphabetically by state and provinces and separately characterized. Note: facts given are as of data when the schools was visited, which is specified in each case. The estimates of population here, with a few exceptions noted, being kindly made by the Director of the Census through the courtesy of the Secretary of Commerce and Labor. Alabama. Population 2,112,465. Number of physicians 2,287. Ratio 1 to 924. Number of medical schools 2. Birmingham. Population 55,945. Birmingham Medical College. Organized 1894. A stock company paying annual dividends of 6%. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 185, of whom 168 are from Alabama. Teaching staff 32, 18 being professors, none of them whole-time teachers. Resources available for maintenance fees amounting to $14,550 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The teaching of anatomy, for which there is abundant material, is limited to dissecting on old-fashioned lines. There is a usual chemical laboratory and a small outfit for instruction in bacteriology and pathology. The material used for the latter is purchased in the East, not obtained from autopsies or clinics. No animals are provided for experimental purpose beyond the use of dogs for surgical work. There are no physiological, pharmacological, or clinical laboratories. The building is poorly kept, and there is neither library nor museum. Clinical facilities. The school adjoins the Hillman Hospital, 98 beds of which the facility has charge during term time. Bedside clinics are held, but the students make no blood or urine examinations. Obstetrical cases are rare. The hospital is largely given over to surgical patients, gunshot and other wounds being decidedly abundant. The dispensary service is as yet unorganized. Date of visit January 1909. Mobile. Population 56,335. Medical Department of the University of Alabama. Established 1859. Now an organic department of the State University, with which, however, its connection is legal only. The two institutions are at opposite ends of the state, so that the medical department is practically a local school. Entrance requirement: less than 3-year high school education. Attendance 202. Teaching staff 25, of whom 8 are professors. No one devotes full time to medical instruction. Resources available for maintenance. The school receives from the state an annual appropriation of $5,000, in return for which, however, 67 free scholarships are given, 1 to each county. The school is therefore in effect wholly dependent on tuition fees, amounting to $17,300, for its support, most of which is paid out in salaries. Laboratory facilities. The laboratory equipment is practically limited to inorganic chemistry, elementary bacteriology and pathology, and anatomy, taught by dissecting first the goat, then the human cadaver. The school occupies a well-kept old-fashioned building, recently remodeled. It possesses a few old books, but no funds with which to add to them, and a small museum, mostly composed of antiquated wax or papier-mâché models. Clinical facilities. For clinical instruction, the school has access to the Sisters' Hospital, 100 beds, the faculty being the staff in term time. The senior students make blood and urine examinations in connection with clinical cases. Connected with the college building is the new, well-arranged dispensary, for the conduct of which the appropriation of $50 a month is available. Date of visit January 1909. General considerations. The foregoing account makes it clear that really satisfactory medical education is not now to be had in Alabama. The entrance standards are low, the schools are inadequately equipped, and they are without proper financial resources. To get together their present numbers, standards must be kept low. In consequence, the medical schools do nothing to promote or to share the secondary school development of the state. To that and to any higher movement, they are likely to be obstacles. Neither Alabama nor the rest of the South actually needs either school at this time, but as the state has become a patron of medical education, it will hardly retire from the field. Under these circumstances, its policy should aim to bring about a genuine and effective connection between the medical department and the rest of the state university. The task of elevating entrance standards in the medical department and of furnishing a higher quality of scientific training would probably be assisted for the time being by removing the instruction in the first and second years of the university itself at Tuscaloosa, for in no other way can whole-time instructors be now procured. An improvement in the quality of training furnished in the scientific branches will ultimately compel a higher quality of clinical instruction. It is difficult to see how the influence or control of the university can at any event be made effective in Mobile, 232 miles distant, at the opposite end of the state, and in a hospital in whose clinical management there is no continuity. Birmingham is much closer, being only 56 miles distant, and promises to offer a larger supply of clinical material. If, therefore, the state is able to look at the question on its own merits, without regard to the rival claims of competing towns, it should establish a practice requirement that would automatically suppress proprietary instruction. For the present, the university might offer 2 years' work at Tuscaloosa, reserving to a more propitious time the entire question of organizing under effective university control. An improvement of the quality of training furnished in the scientific branches will ultimately compel a higher quality of clinical instruction. It is difficult to see how the influence or control of a university can, in any event, be made effective and mobile, 232 miles distant, at opposite ends of the state, and at a hospital whose clinical management there is no continuity. Birmingham is much closer, being only 56 miles distant, and promises to offer a larger supply of clinical material, if therefore the state is able to look at the question on its own merits, without regard to the rival claims of competing towns. It should establish a practice requirement that would automatically suppress proprietary instruction. For the present, the university might offer 2 years' work at Tuscaloosa, reserving to a more propitious time the entire question of organizing under effective university control a complete medical school at Birmingham, which is the nearest feasible location. As the state now contains 1 physician to every 924 inhabitants, the restriction or suspension of clinical teaching for some years to come involves no danger to the community. Arkansas. Population 1,476,582. Number of physicians 2,585. Ratio 1 to 582. Number of medical schools 2. Little Rock. Population 44,981. 1. Medical Department, University of Arkansas. Organized 1879. An independent institution, not even affiliated with the state university whose name it bears. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 179, 81% from Arkansas. Teaching staff 35, 18 being professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $14,100. Estimated. Laboratory facilities. After an existence of 30 years without any laboratory facilities except a dissecting room and a laboratory for inorganic chemistry, a frame building has recently been supplied with a meagre equipment for the teaching of pathology and bacteriology. The session was, however, already well started, and the new laboratory not yet in operation. No museum, no books, charts, models, etc. are provided. Clinical facilities. Hardly more than nominal. The school adjoins a city hospital with a capacity of 30 beds. From this hospital, patients are brought into the amphitheatre of the school building. There are no ward visits. The students see no contagious diseases. Obstetrical work is precarious. Of postmortems there is no mention. There is a small dispensary of whose attendance no record is procurable. Date of visit, November 1909. 2. College of Physicians and Surgeons. Organized 1906. An independent organization formed by men not in the older school. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 81, 59% from Arkansas. Teaching staff 34, 25 being professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $6,450 estimated. Laboratory facilities. Separate, recently organized and very disorderly laboratories for pathology, bacteriology and chemistry, which with pharmacy work are all in charge of a single teacher, who is also pathologist to the county hospital, 3 miles off. He proposes shortly to add physiology. The usual wretched dissecting room is also provided. None of the necessary illustrative paraphernalia are at hand in the shape of books, charts, museum, etc. Clinical facilities. The facility of the school controls an adjoining hospital, from which patients are brought into the amphitheatre for demonstration or operation. At operations it is claimed that students assist. No ward rounds are made. Occasional clinics are also held at 2 distant hospitals, county and penitentiary. Obstetrical and acute medical cases are rare. Contagious diseases are not seen. There are no postmortems. A small daily dispensary attendance is claimed. There is no adequate dispensary equipment. General considerations. Both the Arkansas schools are local institutions in a state that has at this date 3 times as many doctors as it needs. Neither has a single redeeming feature. It is incredible that the state university should permit its name to shelter none of them. The general educational interests of the state require that the state university, now inconveniently located at Fayetteville, should be moved to Little Rock. Once there, it could possibly get possession of both schools and organize something better than either, which it could improve as its resources increase with the general prosperity of the state. California. Population 1,729,543. Number of physicians, exclusive osteopaths, 4,313. Ratio 1 to 401. Number of medical schools, 10. Los Angeles. Population 116,420. 1. College of Physicians and Surgeons. Established 1903 as an independent school, it suddenly became, in 1909, nominally the Medical Department of the University of Southern California, when the former medical department of that institution cut loose in order to become the Los Angeles Clinical Department of the University of California. The seriousness with which the University of Southern California treats medical education may be gathered from this amusing performance. Entrance requirement, high school graduation or equivalent. Attendance 32. Teaching staff 41, 28 being professors. The teachers are practicing physicians. No one gives his entire time to the school. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $4,075 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school is ordinary in type. It possesses a small chemical laboratory, a single laboratory in common for pathology, histology, and bacteriology, with meager equipment and supplies, and no animals, a dissecting room with sufficient anatomical material and clay for modelling bones, a limited number of wet specimens, and a small number of books in a room that is locked, though open to students on request. There is no laboratory for physiology or pharmacology. The building is new, attractive, and fairly well kept. Clinical facilities. A considerable part of one floor is used for a dispensary. The rooms are poorly equipped and cared for. There is no clinical laboratory. The attendance is very small, for the neighbourhood is decidedly well-to-do. The school adjoins a private hospital in which many of the teachers are interested. It is, however, of no teaching use. The catalogue describes it as not a charity hospital by any means. In fact, it is a 20th century classy hospital. For clinical instruction, the students have access to the county hospital, several miles distant, where the school has the use of 100 beds, holding clinics for senior students 2 days weekly. In surgery, students witness an operation without taking part in it. In medicine, the students make brief histories, which are, however, no part of the hospital records. Autopsies are done by the interns, who have no connection with the medical school. Students are not admitted to the obstetrical ward. Clinical facilities are thus extremely limited, for the management of the hospital is in no essential respect controlled by educational considerations. Date of visit, May 1909. 2. University of California, Clinical Department. Up to March 1909, this school offered a 4-year course as a medical department of the University of Southern California. It has now become a second clinical department of the University of California, and will therefore offer after June 1910 only the 3rd and 4th years' work. See 6. Clinical facilities. Its present facilities for offering the instruction of the last 2 years are, for a university department on a 2-year college basis, distinctly meagre. It enjoys at the county hospital the same facilities as a local college of physicians and surgeons, i.e. access to 100 beds, 2 or 3 days weekly being devoted to clinics for the senior class. Additional opportunities, depending on the personal connections of members of the faculty, are usually of slight pedagogical value. The school has an excellent dispensary building, fairly equipped in certain respects, but indifferently conducted, though the attendance is good. It is also in close proximity to a good medical library. The clinical teachers are all local practitioners. The State University will incur no expense on account of this department for 2 years at least. Date of visit, May 1909. 3. California Medical College, Eclectic. Organized at Oakland in 1879, this school has led a roving and precarious existence in the meanwhile. Entrance requirement, nominal. Attendance 9, of whom 7 are from California. Teaching staff 27, of whom 26 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $1,060 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a few neglected rooms on the 2nd floor of a 50-foot frame building. Its so-called equipment is dirty and disorderly beyond description. Its outfit in anatomy consists of a small box of bones and the dried-up, filthy fragments of a single cadaver. A few bottles of reagents constitute the chemical laboratory. A cold and rusty incubator, a single microscope, and a few unlabeled wet specimens, etc., form the so-called equipment for pathology and bacteriology. Clinical facilities. There is no dispensary and no access to the county hospital. The school is a disgrace to the state whose laws permit its existence. Date of visit, May 1909. 4. Los Angeles College of Osteopathy, emigrated from Iowa in 1905, a stock company. Entrance requirement, less than ordinary grammar school education with conditions. Many of the students are men and women of advanced years. Attendance began 2 years ago with 60, now claims more than 250. Teaching staff, 19. All the teachers are practitioners. Resources available for maintenance. Fees, the annual income being about $37,500 from tuitions and a considerable sum from treatments, see below. As the instruction provided is inexpensive, the stock must be a very profitable investment. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a 5-story building containing a chemical laboratory with meager equipment and limited desk space, and a single laboratory for histology, pathology, and bacteriology. The dissecting room contains 5 tables, but sufficient material. The rest of the building is mainly devoted to treatment rooms and the business office. Clinical facilities. There is no free dispensary. Patients who are willing to undergo treatment before a class pay not less than $3 a month. Patients who are treated in the presence of a single student pay $5. A hospital is now under construction. The general aspect is that of a thriving business, an abundance of advertising matter in which the profits of osteopathy are prominently set forth is distributed. Date of visit, May 1909. 5. Pacific College of Osteopathy, a stock company established in 1896. Entrance requirement, ostensibly high school graduation, but mature men and women who have been in business are given a chance and usually make good. Attendance, 85. Teaching staff, 38, 19 being professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $12,750 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school has an ordinary chemical laboratory, a fairly equipped laboratory for pathology, histology, and bacteriology, with a private laboratory for the instructor and those branches adjoining, the usual dissecting room, and a limited amount of apparatus for experimental work in physiology. Clinical facilities. A dispensary is carried on at the school, which also owns a hospital for obstetrical and surgical cases. The catalogue fails, however, to state that the students have no regular work in the hospital. They rarely see medical cases. They don't have as much acute work as they should. Nevertheless, they are drilled to treat gonorrhea by diet and antiseptics, syphilis with ointments and dietetics, and without mercury, typhoid, pneumonia, etc., along the same lines. Date of visit, May 1909. Oakland, population 73,812. 6. College of Medicine and Surgery, established in 1902 as a stock company, stock partially subscribed by merchants of the town. Entrance requirement, high school or equivalent. Attendance, 17. Teaching staff, 32, 13 being professors. There are no full-time teachers. Resources available for maintenance. The school lives on fees amounting to $2,760 estimated and on contributions from the faculty. Laboratory facilities. It occupies a new, well-kept building, has a small laboratory for experimental physiology, small separate laboratories for bacteriology, histology, and pathology, a beautiful though not extensive collection of pathological specimens, a laboratory for chemistry, a dissecting room with provision for modelling, and a small library of slight value. Though there are no full-time teachers, there is evidence of active interest in pathology. Postmortems are abundant and are intelligently used through a fortunate connection of the instructor in pathology. Clinical facilities. In respect of both dispensary and hospital, the clinical facilities are decidedly inadequate. Date of visit, May 1909. San Francisco, population 355,919. 7. University of California Medical Department. Established as such 1872. An organic department of the university. The first and second year's work is given at Berkeley. C2. Entrance requirement, 2 years of college work strictly enforced. Attendance 36, all but 2 from California. Teaching staff 60, of whom 12 are professors. The laboratory courses at Berkeley are given by full-time teachers. Resources available for maintenance. The department shares the university funds, its budget calling for $33,396. The total receipts from fees are $7,004. Laboratory facilities. The equipment and instruction are of the highest quality. The laboratories, though temporary in structure, are completely fitted up in charge of high-grade teachers, abundantly provided with assistants and helpers. The sole question to be raised concerns the medical atmosphere, which in several departments is not strongly in evidence. In consequence, post-mortem work has not been hitherto cultivated, though abundant opportunities for it exist. The biological point of view prevails. This is not the case with anatomy, the teaching of which, though scientific in method and spirit, frankly meets the main purpose of the students. Clinical facilities. Clinical instruction is given in San Francisco. The University Hospital, its main reliance, is small but modern. It contains 75 beds, practically all available for instruction. Bedside teaching is carried on, but post-mortem work for the benefit of the students is meagre. Some additional clinical work is procured at hospitals maintained by the city and by the United States government. In general, the laboratory and clinical departments are not as yet effectively correlated. The teachers of the 3rd and 4th years are, excepting the dean, practitioners who are not in touch with the laboratory work, and ideals are realized at Berkeley. Efforts are, however, making to bridge the gap. The hospital is unfortunately situated from the standpoint of a dispensary. Such material as there is not well used from a teaching point of view. The students do not in all departments take an active part in the dispensary work. For example, in some of them they have nothing to do with making up the records, which are separately kept in several departments. No report showing the number of distribution of cases is obtainable. Date of visit, May 1909. 8. Leland Stanford Junior University School of Medicine, on the Cooper Medical College Foundation. Until 1908, the Cooper Medical College offered a 4-year course based on high school graduation. Its property has now been deeded to Stanford University, its buildings being the seat of the clinical department of Stanford University School of Medicine, the instruction of the last 5 semesters being given in Cooper Hall and Lake Hospital. That of the first 3 semesters is given at Palo Alto. As its present classes graduate, the Cooper Medical College passes out of existence and its faculty disbands. Entrance requirement, 3 years of college work. Attendance, 16 in first year, 4th collegiate year. No other year's work has yet been given. Teaching staff, 21, of whom 16 are professors. 6 professors and 1 assistant professor give their entire time to medical work. The clinical professors thus far chosen have been taken from the former faculty of the Cooper Medical College. Resources available for maintenance. The department will share in the general income of the university. A special library endowment amounts to about $250,000. Laboratory facilities. These are provided at Palo Alto on the same scale as other departments there. Anatomy, pharmacology, bacteriology, physiology, physiological chemistry. The school has an unusually valuable library of some 35,000 volumes and receives the main current medical periodicals, American and foreign. Clinical facilities. Clinical work on the part of Stanford University has not yet begun. The university now owns the Lane Hospital of 125 beds, which has hitherto been conducted as a pay institution. Patients paying $10 a week are used for clinical teaching. 70-odd beds are thus available, part of these being temporarily supported by the city. The hospital is now under temporary control of Cooper Medical College until needed by the university. Its organization at present, from the teaching point of view, is seriously defective. Records are meagre, no surgical rounds are made in the wards, obstetrical work exists only in the form of an outpatient department, post-mortems are scarce, no hospital report is obtainable. The catalogue statement that the hospital is a teaching hospital is hardly sustained by the facts. The dispensary in the college building adjoining had, in 1907, an attendance of 20,000, including both old and new cases, but the material, though adequate in amount, was not thoroughly used by the Cooper Medical College. Date of visit, May 1909. 10. Heyman Medical College of the Pacific, established 1881, homeopathic and independent school. Entrance requirement, high school graduation or equivalent. Attendance, 23. Teaching staff, 35. 18 being professors, none of them full-time teachers. Resources available for maintenance. The institution has practically no resources but fees amounting to $2,685 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a small, well-kept building containing the usual dissecting room, a laboratory for elementary chemistry, one fairly equipped laboratory in common for histology, bacteriology, and pathology, and a small orderly library. Clinical facilities. Several neatly kept but inadequately equipped rooms are set aside for dispensary. The attendance is fair, the records meagre. The main clinical reliance is now on a small number of beds paid for by the city in the Heyman Hospital, a modern institution close by. Date of visit, May 1909. General considerations. Consideration of medical education in California may well start from the fact that, without taking into account the osteopaths, who abound, the state has now one physician to every 401 inhabitants. That is, in round numbers, about 4 times as many doctors as it needs or can properly support. Such an enormous disproportion can hardly be rectified within less than a generation. It makes radical measures in the interest of sound medical education not only immediately feasible, but urgently necessary. Legal enactment fixing a sound basis for future practitioners of whatever school, the grant of authority to the State Board to close schools flagrantly defective in either laboratory or clinical facilities, or the institution of practical examinations for license. Any one of these measures would at once wipe out at least 7 of the 10 existing schools, with a distinct advantage to the public health of the state. As none of these schools has the resources indispensable to meet the rising tide in medical education, this outcome is in any case inevitable. Legal regulation of the type indicated would merely hasten the day. Even then, the situation of medical education in the state is not altogether clear. The University of California has not yet solved its problem. The sums it now devotes to medical education are relatively small. Its clinical facilities in San Francisco are inadequate. It has not effectively organized what it there offers. It has not brought about teamwork between the 2 severed branches that constitute the department. Even now it has proved difficult to perfect an organization covering 2 places separated by San Francisco Bay. What reason is there to be confident when the distance involved is 500 miles? Nor does any practical need compel a step educationally questionable. The attendance in Los Angeles in the last 2 years on a high school or equivalent basis is less than 30. It will fall still lower when the 2-year college basis is enforced and transplantation from Berkeley to Los Angeles is required at the beginning of the 3rd year. Moreover, the clinical prospects are by no means up to university standard. The dispensary may indeed be adequately developed, but 100 beds in the general medical and surgical wards of an old-fashioned public hospital, however supplemented by courtesies everywhere, constitute a fragile support for a university department of medicine. The difficulty of controlling the teaching at Los Angeles by the scientific ideals of the university at Berkeley can be hardly overstated. Finally, with the present needs of the clinical department at San Francisco, it is not likely that the university can divert to Los Angeles the sums necessary to create a satisfactory department there. The move is explained on the ground that peculiar conditions exist in the state. It is, however, not clear why a long narrow state is educationally in any different plight from a short broad one. In either case, needless multiplication of medical schools is economically wasteful and professionally demoralizing. The university is undertaken to dominate 2 detached clinical departments, manned by local practitioners. There is nothing in the present status of detached clinical departments of this type to encourage confidence in the outcome. Before too far committing itself to this policy, it is at least worth inquiring into the advisability of concentrating its medical instruction across the Bay, where a population of over 200,000 affords sufficient clinical material and where a compact, effective, and organically whole university department of medicine, with a faculty, laboratory, and clinical selected on educational principles, could be readily developed. These considerations apply in some respects with equal force to the action of Stanford University in taking over the Cooper Medical College at San Francisco. It was well enough to offer the laboratory sciences at Palo Alto, where the resources and ideals of the university ensure high-grade instruction, but the entrance of the university into the San Francisco field in all probability portends the division and restriction of whatever opportunities the city may hereafter create. Lane Hospital can be developed into a teaching hospital of adequate size, only if very large sums are available for the purpose. Its organization and conduct have been in the past pedagogically very defective, and the clinical professors so far appointed have been taken, with one exception, from the former Cooper faculty. With one university medical school already on the ground, a second, and a divided school at that, is therefore a decidedly unquestionable undertaking. There is no need of it from the standpoint of the public. It must, if adequately developed, become a serious burden upon the finances of Stanford University. If the experience of other schools and cities is to be heeded, the question arises whether Stanford would not do well to content itself with the work of the first 2 years at Palo Alto and to cooperate with the State University in all that pertains to the clinical end. The situation just presented deserves to be studied carefully by all interested in medical education. What has happened in California is likely to happen elsewhere. Scores of schools are beginning a desperate struggle for existence. Their first impulse is to throw themselves into the lap of some prosperous university. The universities, not as yet themselves realizing that medical education is no longer either profitable or self-supporting, are prone to complete themselves by accepting a medical department as an apparent gift. From the standpoint of the university, this blunder will soon prove a serious drain, as increased expenditure on instruction and reduced income from fees reveal the actual state of affairs. From the standpoint of medical education and practice, the tendency in question is still more deplorable. The curse of medical education is the excessive number of schools. The situation can improve only as weaker and superfluous schools are extinguished. Colorado. Population 653,506. Number of physicians 1,690. Ratio 1 to 328. Number of medical schools 2. Denver. Population 158,329. 1. Denver and Gross College of Medicine. Organized by Consolidation 1902. Normally the medical department of the University of Denver, with which institution it has, however, only a 6-month contract, to all intents and purposes, a proprietary school managed by its own faculty. Entrance requirement: less than high school graduation, loosely enforced. Attendance 109, over one half from Colorado. Teaching staff 44 professors and 35 of other grade, none of them giving their whole time to teaching. Resources available for maintenance. The school has no resources but fees, amounting to $12,624 per annum, estimated. Laboratory facilities. Its equipment consists of a chemical laboratory of the ordinary medical school type, a dissecting room containing a few subjects as dry as leather, a physiological laboratory with slight equipment, and the usual pathology and bacteriology laboratories. There is a total absence of scientific activity. The rooms are poorly kept. A few cases of books are found in the college office behind the counter. Clinical facilities. The college owns a new and exceedingly attractive dispensary building. Separate rooms, nicely equipped, are occupied by the various specialities. The attendance averages 90 a day. The records are inadequate. There is an outpatient obstetrical service. For hospital facilities, the school depends largely on the county hospital, the management of which is political. Clinics are held daily from 8:30 to 10, purely through courtesy. Students from all schools merely look on. There are not much at the bedside. Obstetrical work is limited, postmortems rare. Hospital staff appointments are secured through pool. The college must take into the faculty the men who are already on the hospital staff. Supplementary opportunities are furnished by several local institutions. Several of these, however, the clinics are not regularly scheduled. Announcements appear in the bulletin board of the college. Date of visit, April 1909. Boulder, population 9,652. 2. University of Colorado School of Medicine, organized 1883, an integral part of the university. Entrance requirement, a 4-year high school education or its equivalent. Credentials are passed on by the Dean. Attendance 85. Teaching staff 45, of whom 25 are professors, 20 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. The school is supported at the total university income of $200,000 per annum. Its fee income is $4,043. Its budget, $28,000. Laboratory facilities. The school is in general satisfactorily equipped to do undergraduate teaching in the medical sciences. Full-time men are in charge of pathology, bacteriology, and physiology, though the department lack training assistants. Histology and embryology are taught in the Department of Biology. The chair of anatomy is occupied by a non-resident surgeon. There is a good library with a subscription list including the best German and English journals. A regular fund is available for the purchase of books and apparatus. Clinical facilities. The university hospital is entirely inadequate, even though the school is small. It contains 35 beds and average 16 patients available for teaching. Its management has only recently been modernized. Now it contains a clinical laboratory where students work, keeping excellent records of their findings. There are from 12 to 15 obstetrical cases annually in the hospital. These are supplemented by an outpatient service. The dispensary is slight. Date of visit, April 1909. General considerations. The state is overcrowded with doctors. It can therefore safely go to a higher standard. Indeed, the new law provides that after 1912, all applicants for license must have had, previous to their medical education, a year of college work. As this is a practice and not an educational requirement, the Denver School may still continue to train low-grade men for adjacent states, but it is probable that if it continues on a standard below the legal practice minimum, it will be too discredited, and if it arises to the aforesaid minimum, too much reduced to continue. The state university alone, so far as we can now see, can hope to obtain the financial backing necessary to teach medicine in the proper way regardless of income from fees, and to it a monopoly should quickly fall. Its laboratory facilities are steadily increasing, but adequate clinical resources are not at present assured. It is important, therefore, that as a first step the state university gain access to the clinical facilities at Denver, from which it is now cut off, first by a constitutional provision forbidding the state university to teach except at Boulder, second by the fact that the city hospital is in the hands of the local school. These conditions, so common in American cities, are plainly against the general interest of the community. It may be that an arrangement can be made by which the Denver and Gross School will be handed over to the university, thus clearing the field of all obstacles to the upbuilding of a credential school. For as Boulder is practically a suburb of Denver, the difficulties in the way of effective management at Denver are not insuperable. Whether the entire medical school shall be permanently concentrated at Denver, or following the Ann Arbor plan, a liberally supported hospital at Boulder be relied on to overcome the disadvantage of location in the matter of clinical material, need not be decided just now. The important steps to take at this moment comprise 1. Passage of the constitutional amendment opening the clinical facilities of Denver to the state university. 2. More liberal state appropriation for the medical school. And 3. The consolidation of the Denver and Boulder schools as a medical department of the state university. Connecticut. Population 1,054,366. Number of physicians 1,424. Ratio 1 to 740. Number of medical schools 1. New Haven. Population 130,027. Yale Medical School, organized 1813. An organic part of Yale University. Entrance requirement. 2 years of college work enforced with such unusual conscientiousness that in passing from the high school to the college standard this year, deficient numbers of the last year's class were refused readmission. Moreover, the advance requirement has been actually exacted. Out of an entering class of 23, only 1 is conditioned, in part of biology. This is probably the lowest percentage of conditions that the country affords. Attendance 138, 72% from Connecticut. Teaching staff 64, 14 being professors. Of these, the teachers in the fundamental branches devote full-time to instruction, though they are overworked and without a proper force of assistants. In the clinical branches, the professor of medicine with 2 assistants is salaried. Small sums are also paid to a few other teachers in the clinical years. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $15,325. Income from endowment amounting to $10,000. University appropriation of $17,986, making an annual budget $43,311. Laboratory facilities. Well-equipped student laboratories for organic chemistry, physiology, and pharmacology. The provision for bacteriology, pathology, and anatomy is less satisfactory. In physiology alone, is there internal evidence of progressive activity. The instructors in other branches are overworked, being called on to carry the routine work of extensive subjects in all their parts without adequate assistance. Under such circumstances, the work, however conscientious, is bound to be limited. Clinical facilities. The New Haven Hospital, in which the school controls a small number of beds, is very intelligently employed. The obstetrical and gynecological wards, however, are not used for teaching, nor is there a contagious disease pavilion. Postmortems are scarce. Clinical laboratories and teaching rooms have been improvised close by the hospital. Students are thereby enabled to do the clinical laboratory work in connection with assigning cases. Provision is also made there for the independent work of the professors of medicine and surgery. The dispensary occupies a new and excellent building, but lacks systematic organization as a teaching adjunct. The attendance is adequate, but as the staff serves as gratis, it varies greatly in quality in various departments. Date of visit, January 1910. General considerations. As the school now stands, it would, in point of facilities, still have to be classed with the better type of those on the high school basis, for though it has advanced to a 2-year college basis, there has been as yet no corresponding improvement of facilities. In order to deserve the higher grade student body which it invites, a more liberal policy ought to be pursued. The laboratory branches ought to be better manned, so that the instructors may create within them a more active spirit. A university department of medicine cannot largely confine itself to routine instruction, certainly not after requiring 2 years of college work for admission to its opportunities. For the same reason, the clinical facilities should be extended, probably through a more intimate connection with the present hospital. Its wards should be more generally used. More beds should be made accessible with them, and the missing pavilion for contagious diseases be provided. Enough money ought to be spent on the dispensary to ensure in every department systematic and thorough discipline, in examining patients, keeping records, etc. To make these improvements, larger permanent endowment is required, as the school is one of a very few in New England so circumstanced as to have a clear duty and opportunity. It behooves the university to make a vigorous campaign in behalf of its medical department. District of Columbia. Population 322,212. Number of physicians 1,231. Ratio 1 to 262. Number of medical schools 3, plus 2 postgraduate Army and Navy medical schools. Washington. Population 327,044. 1. George Washington University, Department of Medicine, organized 1825. Now an integral department of the university. Entrance requirement, less than a 4-year high school course. Attendance, 117. Teaching staff, 69 instructors, 25 being professors, none of whom is a full-time teacher. 3 instructors of other grade devoted entire time to the school. Resources available for maintenance. The school budget calls for $23,779. Its income and fees is $21,833. The hospital is self-supporting. Laboratory facilities. The laboratories of physiology, pathology, chemistry, and anatomy are well equipped. The building is admirably kept, and there is evidence of independent activity on the part of the several instructors. Animals are provided. There is a fair library adjoining a small annual appropriation, and a small but attractive museum. Postmortems are scarce. Clinical facilities. The university hospital and dispensary, under complete control, adjoins the medical school. 56 beds are available for teaching purposes. The staff has been recently reorganized on modern lines in order to increase the scope of bedside work. Supplementary opportunities are furnished under the usual conditions by several other hospitals. The dispensary has an annual attendance of something over 1,000. Date of visit, March 1909. 2. Georgetown University School of Medicine, organized 1851, a university department in name only. Entrance requirement, less than a 4-year high school course. Attendance 89. Teaching staff 74, of whom 20 are professors. No one gives whole time to the medical school, except the dean, who has the chair of hygiene and is treasurer of both medical and dental schools. Resources available for maintenance, fees only, amounting to $11,000 a year. Laboratory facilities. The equipment consists of a good dissecting room, a single fairly well-stocked laboratory for pathology, bacteriology and histology, a fair equipment for experimental physiology, and an ordinary chemical laboratory. There is no library accessible to students, no museum, and no pharmacological laboratory. Clinical facilities. The school has recently built a hospital in which there are 100 ward beds, not free, but available for clinical use. It is several miles distant. The usual supplementary clinics are held in other places also. A few rooms at the hospital are set aside for a dispensary. The attendance is small. Date of visit, March 1909. 3. Howard University Medical College, organized 1869, an integral part of Howard University. Entrance requirement, a high school course or its equivalent. Attendance 205, most of whom are working their way through. Practically all the students are colored. Teaching staff 52, 22 being professors, 30 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. The school budget calls for $40,000, of which $26,000 are supplied by student fees, most of the remainder by government appropriation. Though the school has been changed from a night to a day school, the fees raised from $80 to $100 and the admission requirements stiffened. The attendance is nevertheless increased. Laboratory facilities. The laboratory equipment includes anatomy, pathology, histology, bacteriology, and chemistry. There is no organized museum, though the school possesses a number of specimens, normal and pathological, charts, models, etc. Clinical facilities. Clinical facilities are provided at the new, thoroughly modern, and adequate government hospital of 278 free beds, with its dispensary closely identified with the medical school. A pavilion for contagious diseases alone is lacking. Date of visit, January 1910. 4. Army Medical School, organized 1822, offers laboratory courses covering 8 months to candidates who have passed their preliminary examinations as Army surgeons. Attendance 57. Teaching staff 10 instructors detached from the Army for the purpose. Laboratory facilities. Excellent teaching and working laboratories in cramped quarters are provided in the building occupied by the Great Library and Museum of the Surgeon General's Office. Date of visit, January 1910. 5. Navy Medical School offers laboratory courses covering 6 months to candidates who have passed preliminary examinations as Navy surgeons. Attendance 20. Teaching staff, several instructors detached from the service for 3 years or less. Laboratory facilities. Good teaching working laboratories are provided in the building formerly used for the Naval Observatory. Date of visit, January 1910. General considerations. Of the medical schools in Washington, Howard University has a distinct mission, that of training the Negro physician, and an assured future. The government has to some extent been the patron of the institution and has done its medical department an incalculably great service by the erection of the Freedmen's Hospital. Sound policy, educational as well as philanthropic, recommends that this hospital be made a more intimate part of Howard University, so that students may profit to the uttermost by its clinical opportunities. Its usefulness as a hospital in its immediate vicinity will be thereby increased, and its service to the colored race at large will be augmented to the extent to which it is used to educate their future physicians. The other 2 schools lack adequate resources as well as assured prospects. They are surrounded by medical schools, those of Richmond, Baltimore, Philadelphia, whose competition they cannot meet. Finally, the District of Columbia has relatively more physicians than any other part of the country. Should the district require, as it ought, a higher basis or even enforce an actual 4-year high school standard, both would suffer seriously. Neither school is now equal to the task of training physicians of modern type. Georgia. Population 2,557,412. Number of physicians 2,887. Ratio 1 to 886. Number of medical schools 5. Atlanta. Population 118,243. 1. Atlanta College of Physicians and Surgeons. Organized through merger, 1898, an independent school. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 286, about 63% from Georgia. Teaching staff 51, of whom 20 are professors. None of the teachers devotes full time to the school. Resources available for maintenance. The school has practically no resources but fees, amounting to $28,000. Laboratory facilities. It is perhaps the best equipped of all the schools of its grade. It has good buildings containing a good dissecting room, dissecting material, however somewhat scarce, a fairly equipped laboratory for physiology and physiological chemistry, one of the same character for histology and pathology, and a separate laboratory well equipped for bacteriology. Unfortunately, the school has no full-time instructors in these branches, so that, what with practitioner teachers and an inferior student body, the equipment cannot be used at its real value. There is a small library but no museum. Clinical facilities. Hospital facilities are furnished by the Grady Free City Hospital close by. Except in obstetrics, to which department students are not admitted, the clinical material is fairly abundant, but it cannot be effectively used, and the students are so unappreciative of their opportunities that attendance in the wards is very irregular. In the school building, a large suite of rooms is set aside for a dispensary. The attendance is ample, the methods old-fashioned. Date of visit, January 1909. 2. Atlanta School of Medicine. Organized 1905. An independent school. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 230. Not quite 70% from Georgia. Teaching staff 44, of whom 17 are professors, no one devoting whole time to the school. Resources available for maintenance. Fees and gifts amounting together to $20,000 to $25,000 annually. Laboratory facilities. Its laboratory equipment is slight, though it possesses some features uncommon in schools of its type. An excellent projectoscope, an X-ray machine, and a small, useful library. There is no museum. Clinical facilities. A suite of rooms in fair condition is only provided for a dispensary. Likewise, in the basement of the college, 2 wards containing 20 beds have been arranged. So far as they go, they are fairly well used. For the rest of its clinical instruction, the school depends mainly on the Grady Hospital, so far off, however, that the students do not conscientiously attend. Date of visit, January 1909. 3. Georgia College of Eclectic Medicine and Surgery. Organized 1877, an independent institution. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 66. Teaching staff 20, of whom 14 are professors and 6 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $5,655 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a building which, in respect to filthy conditions, has few equals but no superiors among medical schools. Its anatomy room, containing a single cadaver, is indescribably foul. Its chemical laboratory is composed of old tables and a few bottles, without water, drain, lockers, or reagents. The pathological and histological laboratory contains a few dirty slides and 3 ordinary microscopes. Clinical facilities. The school is practically without clinical facilities. Its outfit in obstetrics is limited to a tattered mannequin. Nothing more disgraceful calling itself a medical school can be found anywhere. Date of visit, February 1909. 4. Hospital Medical College, Eclectic. Organized 1908. This institution occupies a rear of a private infirmary, started in 1908 on 4 weeks' notice by succeeders from the Georgia College of Eclectic Medicine and Surgery, C3 above. It graduated 17 doctors at the close of its first year. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 43. Teaching staff 16, all of whom are professors. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $3,950 estimated. Laboratory facilities. In the matter of equipment, it is impossible to say what belongs to the school and what to the infirmary. At any rate, there is only one laboratory with any equipment worthy the name, that of pathology and bacteriology. Clinical facilities. The clinical facilities comprise the infirmary above mentioned, containing 16 beds. It is, of course, a pay infirmary. Date of visit, February 1909. Augusta. Population 45,582. 5. Medical College of Georgia. Organized in 1828, it has been since 1873 nominally the medical department of the State University, but is entirely controlled by its own separate board, and no liability for its debts or expenses shall be incurred by the university. The institution is therefore in effect a proprietary school. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 99, mostly from Georgia. 26 of these holds free county scholarships, in addition to which number the dean admits as many more as he pleases, generally at the request of congressmen. 18 students were admitted free in this way last year, hence 44 of the 99 students are free. Teaching staff, 33, of whom 18 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. The institution has no resources but fees, amounting to $6,835. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a building which contains an exceedingly foul dissecting room, a meagre equipment for elementary chemistry, a fair equipment for histology and pathology, and practically nothing for bacteriology. There is a small museum and a collection of several thousand books of mainly antiquarian interest. Clinical facilities. The city hospital adjoining containing 100 beds. Less than half of them occupied, at the time of the inspection, offers most of the clinical facilities. The Lamar Hospital is also available, but is more than a mile off, though described in the official catalogue of the State University as located only a short distance from the college. At the city hospital, the students get no obstetrical work because the cases mostly come at night and you can't get the students. At a Lamar Hospital, they get none because they are too busy. There is no evidence anywhere of clinical laboratory work. It was learned that at the city hospital there had been 2 post-mortems in 6 years. There is a dispensary at the city hospital, but no records are kept. Date of visit, February 1909. General considerations. The situation to be dealt with in this state is so simple that there is no room for difference of opinion as to what ought to be done. That every state in the South is overcrowded with doctors is generally admitted. Florida alone of the surrounding states lacks a medical school. Excess of doctors there. Ratio 1 to 865. The 2 eclectic schools, as utterly incapable of training doctors, should be summarily suppressed. The Augusta situation is hopeless. There is no possibility of developing there a medical school controlled by the university. The site is unpropitious, the distance too great. The university ought not much longer permit its name to be exploited by a low-grade institution, whose entrance terms, if the phrase can be used, are far below that of its academic department. It should snap the slender thread. The medical school will not long survive amputation. 2 schools remain at Atlanta, a growing city in close proximity to the University at Athens. It would be easy to consolidate these 2 institutions to form the medical department of the University of Georgia. The department could immediately adopt the general entrance requirements of the university, to be enforced by the university authorities. The faculty should, of course, be reconstructed and governed without a restriction on university lines. The city's growth ensures a fair clinic and probably material aid. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Flexner Report by Abraham Flexner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. Medical Schools of the United States and Canada, Part 2. Illinois. Population 5,717,229. Number of physicians 9,744. Ratio 1 to 586. Number of medical schools 14 plus 4 postgraduate schools. Chicago, population 2,282,927. 1. Rush Medical College. A divided school, since 1900 the instruction of the first and second years has been given wholly at the University of Chicago, of which it is an integral part. The third and fourth years given at the Cook County, the Presbyterian, and the Children's Memorial Hospitals, and in the laboratory buildings adjoining them, are merely affiliated with the university. Pedagogically, the two branches do not form an organic whole. Entrance requirement: 2 years of college work, strictly enforced, though a considerable part of the entering class is conditioned in part of the scientific requirement. Attendance 488, teaching staff 89 professors, and 141 of other grade, total 230. The laboratory work is in charge of men devoting their entire time to teaching and research. Resources available for maintenance. The instruction provided by the university is paid for out of the university funds and costs annually $45,738. The clinical division, carried by student fees and by contributions, costs $36,714, a total cost of $82,452. The total income in fees is $60,485. Laboratory facilities. The laboratory branches are most liberally provided for on the university grounds. The laboratories are complete in number and equipment, each manned by a full staff, all the members of which are engaged in investigation as well as in teaching. There is considerable difference of opinion among those engaged in teaching the scientific subjects as to how far the presentation should be deliberately medical in aim. Clinical facilities. Clinical facilities are provided by the Presbyterian Hospital, the staff of which is the faculty of the Rush Medical School, by the Cook County Hospital, and by other connections. The Presbyterian Hospital is an important adjunct, though thus far it is not by any means a genuine teaching hospital. It contains about 150 beds available for instruction. The Cook County Hospital will be discussed in connection with the general state situation. It is sufficient to say here that its abundant material is in a high degree valuable, though serious limitations upon its use exist. Rush holds 21 staff appointments. Dispensary facilities are entirely adequate. Date of visit, April 1909. 2. Northwestern University Medical Department. Organized 1859. It has borne its present title since 1891, an integral part of the university. Entrance requirement: 1 year of college work, hitherto loosely enforced. Attendance 522. Teaching staff 54 professors and 89 of other grade, 143 in all, 10 of whom devote their entire time to the school. Resources available for maintenance. Except for 2 professorships endowed to the extent of $60,700, the department lives on and pays for plant addition out of its fees now amounting to $89,076. Laboratory facilities. The school has the necessary laboratories, well equipped for routine work. More could be done, but that the full-time teachers lack the necessary assistance. Clinical facilities. These are provided by Mercy Hospital, Wesley Hospital, the Cook County Hospital, and other institutions. The Wesley Hospital, the staff of which comes wholly from the faculty of this school, contains 83 beds. It is, however, not primarily a teaching hospital, though it might apparently be recognized as such, with much advantage both to itself and to the medical school. The Cook County Hospital will be discussed below. Northwestern holds 12 staff appointments there. In general, materials abundant in amount and variety. The defects of the situation arise from the lack of financial resources and pedagogical control. Dispensary requirements are amply met. Date of visits: April 1909, December 1909. 3. College of Physicians and Surgeons, organized in 1882. Since 1896, normally the medical department of the University of Illinois, with which, however, only a contractual relation exists. Entrance requirement: a high school education or its equivalent, the latter hitherto very loosely interpreted, though somewhat stricter action has been enforced this year. The policy of the institution has been to accept students who satisfied the Illinois law as administered by the present state board. The requirement has, therefore, been more or less nominal. Advanced standing has been accorded to students from decidedly inferior schools, some of them among the worst institutions in the country. These students were examined, only those who passed being accepted, but the fact that, with the teaching they have had, they can pass inconclusive as to the nature of the examination. Attendance 517, about 60% from Illinois. Teaching staff 198, of whom 42 are professors, 156 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. The institution is practically dependent on its fees, amounting to $80,155 estimated, and has a large floating debt. Laboratory facilities. The school has the following laboratories: physiology, well-equipped; pharmacology and chemistry, mediocre; anatomy, pathology, and bacteriology, adequate. There are full-time professors of anatomy and physiology, without skilled assistants or helpers. Their work is limited to routine. The school has a large library. Clinical facilities. For these, the school relies on the Cook County Hospital, the staff of which it holds 11 appointments, and on a number of other institutions to which its students are admitted under the usual limitations. Prominent among these is the so-called University Hospital, which may be cited as a typical instance of the misleading character of catalogue representations. The title itself is a misnomer, for the hospital is a university hospital not in the sense that large teaching advantages exist for the benefit of the university, but only in the sense that to the existing opportunities, restricted as they are, students from other schools are not admitted at all. The catalogue states that it contains 100 beds, and its clinical advantages are used exclusively for the students of this college. Not, however, the clinical advantages of the 100 beds, for 52 of them are private. Its clinical advantages shrink on investigation to 3 weekly amphitheater clinics of slight pedagogic value and 4 ward clinics in obstetrics, each of the latter attended by some 12 or 14 students in a ward containing 13 beds. Supplementary connections give access to large surgical clinics. The dispensary service is in general adequate. Date of visits: April 1909, December 1909. 4. Chicago College of Medicine and Surgery. Organized 1901 and since 1902. The Medical Department of Valparaiso, Indiana University, up to 1905, an eclectic institution. Entrance requirement: a high school education or its equivalent, interpreted to include anything that the State Board will accept. Attendance: the school had an enrollment of 315 in 1907-08, and of 366 in 1908-09. The senior class the former year numbering 95, the freshmen 69. This disproportion is largely due to the fact that advanced standing has been indiscriminately granted to students who had previously attended low-grade institutions, some of them now defunct. Credit has been allowed to former students of even the worst of the Chicago night schools. Teaching staff: the school has a faculty of 71, of whom 37 are professors. There are no full-time teachers, though some of the scientific branches are taught by full-time teachers of Valparaiso University, who come to the Chicago department on certain days weekly. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $43,430 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The equipment throughout is ordinary, the usual laboratories being provided. There are few teaching accessories. Clinical facilities. Clinical facilities are inadequate, being limited in the main to an adjoining hospital of 75 beds, of which 1/4 can be used for teaching, and the Cook County Hospital, on the staff of which the school has 2 representatives. The dispensary has a fair attendance and is in some respects well organized. Date of visit: April 1909. 5. Bennett Medical College, organized 1868, and up to 1909 an eclectic school, a stock company, practically owned by the dean of the school. There are enough others to legalize the thing. Entrance requirement: nominal compliance with the Illinois law on the subject. A pre-medical department, Jefferson Park Academy, recruited by solicitors, has been organized by way of feeding the medical school. A vigorous advertising and soliciting system is operated. Attendance 181, about 1/2 from Illinois. Teaching staff 42, of whom 21 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. fees amounting to $19,380 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school building is in wretched condition. One badly kept room is devoted to anatomy. It contained a few cadavers as dry as leather. Another in similar condition is given to chemistry. There is slight provision for pathology and bacteriology. Equipment for physiology is sufficient only for simple demonstrations. There are no teaching accessories worthy of mention. Clinical facilities. These comprise a pay hospital of 45 beds, in which it is claimed that 20 are made available for teaching use by means of free medical, not hospital, services, and 2 places on the Cook County Hospital staff. The clinical facilities are utterly inadequate. There is a small dispensary. The institution is frankly commercial. Its change of name, dropping eclectic, is a business move. Date of visit, April 1909. 6. American Medical Missionary College, organized 1895. This school gives the bulk of its instruction at Battle Creek, Michigan, which see for complete account. 7. Jenner Medical College, organized 1892. A night school, occupying 3 upper floors of a business house, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, nominal compliance with state law. A 1-year medical class is operated by way of satisfying the law. Attendance, 112. Teaching staff, 37, of whom 28 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $12,880 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The equipment consists of a meager outfit for chemistry, a somewhat better equipment for physiology, though no animals were to be seen, and a slight outfit for pathology and bacteriology. Anatomy is taught by lecturers with the cadaver, from the beginning of the year until May 15, after which there is dissecting until the close of the year. Clinical facilities. Clinical facilities are practically nil, 1 or 2 night clinics being all that the school claims to offer. The school once had access to Grace Hospital, a private institution of 30 beds, but has recently been turned out for failure to pay for the privilege. The dispensary attendance varies from 2 to 10, 4 nights weekly. No particular rooms for dispensary purposes are provided. Patients are taken right to the rooms where the classes are. An out-and-out commercial enterprise. The instruction is plainly a quiz compend drill aimed at the written examinations set by the State Board of Illinois and of other states. The possibility of teaching medicine acceptably in a night school is discussed below. Page 216, note. Date of visit, April 1909. 8. Illinois Medical College, organized 1894. 9. Reliance Medical College, organized 1907. These 2 schools are bracketed because they are only different aspects of one enterprise worked in 2 shifts, one body of students attending by day, the other by night. The plant is thus in continuous performance. It is owned by its president, who is in the main assisted in the scientific branches by recent college graduates, to whom small sums are paid. In the clinical branches by young physicians who tender their services gratis in order to work up their business. The day school is affiliated with the Loyola University. Entrance requirement, of the kind usual in Illinois' commercial medical schools. A pre-medical class, running 3 hours each night, covers in 1 year the work of 2 high school years. A boy who is engaged all day in trade can thus finish 2 years English, Latin, and mathematics at night in a single session. It is probable that the pre-medical course will be lengthened to 2 such years, equivalent to an entire high school course attended to the Illinois idea. Attendance, Reliance Medical College, 83, Illinois Medical College, 69. Teaching staff. The night medical school, Reliance, has a faculty of 44, 23 being professors. The day branch, Illinois Medical, has a faculty of 73, 38 being professors. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $9,945, Reliance estimated, $9,175, Illinois estimated. Laboratory facilities. The equipment conforms to legal stipulations. There is a library, the beginnings of a museum, an ordinary dissecting room, a small amount of apparatus for physiology, and fair laboratories, as things go, for chemistry, histology, pathology, and bacteriology. The laboratories are in good condition and are really used. Clinical facilities. Day students. Some 8 or 10 hours weekly for junior and senior classes in scattered hospitals. Work almost wholly surgical. 1 or 2 hours daily in the dispensary in the college building. Students see no contagious diseases. Obstetrical work is all outpatient. Night students. About 6 hours weekly at the Cook County Hospital between 6:30 and 9:30 p.m. Opportunities being limited to looking on at surgical work. Dispensary nightly. The night students see no children's diseases, no acute medical diseases at the bedside, no contagious diseases. Date of visits, April 1909, December 1909. 10. National Medical University. A night school organized in 1891 as homeopathic, which word was subsequently dropped. Ostensibly the medical department of the Chicago Night University, which claims departments of arts, law, dentistry, pharmacy, etc., the school appears to be owned by the dean. Entrance requirement. Entrance is of the same basis as in other night schools. A preparatory department is also in operation. Attendance 150. Free transportation from Chicago to Vienna by way of New York, London, Paris, etc. is offered to any graduate who has for 3 years or more paid regular fees in cash. Teaching staff 36. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $22,500 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a badly lighted building containing nothing that can be dignified by the name of equipment. There had been no dissecting thus far, October to the middle of April, anatomy being didactically taught. Persistent inquiry for the dissecting room was, however, finally rewarded by the sight of a dirty, unused, and almost inaccessible room containing a putrid corpse, several of the members of which had been hacked off. There is a large room called the chemical laboratory, its equipment locked up, the tables spotless, about 10 oil immersion microscopes so claimed, also locked up in the storeroom. There is not even a pretense of anything else. Classes in session were all taking dictation. Clinical facilities. The top floor is the hospital. It contained 2 lonely patients. Access to a private hospital 2 miles distant is also claimed. Recently, this school has been declared by the Illinois State Board of Health as not in good standing. The same action was taken once before, but was afterwards revoked. Just why is impossible to find out, for the school was after the revocation just exactly what it was at the time of its suspension, and it is the same today. Date of visit, April 1909. 11. College of Medicine and Surgery, Physio-Medical, organized 1885, an independent school. Entrance requirement. Such as satisfies the present interpretation of the law. A diligent search in the office desk and safe failed to discover any credentials of students now in the school. Attendance 33. Teaching staff 42, of whom 33 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. The school has no resources but fees amounting to $2,935 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The equipment is very meagre. Clinical facilities. Clinical facilities amount to little. There were in the hospital last year 167 patients, over one-half surgical, and there is an annual attendance of 250 in the dispensary. Date of visit, April 1909. 12. Herring Medical College, Homeopathic, organized 1892. This school teaches homeopathic doctrine in its original purity. Entrance requirement, high school or equivalent. Attendance 32. Teaching staff 44, of whom 30 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $3,360 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The equipment is very meagre. Clinical facilities. These are very limited. Students are not admitted to the adjoining hospital. There is a small dispensary. Date of visit, April 1909. 13. Hayman Medical College, Homeopathic, organized 1859, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, high school or equivalent. Attendance 130. Teaching staff 84, of whom 38 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $14,300 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a building wretchedly dirty, excepting only the single laboratory, fairly equipped, devoted to pathology and bacteriology. The equipment covers, in a meagre way, also anatomy, physiology, histology, chemistry. Clinical facilities. In the adjoining hospital, there are accommodations in the wards for 60 beds, but there are no ward clinics. The superintendent is a layman who does not believe in admitting students to the wards. There is no regular way for them to see common acute diseases, as only amphitheatre clinics are held. Hospital interns do all the obstetrical work. Students look on. The school also holds 2 appointments on the surgical side in the Cook County Hospital. There is a fair dispensary. Date of visit, April 1909. 14. Little John College of Osteopathy, an undisguised commercial enterprise. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 75. Teaching staff 43. Resources available for maintenance. Fees and income from patients. Laboratory facilities. Practically none. At the time of the visit, some rebuilding was in progress, in consequence of which even such laboratories as are claimed were, except that of elementary chemistry, entirely out of commission and likely to remain so for months. But teaching goes on all the same. Classrooms were practically bare except for chairs and a table. Clinical facilities. The Little John Hospital, a pay institution of 20 beds, mostly surgical, which can be of little use. It was claimed, too, that medicine and surgery are taught in the school, and colour is lent to the statement by the presence on the faculty of physicians, teaching materia, medica, etc. Date of visit, December 1909. 15. The Postgraduate Medical School and Hospital, a stock company. Teaching staff 98. Resources available for maintenance, fees. Laboratory facilities, a good working clinical laboratory. Clinical facilities. The school offers clinical instruction in its own hospital, containing a small number of beds, as in other Chicago institutions. The instruction is attended by physicians for periods varying from a few weeks to a year. Date of visit, April 1909. 16. Chicago Polyclinic. A postgraduate institution organized as a stock company, offers special courses to graduated physicians. Attendance, perhaps 30 at any given time, a total of 350 in the course of a year. Teaching staff 92, 30 being professors, 62 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance, fees. Laboratory facilities. A small clinical laboratory, the instruction and teaching being given by a first-year student in one of the night schools. In the absence of the instructor, he also conducts classes. Clinical facilities. The main reliance is a polyclinic hospital of 80 beds, 2/3 of them surgical. Date of visit, December 1909. 17. Chicago Ear, Eye, Nose and Throat College, a stock company offering courses in certain specialities. Attendance 20 on average. Average period of residence 2 months. A few remain 6 to 12 months. Teaching staff 22. Resources available for maintenance, fees. Facilities. A fairly equipped dispensary with a daily attendance of 15 to 20 new patients. A hospital of 10 ward beds, empty at time of visit, but full a week ago. The work is all immediately practical. There are no facilities for fundamental or intensive instruction or effort. Date of visit, December 1909. 18. Illinois Postgraduate School, a stock company. Entrance requirement, the MD degree. Attendance, 6 to 8 at any given time. Teaching staff, 36, of whom 26 are professors, 10 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance, fees. Laboratory facilities, practically none. Clinical facilities. The school offers courses at the West Side Hospital, a private institution of 86 beds, occupied mostly by surgical cases. There is a large dispensary. Date of visit, December 1909. General considerations. The city of Chicago is, in respect to medical education, the plague spot of the country. The state law is fairly adequate, for it empowers the Board of Health to establish a standard of preliminary education, laboratory equipment, and clinical facilities, thus fixing the conditions which shall entitle a school to be considered reputable. In pursuance of these powers, the Board has made the 4-year high school or its equivalent the basis, and has enumerated the essentials of the medical course. including, among other things, clinical instruction through 2 annual terms. With the indubitable convenience of the State Board, these provisions are, and have long been, flagrantly violated. Of the 14 undergraduate medical schools above described, the majority exist and prepare candidates for the Illinois State Board examinations in unmistakable contravention of the law of the State Board rules. The schools are as follows: 1. Chicago College of Medicine and Surgery, Valparaiso University. 2. Heinemann Medical College. 3. Henry Medical College. 4. Illinois Medical College. 5. Bennett Medical College. 6. Physio Medical College of Medicine and Surgery. 7. Jenner Medical College. 8. National Medical University. 9. Reliance Medical College. 10. Little John College of Osteopathy. Of these, only one, the National Medical University, has been deprived of good standing by the State Board. With that exception, a large proportion of their attendance offers for admission an equivalent, which is not an equivalent in any sense whatsoever. It is nevertheless accepted without question by the State Board, though the statute explicitly states that it can exact an equivalent by satisfactory examination. In the case of the night schools, for instance, 1 or 2 years' requirements are satisfied by coaching 1 night a week in each of the several subjects. 1 evening is devoted to Latin, the next to English, the next to mathematics. There is absolutely no guarantee that the candidate accepted on the equivalent basis has had an education even remotely resembling the high school training which the Illinois law intends as the minimum upon which it will recognize a candidate for the physician's license. If the State Board should, as in duty bound, publicly brand these schools as not in good standing by reason of their failure to require a suitable preliminary education of their students, their graduates would be immediately excluded from practice in Illinois. Adjoining states would rapidly follow suit, with the result that the schools would shortly be exterminated. Fortunately, the case against them does not rest alone on the question of entrance requirements, for not a single one of the schools mentioned furnishes clinical opportunities in proper abundance, and some of them even fail to provide the stipulated training in other branches, e.g. anatomy. An efficient and intelligent administration of the law would thus reduce in short order the medical schools of Chicago to 3, Rush, Northwestern, and the College of Physicians and Surgeons. In the matter of entrance requirements, Rush alone is secure. The College of Physicians and Surgeons rests on the high school or equivalent basis. If a scholastic equivalent, such as would be acceptable to the academic department of the state university, is insisted on, the registration would be seriously diminished. Northwestern is in a similar plight. It requires now a high school education or equivalent, followed by a year of college, which it does not get. At both Northwestern and the College of Physicians and Surgeons, the inequality and incapability of the present school body are frankly conceded. These facilities are better than the students, said a professor at the former. The admission machinery doesn't stop the unfit, said a professor of the latter. That both these schools will be driven by internal and external forces to a higher level, actually enforced, is inevitable. When that happens, their attendance will materially shrink, and as higher standards will check the invasion of medical schools by drifting weavers, and will tend to keep the number of doctors in more nearly normal relation to the needs of the population, it is not likely that either school will again attain its former size. This consideration is rendered additionally important because it portends a marked reduction in income through fees upon which both schools still depend. In the matter of teaching facilities, the 3 schools under discussion satisfy the law, but they satisfy the aspiration of their faculties only in varying degrees. The scientific work of the University of Chicago, relied on by Rush, is excellent. The provision made by Northwestern and the College of Physicians and Surgeons is distinctly inferior to it. Assuming that Northwestern will rise to an actual 1 or 2 year college basis, it must provide correspondingly increased facilities both for the higher grade students and for the more productive teaching body which these students will demand. There are, for instance, several full-time instructors, but they are without an adequate force of assistants. The needs of the College of Physicians and Surgeons are much greater. Its laboratory facilities and equipment are inadequate even for the present student body, and it has barely begun the development of a full-time teaching staff in the scientific branches. Both these schools face an era of increased investment in plant and of considerably augmented running expenses. coinciding with a period of reduced income from tuition fees. On the clinical side, Rush and Northwestern do not differ substantially. The College of Physicians and Surgeons is somewhat inferior. Both Rush and Northwestern have an exclusive staff connection with certain hospitals. That hospital situation is therefore, as things go in this country, tolerable. They command a sufficient number of cases, subject, however, to two defects that will be more acutely felt as clearer ideals become dominant in medical education. 1. They are not in position freely to import clinical teachers, nor 2. Can they in general discontinue a professorial appointment without the same extent abridging their clinical resources. None of them completely controls, even in a single hospital, the conditions under which clinical instruction is given. The Cook County Hospital is common to all three. Its relations to the medical schools have been subject to variation and disturbance. The instruction is conducted by a lay warden, who, through a politician, is now friendly to the schools. At present, the staff is selected by civil service examination every 6 years. Rush now holds twice as many appointments as either of the other two schools, a discrepancy that may be either emphasized, obliterated, or reversed at the next examination. The main clinical facilities of the several schools are thus precarious. They are also limited. A recent unpleasantness, due according to one version, to a quarrel between certain doctors and some nurses who objected to the careless way in which the doctors replaced the bed sheets, has resulted in the exclusion of students from the wards. Patients are exhibited in rooms. The incident involves serious limitations upon teaching methods and illustrates the uncertainty which attaches to mere privileges and courtesies. Cases cannot be assigned for intensive study to particular students. Hospital residents make the records and do the clinical laboratory work. The undergraduate student can see conditions in abundance. He cannot at close range observe processes in development. The Cook County Hospital is therefore, from a strictly educational point of view, not a laboratory in which beginners can be trained in a thorough technique. It is, however, immensely valuable as a storehouse of illustrative material for students who have elsewhere received a satisfactory preliminary discipline. None of the supplementary hospitals used by the schools cures these defects. They are too small. Their purpose is only secondarily educational. Friction is liable to arise over efforts to retain patients for teaching purposes. The students remain more or less outsiders. The modernization of medical education in Chicago requires, then, that 2 of the 3 schools in question should greatly strengthen their laboratory instruction, and that all 3 should strengthen their clinical instruction. The number of students to be provided for is a factor in determining a definite line of procedure. Rush has on its 2-year college basis 488 students. Northwestern had in its first-year class, on a very loosely enforced 1-year college basis, 66. The inevitable 2-year standard will greatly reduce this number. Should the College of Physicians and Surgeons go to the 2-year college standard, an inevitable development, if it lives, it would suffer similarly. It seems fair to estimate, then, that the actual number of medical students in Chicago on a 2-year college basis will not be too large to be cared for in a single school adequately equipped with laboratories and hospital. As medical education on the proper basis cannot be attempted outside a university, and as none of the 3 universities now teaching medicine in Chicago is likely to abandon the field to the others, it is suggested, in the interest of efficiency and economy, that 1. Each of the 3 universities continue to provide, like the University of Chicago, the instruction of the first 2 years. 2. All 3 universities combine to form a clinical department under joint management, the first step towards which would be a concerted effort to procure a proper hospital for the use of 3rd and 4th year men. The sum necessary to procure 3 such hospitals is so large that it is highly improbable that as separate institutions the schools can acquire separate and adequate clinical departments. Inasmuch as there is no demand for graduates exceeding the capacity of 1 clinical school, it would be sheer extravagance to equip 3 on the basis provided. The Cook County and other hospitals would, on the suggested arrangement, play the part for which they are exactly suited in furnishing illustrative material for advanced students whose discipline has been elsewhere looked to, and in making possible the development of instruction for graduates in all the specialities. A form of opportunity for which, just for lack of differentiation and organization, our physicians are still forced to go abroad. A great opportunity is thus fairly within the grasp of Chicago. The conditions to its realization are honesty and intelligence on the part of the state authorities and cooperation between the three great universities of the state. The execution of this plan might set the country at large to thinking on the wisdom and necessity of coordinating our educational enterprises. Elsewhere thus far, our higher education has worn a competitive aspect. Some good has been thus accomplished, but now that local or numerical competition can be replaced by scientific and scholarly competition, to which the entire country and indeed the civilized world are parties, we begin to realize the waste and demoralization due to institutional competition. It is difficult to see how the state of Illinois, which in the interest of public health ought to be a factor in medical education, can make an effective contribution thereto except by cooperation with the Chicago schools. Should the state seek to develop its own school in Chicago with the inevitable low tuition fees, great friction must result. Much preferable to conflict would be the withdrawal of the state from participation in clinical instruction altogether, content, in that event, with a half-school at Urbana, strengthened, be it hoped, by state laboratories of public health. The entire situation presents a rare opportunity for educational statesmanship. Indiana. Population 2,808,115. Number of physicians 5,036. Ratio 1 to 558. Number of medical schools 2. Bloomington, Indianapolis. Population Bloomington 8,902. Indianapolis 249,426. 1. Indiana University School of Medicine. Started at Bloomington, 1903, it first gave 2 years' work at Bloomington, 1905, and the entire course at Indianapolis, 1909, through absorption of the local school. The double department is an organic part of the state university. Entrance requirement, 1 year of college work. Attendance, 266, 94% from Indiana. Teaching staff, 175, of whom 99 are professors. The laboratory branches at Bloomington are taught by full-time teachers, some of whom will, for a while, divide their time between Indianapolis and Bloomington. The Indianapolis teachers are otherwise all practitioners. Resources available for maintenance. Both departments will be hereafter supported out of the general funds of the university, as the Bloomington department has hitherto been, at a heavy loss, of course. Fees, amounting at Indianapolis and Bloomington together to $31,340, are paid into the university treasury. Laboratory facilities. At Bloomington, separate laboratories with good equipment are provided for pathology and bacteriology, physiology and pharmacology, and anatomy, the last name strong in histology and neurology. Embryology is taught in the Department of Biology, physiological chemistry in the Department of Chemistry. Books and periodicals are accessible. At Indianapolis, the laboratories of the absorbed school were limited, but the university has already taken some steps to bring them up to the level of the Bloomington department. Clinical facilities. Clinical instruction will be given at Indianapolis alone. The city dispensary is under control of the school faculty and has just been placed in charge of a man of modern training. The attendance has been good. The city hospital staff is appointed by the Board of Health on nomination of the university. The facilities are fair, but they have been used to little advantage in the past. There is no pavilion for contagious diseases. Date of visit December 1909. Valparaiso. Population 6,280. 2. Valparaiso University. This institution offers first 2 years at Valparaiso and all 4 in Chicago. See Chicago College of Medicine and Surgery. The 2-year department was organized in 1901. Entrance requirement. A high school course or its equivalent. Attendance 25. Teaching staff. 2 instructors conduct the classes in physiology, pathology, bacteriology, and anatomy in the medical building. Chemistry, materia medica, and pharmacy are taught by men who give courses in these same branches to other students. The pathologist spends 1/3 of his time in the Chicago department. Resources available for maintenance, fees only. Laboratory facilities. There is a simple but good equipment for teaching the necessary branches in an elementary form, pathology being perhaps the weakest by reason of the small amount of gross material available. The time of the teachers is consumed in routine work. Date of visit December 1909. General considerations. The situation in the state is, thanks to the intelligent attitude of the university, distinctly hopeful, though it will take time to work it out fully. The university has just secured complete control of the Indianapolis school. The State Board has already come to its help by making the 2-year college standard, in force at the university in 1910, the legal minimum for practice within the state. This places medical education in Indiana, as it already is in Minnesota, in the hands of the state university. The Bloomington department has been of such a character that it was easily possible to make it worthy of college-bred students, but the detachment of its teachers for regular service at Indianapolis should not long continue. While it is highly important that close relations be encouraged, it is necessary to accomplish this by progressively strengthening the Indianapolis end. The Indianapolis school has been of the ordinary local type, of the better sort. In order to make the school attractive to highly qualified students, it will be necessary, 1. To employ full-time men in the work of the first 2 years. 2. To strengthen the laboratory equipment. 3. Greatly to improve the organization and conduct of the clinical courses. The trustees have formally committed themselves to this policy. It would appear necessary for some years to regard the needs of the Indianapolis department as a first line on the increasing income of the university, if the university is to make good the ideals indicated by its entrance requirement. It can do Indiana no greater service in any direction. That done, Indiana will be one of the few states that has successfully solved the problem of medical education. Iowa. Population 2,192,608. Number of physicians 3,624. Ratio 1 to 605. Number of medical schools 4. Des Moines. Population 89,113. 1. Drake University College of Medicine. Organized in 1882 as an independent school, it became a university department in 1900. Entrance requirement: a 4-year high school education. Attendance 106. Teaching staff 16 professors and 29 of other grade, total 45. There are no whole-time teachers. Student assistants are employed in the laboratories. Resources available for maintenance. The school is practically dependent on its fees, the volume of which is not large, for the funds of the university are too slender to permit any considerable allotment to the medical department. The total budget of the department was $12,417, of which $9,505 came from student fees, $1,239 from interest. Laboratory facilities. Modest laboratories, whose condition speaks well for the conscientiousness of those in charge, are provided for chemistry, anatomy, pathology, and bacteriology. The provision for physiology is somewhat more slender. Clinical facilities. The school conducts clinics by courtesy at 2 hospitals, where instruction is given in a demonstrative way for some 12 to 15 hours weekly. The opportunities are in every respect inadequate, the time is too short. The amount of material available too little, and the opportunities open to students too limited. A fair amount of obstetrical work is obtained. The school owns and controls a small dispensary, fairly well equipped and painstakingly conducted. Date of visit April 1909. 2. Still College of Osteopathy. Organized 1898. An independent school. Entrance requirement: less than a common school education. Attendance 115. Teaching staff 15, of whom 13 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $17,250 estimated. Laboratory facilities. These are mainly limited to signs. Anatomy is painted prominently on a door which, on being opened, reveals an amphitheater. Physiology on a door which, on being opened, reveals a classroom with an almost empty bookcase, but no laboratory equipment. The key to histology could not be found. Chemistry proved to be a disorderly elementary laboratory with some slight outfit for bacteriology besides. The dissecting room was inadequate and disorderly. Clinical facilities. The school makes no pretense of having hospital facilities. The catalogue states cases, pay cases of course, needing hospital service are placed in the hospitals of the city where the students cannot see them. The catalogue says of the infirmary, the patient in no way comes in contact with your college clinic. Everything about the school indicates that it is a business. One is therefore not surprised to find the following advertisement in the local newspaper. Have your case diagnosed at Stewart College Osteopathy, 1442 Locust Street, Des Moines, Register and Leader, November 3, 1909. Date of visit, April 1909. Iowa City, population 9007. 3. State University of Iowa College of Medicine, organized 1869, an organic department of the State University. Entrance requirement, 1 year of college work. Attendance, 267, 87% from Iowa. Teaching staff, 32, of whom 12 are professors. The laboratory instructors devote full time to their work. The clinical teachers are practitioners, some of them non-resident. The professor of surgery resides at Sioux City. The professor of gynecology, who is likewise dean of the department, at Dubuque. Resources available for maintenance. The department is supported by state appropriations. Its income from fees is $13,707. Its budget $35,216. The university hospital budget is $33,745. Chemistry, general expense, light, heat, etc., and a share of expense of general administration are not included in these figures. Laboratory facilities. The equipment and instruction in the scientific branches are, in general, good. This is particularly true of anatomy, which is moderately cared for. The departments of pathology and physiology lack a sufficient number of skilled assistants. An excellent museum and books are at hand. Clinical facilities. The university hospital is, as it now stands, too small. The amount of material available in medicine, obstetrics, and contagious diseases has been fairly limited. An appropriation of $75,000 has, however, been made for the purpose of increasing the hospital capacity. The methods of clinical teaching hitherto pursued have not been entirely modern, mainly for lack of proper organization and material. Supplementary clinical material is obtainable at the Sisters Hospital and the Tuberculosis Sanitarium. The dispensary is just in process of development. The dispensary clinic is so far largely limited to the eye, ear, nose, and throat. Date of visit, November 1909. 4. State University of Iowa College of Homeopathic Medicine, organized 1877, an organic department of the State University. Entrance requirement, a 4-year high school education. Attendance, 42, 83% from Iowa. Teaching staff, 10 professors and 15 of other grade. The professor of Materia Medica and Therapeutics, who is likewise dean of the department, resides at Des Moines. The professor of theory and practice at Davenport. Resources available for maintenance. The department is supported by state appropriations. Its income from fees is $1,864. Its budget is $5,453. Its hospital budget is $7,847. The school budget does not include expense incurred for laboratory instruction, for a reason that the next paragraph will explain. Laboratory facilities. Homeopathic students receive their laboratory instruction together with regular students of medicine, though there is now a difference of 1 year of college work, and there will be next year a difference of 2 such years in their preparation, unless a resolution adopted by the Board of Education establishing the same basis of admission in the 2 departments becomes effective before that time. Clinical facilities. The department possesses a hospital of 35 beds, quite inadequate to its purpose. The dispensary is correspondingly slender. Operating, during part of last year, it received only 134 cases, of which 101 were diseases of the eye, ear, nose, and throat. Date of visit, April 1909. General considerations. Iowa is a state in which there are now between 2 and 3 times as many doctors as are really needed. The population of the state is increasing slowly, if at all. There is, then, from the standpoint of the public interest, no reason why a great number of physicians should be produced. There is no reason why any physician should be graduated unless his entrance into the profession will actually improve it. Further dilution would be unpardonable. Of the 4 medical schools in the state, none is at this time satisfactory. The osteopathic school at Des Moines is a disgrace to the state and should be summarily suppressed. In the absence of police power to terminate its career in this way, its graduates, undertaking as they do to treat all sorts of diseases, should be compelled to meet whatever standards are applied to other practitioners. The medical department of Drake University and the homeopathic department of the State University are well-intentioned but feeble institutions that only a large outlay could convert into acceptable and efficient schools. Elevation of standards will probably embarrass rather than aid, for the urgent necessity of additional outlay will coincide with a decrease in the revenues on which Drake, at least, wholly depends. It will be the part of wisdom to retire from a contest to which the institution is clearly unequal. At any rate, it ought to be content to limit its endeavour to the work of the first 2 years. The homeopathic department of the State University has now a small attendance on a relatively low entrance basis. As its students receive their scientific instruction, with the classes now on a 1-year and hereafter to be on a 2-year college basis, it is clear that the entrance standard of the homeopathic department must be correspondingly elevated. The already slender enrollment is therefore destined still further to shrink. For no small a body of students the state is not likely to provide increased clinical facilities and a resident faculty of its own. Wisdom would therefore counsel the adoption of Iowa, of the Minnesota plan. The 2 medical departments of the State University should be consolidated, with a provision for special teaching in materia medica and therapeutics for students who desire the homeopathic diploma. The 2 university hospitals could thus be added together. The smaller would perhaps be devoted to obstetrics. The larger, with the additional wing now to be added, would provide comfortably for general medical and surgical clinics. The creation of a strong resident faculty and the adoption of a liberal and enlightened policy in dealing with the sick poor of the state would place Iowa City in position to duplicate the honorable record which the University of Michigan has, under similar circumstances, made at Ann Arbor. Kansas. Population 1,663,438. Number of physicians 2,650. Ratio 1 to 628. Number of medical schools 3. Lawrence Rosedale. Population Lawrence 13,678. Rosedale 3,270. Suburb of the 2 Kansas cities. Population 286,074. 1. University of Kansas School of Medicine. The scientific department at Lawrence was organized in 1899. The clinical department at Rosedale was organized by merger with a local school in 1905. Entrance requirement: 2 years of college work. Attendance: 89, 79 from Kansas, 8 from Missouri. Teaching staff. At Lawrence, anatomy, physiology, and bacteriology are taught by teachers whose instruction is confined to medical students, but the professor of anatomy is also professor of gynecology at Rosedale and practices his specialty. The pathologist is expected to eke out his income by outside work. Physiology, chemistry, and pharmacy are taught in general laboratories devoted to those subjects. The medical classes are not always separate. At Rosedale there is a teaching staff of 63, of whom 24 are professors. 2 of them devote their whole time to teaching pathology, bacteriology, and clinical pathology. The third, the dean of this end, likewise gives his entire time to the school and hospital. Resources available for maintenance. The medical school shares in the general funds of the university. The budget for the current year is about $17,000 for the scientific department and $23,000 for the clinical department. Income and fees, $5,030. Laboratory facilities. The laboratories for anatomy, chemistry, and physiology are good and in active operation. Pathology and bacteriology are, so far, less highly developed. Books and current scientific periodicals are accessible. Clinical facilities. The clinical department has a small hospital of 35 beds, not used, however, to the best advantage, partly because the faculty is not composed of men whose training has been modern, partly because, being practitioners, they cannot devote time enough to teaching. The school enjoys additional privileges of the usual kind at a Catholic hospital in Kansas City, Kansas, and at the City Hospital in Kansas City, Missouri. The obstetrical work is mainly outpatient. Contagious diseases are rarely seen. On the whole, far too little clinical material under proper control is offered. An excellent building, well equipped, devoted to pathology, clinical pathology and bacteriology adjoins the university hospital. It contains a few books and some current periodicals. 2 dispensaries are available, one at the Rosedale building, not used for teaching until this year, the other the so-called North End dispensary, where a fair amount of material has hitherto been handled in an incredibly slipshod manner. Each of the 2 parts of the University School of Medicine has its own dean. For all practical purposes, the university conducts 2 half schools. Date of visit November 1909. 2. Western Eclectic College of Medicine and Surgery, organized 1898, a stock company. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 21. Teaching staff 32, of whom 30 are professors, 2 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to perhaps $1,600 this year. Laboratory facilities. These comprise a few small, indescribably dirty and disorderly rooms containing 3 microscopes, a small amount of physiological apparatus, and some bacteriological stains, a few filthy specimens, and meagre equipment for elementary chemistry, but no running water. All laboratory work is conducted by one teacher, who serves in the same capacity in the local osteopathic and homeopathic schools and does commercial work besides. No anatomy was going on at the time of the visit, as dissection runs only from January 8 to March 12. Clinical facilities. Practically none. A register room is called the dispensary, and an attendance of about 3 a day is claimed. It is hoped that this can be worked up to 6 a day. The catalogue states that clinics are held weekly at the Kansas City, Missouri General Hospital, but the statement is denied by the superintendent of the hospital. Date of visit November 1909. Topeka, population 45,143. 3. Kansas Medical College, established 1890. Since 1902, the medical department of Washburn College, which teaches chemistry to the medical students, but is without control of appointments in the medical faculty. Entrance requirement, a 4-year high school course or its equivalent. Attendance 65, 92% from Kansas. Teaching staff 47, 31 being professors. There are no instructors giving their whole time to the school, except in so far as chemistry above mentioned is concerned. Resources available for maintenance. Practically only fees amounting to $4,876 a year. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a 3-story building on the upper floors of which there have been improvised laboratories for pathology and bacteriology. They contain the necessary equipment for routine teaching, but are poorly kept. There is a small amount of apparatus for physiological demonstrations. The dissecting room is indescribably filthy. It contained, in addition to necessary tables, a single badly hacked cadaver, and was simultaneously used as a chicken yard. There is no museum, only a few old books, some charts, a few models, etc. Clinical facilities. A total of 11 hours a week of clinical instruction, only 9 of which can be attended by any one student, is offered at 4 different hospitals. The opportunities, limited as they are largely surgical. The feeling towards this school is unusually cordial, but the hospitals lack the necessary equipment and organization for effective teaching. At the time the school was visited, a small room was used for a dispensary. The attendance was slight. There was no equipment at all. Recently, larger quarters have been provided. Date of visit November 1909. General considerations. Recent action making a year of college work the minimum preliminary to practice in Kansas will wipe out the eclectic school at Kansas City and the Topeka school, both of which would, however, die out even on the present standard. The future of medical education in the state, therefore, very properly lies with the state university. This institution has shown the desire to provide instruction of high grade by raising its entrance requirements until they now call for 2 years of college work. But it did not realize that it was incumbent upon it to improve facilities and instruction at the same time. Great efforts must therefore be made to hasten their development, for the high entrance requirement is already in force. The school is now a divided school. It would be a simple matter to develop the laboratory end at Lawrence. It will be difficult and expensive to develop the clinical end at Rosedale correspondingly, and still more difficult to establish effective cooperation between the severed halves of the department. The needs of a university medical department are so great that the university will find it necessary to refrain from many other projects, pending the upbuilding of a credible school of medicine. It is therefore unfortunate that the educational funds of the state have been already to some extent needlessly consumed in the duplication of engineering and normal departments within the several state institutions. No comprehensive, well-coordinated scheme of state educational development has been worked out. It would seem essential in the first place to demarcate the respective provinces of the several state institutions, so that each would care for certain interests without trespassing on the ground reserved to the others. That done, medicine would fall to the state university and would include a public health laboratory. Certain fundamental questions respecting the location, organization, and general scope of the entire department were next required to be settled. Thereafter, the plan adopted could be realized unit by unit, year by year. End of section 16. Section 17 of the Flexner Report. Medical Education in the United States and Canada by Abraham Flexner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Part 2. Medical Schools in the United States and Canada. Arranged alphabetically by state and provinces and separately characterized. Part 3. Kentucky. Population 2,406,859. Number of physicians 3,708. Ratio 1 to 649. Number of medical schools 3. Louisville. Population 240,160. 1. University of Louisville Medical Department, organized 1837. It has recently absorbed 4 other schools. Until lately, the university was limited to loosely aggregated schools of law and medicine. Latterly, an academic department without endowment has been started. Entrance requirement: less than high school education. Examples were found of students admitted from 2-year high school or less. Attendance 600. Teaching staff 90, of whom 40 are professors. The distribution of the chairs is significant. The major medical staff contains 12 names, 6 of them professors. Surgery, 12 names, all professors. The laboratory branches are in marked contrast. 2 names make the major staff in physiology, 1 in chemistry, 1 in pathology and bacteriology. There are 4 whole-time professors in modern training in the scientific departments. Assistants, some of them also give extra time to the school, are provided. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $75,125. Laboratory facilities. Teaching laboratories are provided for chemistry, pathology, bacteriology, physiology, and pharmacy. They are inadequate in appointments and teaching force by the thorough teaching of the fundamental sciences to so large a student body. A separate building has just been set apart for anatomy, operative surgery, and the city morgue. Clinical facilities. The school is a hospital of 50 beds, with an average of 30 patients, 2/3 of the cases being surgical, and not all available for teaching. Obstetrical cases are rare, but there is an outpatient obstetrical service. At the city hospital, 8 amphitheater clinics are held weekly for classes containing from 100 to 300 students. There are no regular ward classes. The obstetrical ward is not open to students. There is no pavilion for contagious diseases. The hospital facilities are therefore poor in respect to both quality and extent, unequal to the fair teaching of an even smaller body of students. They are made to suffice for the largest school in the country. The school dispensary has an average daily attendance of over 100. It is regularly used for teaching on the section method. Date of visit, December 1909. 2. Southwestern Homeopathic Medical College, organized 1892, an independent school. Entrance requirement: the same as that of the University of Louisville Medical Department. Attendance 13. Teaching staff 27, 12 being professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $1,100. Laboratory facilities. There is no outfit worth speaking of in a department. The building is wretchedly dirty, especially the rooms said to be used for anatomy. There is nothing to indicate recent dissecting. Clinical facilities. The school gets 1/5 of the patients admitted to the city hospital and can use them for demonstrative purposes. There is no organized dispensary. Date of visit, January 1909. 3. Louisville National Medical College, Colored. An independent school organized 1888, now affiliated with the Colored State University. Entrance requirement, less than high school education. Attendance 40. Teaching staff 23, of whom 17 are professors. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $2,560. Laboratory facilities nominal. Clinical facilities. A small and scrupulously clean hospital of 8 beds is connected with the school. Date of visit, January 1909. General considerations. The situation in Kentucky is a simple one. The homeopathic school is without merit. Its graduates deserve no recognition whatsoever, for it lacks the most elementary teaching facilities. The University of Louisville has a large scattered plant, unequal to the strain which numbers put upon it. In the old days, Louisville, with a half-dozen regular schools, was a popular medical center, to which crude boys thronged from the plantations. The schools offered little beyond didactic teaching. Now they have been arithmetically added together. The resulting school is indeed superior on the laboratory side to any of its component parts. But there are radical defects for which there is no cure in sight. The classes are unmanageably huge. The laboratories are overcrowded and undermanned. Clinical facilities, meagre at best, broken into bits in order to be distributed among the aggregated faculty. To carry the school at all, a large attendance is necessary, but a large attendance implies a low standard. The situation is thus practically deadlocked. The outlook is not promising, for there is no indication of such support, financial or academic, as would be required in order to reconstruct the institution on acceptable lines. Elsewhere, a strong college or university has been in reach, as for example across the Ohio, Indiana University has just now put its hand to the plow and will not turn back. But in Kentucky, the state university is totally unequal to the task. It labors under the initial disadvantage of being situated in another town, not the less a disadvantage because capable of being overcome. More serious, however, is its educational ineptitude. It has never been an active educational factor, and having now chosen a politician without educational qualification or experience as its president, its immediate future promises little. From the existing so-called academic department of the University of Louisville, neither aid nor ideals can come. It is quite without resources. We have indeed progressed too far in our social and educational development to use the word university for an enterprise of this kind. Classes in literature, languages, and elementary science may indeed be organized by volunteer teachers, in hours left over by their regular engagements, or by instructors supported from year to year by subscription. They may discharge a highly useful office in any community, but they ought to be called by their right name. An academic department of a university they are not. Why should they not be described as a People's Institute, or by some other designation calculated to indicate their actual character? The loose use of the word college and university prolongs educational chaos. It hinders the apprehension of genuine and fundamental educational distinctions. Assuredly, an institute of the type described cannot dominate or transform a hitherto independent group of medical schools. Louisiana. Population 1,618,358. Number of physicians 1,798. Ratio 1 to 900. Number of medical schools 2. New Orleans. Population 332,169. 1. Medical Department of the Tulane University of Louisiana. Organized in 1834, the school affiliated with the University of Louisiana in 1845, and with Tulane in 1884, at which date the University of Louisiana became Tulane University. In 1902, it assumed its present status as an organic part of the university. Entrance requirement. A 4-year high school education or its equivalent, administered by the academic authorities. The actual standard is somewhat below the nominal standard, though gradually rising towards it. Attendance 439. Teaching staff 75, of whom 17 are professors. The laboratory branches are in charge of 5 men who give their entire time to teaching and investigation. Resources available for maintenance. Endowment funds, aggregating about $900,000, yield an income of $26,000 annually. Fees amount to $67,500. The budget of the department amounts to $101,781. Laboratory facilities. New and excellent laboratories are provided for the work of the first and second years. The professors in charge represent modern ideals and are enthusiastically engaged in reconstructing the entire school on progressive lines. The Anatomical Museum is one of the best in the country. The library is small. Clinical facilities. The school enjoys unusual privileges and opportunities in the Charity Hospital, an institution of 1,050 beds. Recently, an additional ward for surgery and gynecology has been added. Full control of the service has been vested in the Tulane faculty by the terms of the gift. The abundant material is freely used by the medical faculty, though certain defects of organization, equipment, and relationship must be corrected in order to render the situation ideal. The main point, however, is security for the position of the medical school in the hospital is ensured through legislative enactment. The professorship in medicine has recently been filled by importation without any friction whatsoever. The dispensary service is adequate. Postgraduate instruction in specialties is offered by the New Orleans Polyclinic, affiliated with the Tulane University. 2. Flint Medical College, colored, organized in 1889. It is a department of New Orleans University which is managed by the Freedmen's Aid Society of the Methodist Episcopal Church, North. Attendance 24. Teaching staff 15, of whom 6 are professors, all are practitioners. Resources available for maintenance. Tuition fees, $1,300 estimated, and small appropriations voted by the Freedmen's Aid Society constitute the income. The entire budget, including that of the hospital adjoining, is less than $10,000 annually. Laboratory facilities. There is scant equipment in anatomy, chemistry, pathology, and bacteriology. The rooms are in poor condition. Clinical facilities. The school controls a hospital of 20 beds, with an average of 17 patients monthly, and a dispensary with an average daily attendance of 1 or 2. Date of visit, January 1909. General considerations. The Medical Department of Tulane University is one of a very few existing Southern schools that deserve development. The South is in general overcrowded with schools with which nothing can be done, for they are conducted by old-time practitioners who could not use improved teaching facilities if they were provided. The case is different at Tulane. Its recent reorganization has put imported men of modern training and ideals in charge of the most important departments, laboratory and clinical. There is no question that if properly supported, they will quickly bring the institution to a position of commanding influence. To achieve this result, the school must be freed of the necessity of so largely relying upon fees for its support. For once rendered by endowment comparatively independent, it can use its superior opportunities as a lever to brace up the general educational situation of the southern states. It could compel those seeking these opportunities to improve their preparation at least to the full limit of clerical possibilities. The urgent need of the South is an object lesson in medical education, such as will prominently embody what is sound and desirable, and such an object lesson the Medical Department of Tulane could readily be made. It possesses already the laboratories and the hospital. It requires only the means that will enable it to utilize them fully. Flint Medical College is a hopeless affair, on which money and energy alike are wasted. The urgent need in respect to the medical education of the Negro is concentration of resources slender at best on a single Southern institution. Much the more favorably situated for this purpose is Meharry Medical College at Nashville. Maine. Population 724,508. Number of physicians 1,198. Ratio 1 to 600. Number of medical schools 1. Brunswick, Portland. Population Brunswick 2,321. Portland 58,512. Medical School of Maine, organized 1820. A divided school, being the medical department of Bowdoin College. Entrance requirement. 4-year high school diploma or equivalent as obtained by examination, conducted, however, under the auspices of the medical school, not by Bowdoin College, and below the college standard. Certificates are accepted far below standard in value. Attendance 81, 86% from Maine. Teaching staff 35, 14 being professors, 21 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. From endowment $7,600. From fees, $8,100. Total $15,700. Laboratory facilities. The laboratory branches are taught in the medical school building at Brunswick, with the exception of chemistry, which is well provided for in the college laboratories. The equipment covering physiology, bacteriology, and pathology is slender. There is nothing in pharmacology at all. There are no whole-time teachers in the scientific branches. The professor of anatomy is non-resident. His main duty is lecturing, the dissecting room being supervised by recent graduates engaged in practice. The professor looks in occasionally. The professor of pathology is physical director of Bowdoin College. The professor of physiology is non-resident. Clinical facilities. Clinical instruction is given at Portland by teachers who have little commerce with laboratories at Brunswick. The chief clinical reliance of the school is the Maine General Hospital, whose instruction is given principally in the amphitheatre, as a majority of the cases are surgical. Obstetrical work is not to be counted on. Interns do the clinical laboratory work and make up case histories. The records are indexed only by name of the patient. Additional clinical materials obtained at the eye and ear infirmary, children's hospital, etc. Students spend also a small amount of time at a thoroughly enriched city dispensary, where the cases are few, where no records are kept, and where not even copies of prescriptions are filed. The dispensary does not own a microscope. A course in clinical microscopy is given at the college building in Portland. Urine and sputum are gathered, and students are told about the cases from which they come. Neither end of this school meets the requirements for the teaching of modern medicine. Date of visit, October 1909. For general discussion, see New England, page 261. Maryland. Population 1,319,132. Number of physicians 2012. Ratio 1 to 658. Number of medical schools 7. Baltimore. Population 583,475. 1. Medical Department of the Johns Hopkins University, established 1893, an organic university department. Entrance requirement. The bachelor's degree representing specific attainments in chemistry, physics, biology, German, and French. Attendance 297. Teaching staff 112, of whom 23 are professors. All the laboratory teaching is conducted by instructors who give their entire time to teaching and research. The heads of the clinical departments are salaried teachers attached to the Johns Hopkins Hospital. Resources available for maintenance. The income from tuition fees is $60,542. That from endowments, $19,687, making a total of $80,229. The budget calls for $102,429, not including salaries of the clinical facility and other items carried by the Johns Hopkins Hospital, which is thus actually an integral part of the medical school. The productive hospital endowments now aggregate $3,632,289, not including the bequest for the Phillips Psychiatric Clinic and the Harriet Lane Johnson Home for Children. Laboratory facilities. These facilities are in every respect unexcelled. As the institution has been from the beginning of a graduate basis, teaching and research have been always equally prominent in its activities. Clinical facilities. The Johns Hopkins Hospital and Dispensary provide practically ideal opportunities. The medical staff of the hospital and the clinical faculty of the medical school are identical. The scientific laboratories ranged around the hospital are in close touch with clinical problems, immediate and investigative. The medical school plant is thus an organic whole, in which laboratories and clinics are inextricably interwoven. Recent foundations have greatly augmented the original hospital plant in the direction of psychiatry, pediatrics, and tuberculosis. 385 beds under complete control are now available. The dispensary is largely attended and is admirably conducted from the standpoint of both public service and pedagogic efficiency. Date of visit, December 1909. 2. College of Physicians and Surgeons, established 1872, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, less than a high school education. Attendance 252. Teaching staff 59, of whom 21 are professors, 38 of other grade. One teacher devotes his entire time to medical instruction. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $39,000. Laboratory facilities. Ordinary working laboratories are provided for bacteriology, histology, and pathology, including surgical pathology. The chemical laboratory provides satisfactorily for general chemistry. The dissecting room is fair as far as it goes. There is no experimental pharmacology and no student work in experimental physiology. The museum consists of several hundred specimens, the library, of which there is a librarian in charge, of perhaps 1,500 volumes and a few current periodicals. The undeveloped character of the laboratories is due, 1. to the payment of the faculty dividends, 2. to the application of current fee income to the discharge of building debts. Clinical facilities. The school completely controls the adjoining hospital, of which some 210 beds, including a maternity ward, are available for teaching. Ward teaching on the section plan is in use. The clinical laboratory is open to the students. The dispensary occupies an excellent suite of rooms. The attendance is ample. Date of visit March 1909. 3. University of Maryland School of Medicine. Organized 1807. Essentially an independent institution with a university charter, though nominally the medical department of St. John's College, Annapolis. Entrance requirement less than a high school education. Attendance 316. Teaching staff 61, of whom 24 are professors, 37 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $44,530 estimated, out of which dividends are paid to the faculty and a large mortgage debt carried. Laboratory facilities. Good undergraduate laboratories adequate to routine teaching are provided in 2 poorly kept buildings for the following subjects: chemistry, physiology, including physiological chemistry and histology, pathology and bacteriology. Anatomy is poor. There is a small museum. In a separate building is a large and interesting library, but is open only 2 hours each day. Clinical facilities. The school controls its own hospital, opposite the laboratory buildings, about 140 beds being available for teaching. The hospital records are well kept, senior students who pay for the privilege serving as clinical assistants. A separate maternity ward furnishes obstetrical work in abundance. The dispensary is large, properly equipped and well kept. Date of visit March 1909. 4. Baltimore Medical College. Organized 1881. An independent institution. Entrance requirement, much less than a 4-year high school education. Advanced standing is freely granted to failed students dropped from other schools. Attendance 392. Teaching staff 63, of whom 20 are professors, 43 of other grade. There are no teachers giving entire time to medical instruction. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $33,424. Laboratory facilities. The school possesses a new and very attractive laboratory building. It is well equipped for undergraduate instruction in chemistry and pathology, inadequately for physiology and bacteriology. A large room with ample material provides for dissecting. Clinical facilities. The school has a use of about 122 beds in a hospital, which it built and has leased to the Sisters of Charity. It has access to several other institutions besides. A suite of poorly kept rooms is set aside for a dispensary. The attendance is ample. Date of visit March 1909. 5. Women's Medical College of Baltimore, organized 1882, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, less than a high school education. Attendance 22. Teaching staff 31, of whom 18 are professors, 13 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $2,000. Laboratory facilities. Small laboratories, scrupulously well kept, show a desire to do the best possible with meager resources. Pathology, bacteriology, embryology, chemistry, and anatomy are thus taught. Clinical facilities. These are quite insufficient. Across the street from the school is a hospital with 17 beds. Supplementary materials obtained at several institutions through staff connections. A suite of rooms in the college building is devoted to dispensary purposes. There is a fair attendance. Date of visit March 1909. 6. Maryland Medical College, organized 1898. An independent institution. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 95. Almost one half of the school is in the senior class. Teaching staff 39, of whom 21 are professors, 18 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $7,460 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school building is wretchedly dirty. Its so-called laboratories are of the worst existing type. One neglected and filthy room is set aside for bacteriology, pathology, and histology. A few dirty test tubes stand around in pans and old cigar boxes. The chemical laboratory is perhaps equal to the teaching of elementary chemistry. The dissecting room is foul. This description completely exhausts its teaching facilities. There is no museum or library and no teaching accessories of any sort whatsoever. Clinical facilities. The college faculty own and conduct a hospital within a few blocks. It is essentially a private institution of no great value to students. Less than 50 beds are free. The dispensary claims a fair attendance. Date of visit March 1909. 7. Atlantic Medical College. Organized 1891 as an independent homeopathic institution, having passed through many vicissitudes, it is now non-sectarian. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 43, of whom 31 are in the senior class, 1 in the freshman class. Of 21 graduates class of 1908, almost all had failed at other schools or before the regular state board before entering the Atlantic Medical College, on graduation from which they could appear before the Homeopathic State Board of Maryland, reputed to be much a easier board to pass. Teaching staff 47, of whom 12 are professors, 35 of other grade. 2 members of the teaching staff who graduated in the class of 1908, above mentioned. After having failed before the regular state board, a 3rd instructor, also a graduate of 1908, entered the school after failure at the local College of Physicians and Surgeons. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $3,905 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a filthy building in which are to be found an elementary chemical laboratory, a small room assigned to pathology, bacteriology, and histology, equipment being scant and dirty, an ordinary dissecting room, a lecture room with half a skeleton, a small amount of imperfect physiological apparatus with a few frogs, and a few cases of books, mostly old and useless. Clinical facilities. These are claimed at a small private hospital several miles off. They can at best be hardly more than nominal. The basement of the college building is used for a dispensary. Date of visit March 1909. General considerations. There are 7 medical schools in Maryland, a state whose population increases slowly and in which there are between 2 and 3 times as many physicians as it now requires. Of these 7 schools, 2 belong to the worst type of American medical schools, viz. The Atlantic Medical College and the Maryland Medical College. That such unconscionable concerns should at this day continue to flourish is a blot upon the state of Maryland and the city of Baltimore. 2 more of the 7 schools, the Baltimore Medical College and the Women's Medical College, are weak. 2 others, the College of Physicians and Surgeons and the University of Maryland, are large commercial enterprises, whose financial responsibilities are far too extensive for their capital or fee income. The sums annually applicable to debts in order to simplify their position or to maintenance in order to improve their teaching are reduced by a payment of substantial dividends to practitioner teachers. Education is thus overshadowed by business. Entrance standards are low, the full-time teacher is practically unknown, the laboratories are slovenly, the atmosphere depressing. Like Pennsylvania, Maryland has granted lump sums to private corporations engaged in charitable work. The larger ones of the 6 medical schools mentioned have thus combined to obtain from the state money enough to build and partially to support their hospitals. Should the state ever conduct its philanthropic business intelligently, these irresponsible methods would stop, and with them the medical schools which they have helped to float. The Johns Hopkins Medical School, for which neither the state of Maryland nor the city of Baltimore has ever done anything, is thus the only medical school in Maryland that either ought to or can live, and to its development greatly increased means should be freely devoted. If, meanwhile, a combination of the better independent schools of Baltimore were effected, much of their property could be disposed of, the equity being used to develop the resulting institution. A single independent school might thus have a brief and not discreditable career. In the end, however, the independent schools will pass away, in Maryland as elsewhere. To their present hospitals, the Johns Hopkins would become the heir, thus greatly strengthening its clinical resources. At this date, the Johns Hopkins University is the only academic institution in the state capable of conducting a modern medical school. It would be safe, interesting, and instructive to leave medical education in Maryland for a decade or two wholly in its hands. The state will not meanwhile lack for doctors. It is already overcrowded. The prerequisite to any reconstruction of the Baltimore situation is the revision of the state law. The country affords no more conclusive proof of the viciousness of the two-board system. Not only is neither state board empowered to enforce a preliminary educational requirement, but candidates refused by the regular board subsequently succeed before the homeopathic board. This underground traffic is responsible for the existence of the Atlantic Medical College, a homeopathic school that has rendered itself an attractive haven of refuge to rejected regular students by dropping the significant word from its title. Massachusetts. Population 3,162,347. Number of physicians 5,577. Ratio 1 to 567. Number of medical schools 5. Boston. Population 629,868. 1. Medical School of Harvard University. Organized 1782. An integral department of Harvard University. Entrance requirement. The student has a choice between the bachelor's degree or certain definite requirements in science and modern languages representing 2 years of undergraduate work, provided that, in the latter case, a higher passing mark is required for graduation. In the present year, out of a first-year class of 62, 60 entered with a bachelor's degree. Attendance. The total enrollment is 285, about 69% from New England, 53% from Massachusetts. Teaching staff, 173, of whom 23 are professors. Laboratory instructors, as a rule, devote their entire time to the department. Resources available for maintenance. The department has an endowment of $3,326,961. The fees are merged in the general income of the school. The annual budget is $251,389, of which $72,037 are derived from tuition fees. Laboratory facilities. The laboratories are unexcelled in equipment and organization in respect to both teaching and research. Clinical facilities. Abundant clinical material is available at the Massachusetts General Hospital, the City Hospital, and elsewhere, but serious restrictions are felt in 2 directions. 1. While the university is free to secure laboratory men wherever it chooses, it is practically bound to make clinical appointments by seniority, in accordance with the custom prevailing in the hospital which it uses, or to leave its professor without a hospital clinic. In general, it follows that the heir to the hospital service is heir to the university chair. In consequence, there is a noticeable lack of sympathy between the laboratory and the clinical men. They do not represent the same ideals. There is no question that an institution of this rank ought to work in the most intimate cooperation with the hospital, and that if such were the case, the same principles would obtain in selecting clinical teachers as prevail elsewhere in the university. 2. The extent to which hospital material can be utilized is also limited, though less in surgery than in medicine. The teaching is in the main of the demonstrative character. Something more intimate is possible in a limited way with fourth-year students. The hospital services, with one exception, rotate at the end of periods of 4 months. The school is now installing its own dispensary, likely to be of great value in its clinical instruction. Date of visit, October 1909. 2. Tufts College Medical School. Organized 1893. Administratively an integral department of Tufts College, though actual scientific intercourse is not intimate. Entrance requirement. Below an actual 4-year high school course, since certificates of uncertain value have been accepted and examinations used to cover less than half a high school course. This is the less defensible, as 97% of the total enrollment come from New England. Attendance. The attendance is 384, 97% from New England, 80% from Massachusetts. Teaching staff, 103, of whom 33 are professors. There are 5 full-time professors and 5 full-time assistants in pathology, histology, physiology, and chemistry. Resources available for maintenance. The school relies on its fees, amounting to $59,093, repaying out of them large advances for buildings made out of the general income of the college. Laboratory facilities. The laboratories are entirely adequate to the teaching work of the school. Clinical facilities. For medical clinics, the school is confined to the Boston City Hospital and the Boston Dispensary, which furnish abundant material under the usual, more or less imperfect control. The Carnegie Hospital provides considerable additional work in surgery. The specialties are cared for in other institutions. The school is thus clinically handicapped in exactly the same way as Harvard, but to a greater degree by reason of its being restricted in its medical clinics to a single municipal hospital and dispensary. Its range of choice in the matter of clinical professors is limited by the same considerations. Date of visit, October 1909. 3. Boston University School of Medicine, Homeopathic, organized 1873. The university connection is nominal. Entrance requirement. A certificate of graduation from an approved 4-year high school or examination. The exam is not set by the university but by the medical school and is markedly below the 4-year high school standard. Attendance, total enrollment, 90, 83% from New England, about 60% from Massachusetts. Teaching staff, 64, 29 being professors. Resources available for maintenance. The institution is mainly dependent on fees, $12,762 estimated, but these have been consistently used to develop its facilities. Laboratory facilities. In striking contrast with schools in which, whatever the claim, fees have not been so used, this school has an excellent building, admirably kept and well equipped, and attractive laboratories for pathology, bacteriology, physiology, chemistry, and anatomy. There is no experimental pharmacology, and possesses a library in charge of a permanent librarian, a beautifully mounted collection of pathological material, an excellent refrigerator plant, and other features indicative of intelligent and conscientious effort. Clinical facilities. The school adjoins a hospital of some 230 beds, of which 125 are available for amphitheater and ward clinics. The material is fairly abundant and varied, but students do not make laboratory examinations for the patients whom they see in the wards. A pavilion for contagious diseases is also accessible. Connected with the hospital is a large, thoroughly modern and systematically conducted dispensary, in which laboratory work and physical examination are more closely connected. Date of visit, October 1909. 4. College of Physicians and Surgeons. Organized 1882, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, vague. Attendance, 172 called in the catalogue. Matriculates and applicants. Teaching staff, 30 professors and 15 lecturers. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $10,000 estimated. A reduction of 20% is made to students who pay in advance for the entire 4 years. Laboratory facilities. These facilities are wretched, ill-lighted, dirty, and poorly equipped. So-called laboratories are provided for anatomy, pathology, etc. Clinical facilities. The clinical resources are dubious. The catalogue attempts to convey the idea, page 21, that the school has the same opportunities as Harvard and Tufts. As a matter of fact, no member of the faculty of the College of Physicians and Surgeons has a staff appointment in the city hospital, and teaching there is utterly impossible otherwise. The same is true of the wards of the Massachusetts General Hospital. At both institutions, anyone, whether a student or not, may attend the public amphitheater clinics once weekly, but as these are freely open to the public, they have little or no value. They are hardly to be counted as teaching facilities. A limited attendance is required at a miserable dispensary, more than an hour's journey from the college building. Date of visit, October 1909. Cambridge. Population, 102,982. 5. Massachusetts College of Osteopathy, established 1897, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, vague. Attendance, 90. Teaching staff, 34, of whom 19 are professors. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $11,400 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a neatly kept building in which are provided one poorly equipped laboratory in common for pathology and bacteriology, and another similar in character for chemistry and urinalysis, and an anatomical room. It possesses neither a museum nor library. Instruction at the school building is limited to lectures, recitations, and laboratory work. Clinical facilities. No treatment is administered in the school building. For that, the students resort in their last year to the Chelsea Hospital, a pay institution of 10 to 15 beds, more than 1 hour's journey from the college building. Pathology is taught in the same year. Date of visit, October 1909. For general discussion, see New England, page 261. Michigan. Population 2,666,308. Number of physicians 4,109. Ratio 1 to 649. Number of medical colleges 5. Ann Arbor. Population 14,734. 1. University of Michigan Department of Medicine and Surgery, organized in 1850, an integral part of the university. Entrance requirement: 2 years of college work, including sciences strictly enforced. Attendance: 389, 45% from Michigan. Teaching staff: 63, of whom 22 are professors. The laboratory work is wholly in charge of full-time instructors, but assistants in adequate number are lacking. The clinical teachers are salaried and owe their first duty to the school. Resources available for maintenance. The school and the university hospital are supported mainly by state appropriation. The budget of the school is $83,000, that of the hospital $70,000. Endowments to the extent of $175,000 carry a part of this charge. The income and fees is $34,093. Laboratory facilities. Excellently equipped laboratories are provided for all the fundamental branches. The men in charge are productive scientists as well as competent teachers. There is a large library, a good museum, and other necessary teaching aids. Clinical facilities. The school is fortunate in the possession of its own hospital, every case in which can be used for purposes of instruction. A liberal policy has largely overcome the disadvantages of location in a small town, for the clinical material is in the departments of surgery, psychiatry, and various specialities, of sufficient amount. It is fair in medicine, increasing in obstetrics. The thoroughness and continuity with which the cases can be used to train the student in the techniques of modern method go far to offset defects due to limitations in their number and variety. Date of visit, March 1909. 2. University of Michigan Homeopathic College, organized 1875, an organic department of the university. Entrance requirement: a 4-year high school education. Attendance: 80, 38% from Michigan. Teaching staff: 26, of whom 15 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. The school and its hospital are supported by state appropriations. Its budget is $16,400. That of its hospital, $31,000. The income and fees is $4,515. Laboratory facilities. The students receive their laboratory instruction in common with the students of the Department of Medicine and Surgery, despite the fact that there is a difference of 2 years of college work in their preparation. Clinical facilities. The college has its own hospital of about 100 beds, where clinical instruction is given according to homeopathic principles. Date of visit, March 1909. Battle Creek. Population 25,862. 3. American Medical Missionary College, organized 1895, an independent institution, a divided school, part of the work being given in Chicago, part at Battle Creek. No year is given entire at either place. Entrance requirement: a 4-year high school course or its equivalent. Christians only are admitted. The Chicago teachers are all practitioners. The Battle Creek teachers are connected with the Battle Creek Sanitarium as laboratory workers or physicians. Attendance: 75. Teaching staff: 31, of whom 22 are professors, 9 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Income from endowment of $200,000 in fees. Laboratory facilities. Anatomy is given in Chicago, where the student spends 6 weeks during each of the first 3 years and 30 weeks of the 4th year. The other laboratory courses are given at Battle Creek by the laboratory men and physicians connected with the Battle Creek Sanitarium. Indeed, the school and the sanitarium are inextricably interwoven. Students assist in the laboratories and treatment rooms. Their laboratory training thus takes on a decidedly practical character, but this has its disadvantages, for the sanitarium is devoted to the application of certain ideas rather than to untrammeled scientific investigation. Disciples rather than scientists are thus trained. The outfit is adequate for routine work, with abundant practical illustration in chemistry, pathology, bacteriology, and histology. In physiology and pharmacology, the provision is slighter. Clinical facilities. Of the last year, 30 weeks are spent in Chicago, where the students attend St. Luke's Hospital, 1 or 2 other institutions, and a dispensary in the school building. For additional clinical teaching, they depend on Battle Creek. In the sanitarium, they see an abundance of chronic and surgical cases. Acute cases are rare and are accessible chiefly when physicians can ask students to accompany them on their rounds. The clinical laboratory is closely correlated with bedside work. By assisting in the sanitarium and out, the student gets an unusually close experience as far as it goes, but once more, under the limitations of the therapeutic theories approved by the sanitarium authorities, a critical and investigative spirit is not cultivated. The instructors of the divided parts of the school form practically separate faculties. Date of visit, February 1910. Detroit, population 393,536. 4. Detroit College of Medicine, organized by merger, 1885, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, a 4-year high school diploma or its equivalent, actually enforced. Attendance, 161, 70% from Michigan, 16% from Canada. Teaching staff, 104, of whom 25 are professors and 79 of other grade. There are no full-time teachers. Resources available for maintenance. Fees only amounting to $22,000 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school is provided with separate laboratories, each with ordinary routine equipment for the following subjects: chemistry, anatomy, physiology, pathology, clinical microscopy, histology, and bacteriology. There is a slight additional equipment in the way of museum, charts, books, and other teaching adjuncts. Clinical facilities. The school has access to the usual terms to several hospitals, staff members of which hold positions on the school faculty. The hospital service rotates every 3 months. At one hospital, 100 available beds are perhaps equally divided between medicine and surgery. Elsewhere, surgery greatly predominates. Obstetrical work is mainly furnished by the Women's Hospital and by an outpatient department just started. Post-mortems are hard to get. The dispensary service is fair. Date of visit, December 1909. 5. Detroit Homeopathic College, organized 1899, an independent school. Entrance requirement, a 4-year high school course or its equivalent. Attendance, 34. Teaching staff, 35, of whom 17 are professors, 18 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $3,010 estimated. Laboratory facilities. These are wretched. There is an ordinary laboratory for chemistry, another much less than ordinary for bacteriology. The pathological room contained a few dozen specimens in utter disorder. The anatomical room contained a single cadaver. The teaching rooms are bare, except for chairs and tables. The building is poorly kept. The dean and the secretary have their own offices downtown. Clinical facilities. The school has access to Grace Hospital, the wards of which contain 56 beds, mostly surgical. Clinics are held 2 days weekly. The hospital authorities are well disposed towards the school, but the boys don't take advantage of their opportunities. There is a dispensary at the school building. It is incredibly bad. Prescriptions are found written on scraps of paper, unnumbered. There are no systematic records. Date of visit, December 1909. General considerations. Michigan is fortunate in the possession of an alert state board, which enforces with vigor the high school requirement, and may perhaps be counted on to advocate an advance of the state practice standard to meet the educational standard of the state university. As the state furnishes a thoroughly admirable education at relatively slight expense, there is no reason why it should keep the practice of medicine open to low-grade physicians, whether trained within or without its borders. Sound policy would quickly close the 2 homeopathic schools and in all probability the Detroit College of Medicine. To the credit of the latter institution, however, be it said that its officers have heartily cooperated with its state board in the enforcement of a genuine high school standard. The real problem now agitating the state concerns the medical department of the State University at Ann Arbor. The defects of Ann Arbor as the seat of a medical school have been touched on in these pages. There is no question that, if the entire state university were at Detroit, the medical department would be better off, but this is by no means equivalent to urging that it be detached or split. The entire detached school is now on trial at Galveston, Indianapolis, New York. It would be well to watch the outcome of those experiments before trying any others. It is already clear that if a university department of medicine is to be generally productive, the remote department requires most generous support, for much that is provided at the seat of the university for other departments will have to be duplicated. To create the university spirit in a distant institution is almost like developing a second, though much less expensive, university. An alternative suggestion looks to the removal to Detroit of part or all of the clinical instruction. If part is removed, clinical teachers must oscillate backward and forward between Detroit and Ann Arbor. Where would the productive clinical teacher have his workshop? Nowhere, in all likelihood. If the entire clinical department is removed, the split school faces the conditions we encounter in Nebraska, California, and Kansas. Once more, let us wait for the successful operation of one of these divided schools before multiplying unpromising experiments. Meanwhile, the state can, by increased liberality, almost at will develop the medical clinic of the university hospital. Agitation in favor of splitting or removing it may proceed from several considerations. It is not inspired by sound scientific or educational ideas. For Ann Arbor has itself proved what the experience of Germany has previously demonstrated, that a school of medicine can be developed in a small university town. Though deals are there, though contiguous departments are there is an absence of the distractions which have thus far proved so damaging to city clinicians. A faculty of distinction, with a hospital well equipped for the care of the sick, and for teaching and research, can successfully overcome the most serious difficulties of the situation. The problem can be solved by intelligent organization and liberal support. Gaps may indeed remain in the student's experience, but if he has been well drilled in technique and method, his defects will be readily cured by a hospital year. The solution for Michigan may therefore come, as has been proposed, through an effective affiliation of the hospital of the state with the School of Medicine of the State University. The hospitals would profit by a connection of this kind, and they would assist by becoming factors in the education of the future physicians of the state. Minnesota. Population 2,162,726. Number of physicians 2,204. Ratio 1 to 981. Number of medical schools 1. Minneapolis-St. Paul. Population 552,211. 1. University of Minnesota College of Medicine and Surgery. Organized in 1888, it has step-by-step absorbed all other medical schools in the state, including, 1909, the homeopathic department of the university. Elective courses in homeopathic materia medica and therapeutics are offered on condition that students following them shall receive the degree of Doctor of Medicine in homeopathy. Entrance requirement: 2 years of college work, specifically including the fundamental sciences and a modern language. Attendance 174.83% for Minnesota. Teaching staff 49 professors and 71 of other grade, total 120. Resources available for maintenance. State appropriations. The budget calls for $71,336. The income from fees is $16,546. Laboratory facilities. Excellent, exceedingly attractive and well-organized laboratories are provided for all the scientific branches. The State Laboratory of Public Health is practically part of the school plant. The instructor is in charge of full-time teachers, generously supplied with books, apparatus, and material. Clinical facilities. The school has hitherto relied on the municipal hospitals and unpaid clinical teachers, with the usual results. Teaching opportunities were both limited in extent and precarious in character. These institutions are in fact not organized, equipped, or conducted with educational requirements in mind. An appropriation has now been made to build a teaching hospital, and a small temporary hospital has been started. Simultaneously, the clinical teaching has been reorganized by placing the chiefs in medicine and surgery respectively on salaries that command the interest and effort of active teachers. The same policy must be applied generally throughout the clinical department. The dispensary, well attended and long loosely conducted, has recently been reconstructed along the same lines. Date of visit, May 1909. General considerations. Minnesota is perhaps the first state in the Union that may fairly be considered to have solved the most perplexing problems connected with medical education and practice except as to osteopathy. It has indeed still to realize its plans for an adequate clinical establishment of modern character, but there is little doubt that this is only a question of time, and of a short time at that. Meanwhile, medical education has, with the active cooperation of the State Board, been concentrated in the hands of the University, fortunately situated in the heart of the largest community of the state. The state has got rid of rival schools, regular and sectarian, and that by perfectly fair provision for separate instruction in sectarian dogmas for any student who is willing to accept a diploma qualified so as to mark that fact. Since all else, anatomy, physiology, surgery, are common to and the same for all schools of medicine, there is one standard of admission to the department, one quality of instruction, one examination for the degree for all alike. Finally, the educational preliminary qualification of the state medical school has become the practice preliminary of the state. In future, any person desiring to practice medicine in Minnesota must get as good an education, preliminary and professional, as the state furnishes and requires of its own sons, a regulation both fair and wise, whether viewed from the standpoint of the student or from the broader standpoint of public interest, to which all else is properly subordinate. Henceforth, the success of the school will depend largely on the generosity of the state in developing the clinical teaching, and on the character of the hospital and dispensary which it organizes with that view. End of section 17. Section 18 of the Flexner Report. Medical Education in the United States and Canada by Abraham Flexner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Medical Schools of the United States and Canada. Mississippi. Population 1,786,773. Number of physicians 2,054. Ratio 1 to 887. Number of medical schools 2. Meridian. Population 22,415. 1. Mississippi Medical College, organized 1906, a stock company. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 100, 94% from Mississippi. Teaching staff 19, of whom 12 are professors, 7 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $7,500 estimated. Laboratory facilities. At the date of visit, there was no outfit at all. Subsequent reliable report credits the school with a vat containing 4 cadavers in a room without other contents, a simple outfit for elementary chemistry, and 20 brand new microscopes, but no material to use with them. Clinical facilities. Practically none. Some of the faculty have places on the staff of a small hospital over a mile distant. There is no dispensary. Date of visit, January 1909. Oxford-Vicksburg. Population Oxford 2,104. Vicksburg 16,800. 2. University of Mississippi. Medical Department. A divided school. First half organized 1908. Second half organized 1909. An organic part of the university. Entrance requirement. A 4-year high school education or its equivalent. Over one half of this year's entering class had had 2 or more years of college work. Attendance 39. Teaching staff at Oxford 8 professors, 3 of whom give entire time to this department, and 3 assistants. At Vicksburg 6 professors and 10 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. The department shares the general funds of the university. Its budget calls for $15,000. Fees amount to $3,500. Laboratory facilities. Oxford. Laboratories adequate to the needs of the instruction offered are provided for physiology, pharmacology, histology, and anatomy. Pathology and bacteriology are less satisfactory. Chemistry is well cared for in the university laboratory. The teachers need a larger number of competent assistants and helpers. A beginning has been made towards a departmental library. Clinical facilities. Vicksburg. The clinical end has been so recently started that no attempt will be made here to deal with it. It will probably be discontinued. Date of visit November 1909. Of the two schools, that of Meridian is without merit. At a time when the state has already more doctors than it needs, the starting of a didactic school conducted by the local practitioners of a small town is absolutely unjustifiable. The state laws ought to be promptly amended so as to make such ventures impossible. The state is indeed not favourably situated for the entire training of its own doctors. The state university, the only institution to which the task could fall, is unfortunately located. Its present experiment with the divided school is even more problematical than similar ventures elsewhere, for to the inherent disadvantage of division is to be added the fact that Vicksburg itself is a small town. Moreover, the first half of the school at Oxford, though distinctly creditable, is far from satisfying its faculty. It is a question whether the university would do more wisely to concentrate its outlay on the Oxford branch. Up to this time, the medical profession of Mississippi has been educated mainly in the proprietary schools of the southern states. It would be fortunate indeed if henceforth its members should get at least their first 2 years at Oxford. To make itself the main factor in the education of the physicians of the state, the university should keep its entrance requirement in touch with the secondary school system. Its present and prospective facilities do not really warrant a higher requirement. Besides, it can perform a more useful service by training a relatively large body of students at the high school level than by training a few on a higher standard. McGill and Toronto do not prove that a high school standard is as good as a college standard, but they do prove that where a high school standard or even less is enforced, well-chosen teachers, well-equipped and liberally sustained laboratories are capable of producing a very useful type of physician. The present duty of the southern state universities is not to press prematurely to a standard that either cannot be enforced, or that, if enforced, will relegate the main army of students to medical schools without either facilities or ideals, but to endeavour themselves to get hold of a sufficient body of students to meet the demand of an enforceable basis, to improve their facilities so that this number can be well trained, and to urge the legislature to make their standard the practice standard of their respective states. Under more favourable circumstances, a decade hence, the state can and should ask more, but just now it is more important to develop the medical department of the state university at the high school level than to push it higher, leaving the training of southern physicians to school without ideals or resources. Missouri. Population 8,491,397. Number of physicians 6,323. Ratio 1 to 552. Number of medical schools 12, plus 1 postgraduate school. Columbia. Population 7,302. 1. University of Missouri School of Medicine, a 2-year school, organized 1872, an organic department of the university. Entrance requirement, 1 year of college work. Attendance 47, all from Missouri. Teaching staff 14, 8 being professors, 6 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. The department shares the general income of the university. Its budget calls for $31,000. Fees amount to $2,820. Laboratory facilities. The medical department occupies a new and well-equipped building excellently adapted to its purpose. The teaching is in charge of full-time instructors of modern training and ideals. A university hospital of 45 beds gives the department the advantage of clinical material and connection, even though the actual instruction is limited to the work of the first 2 years, a feature of great importance. There is a library, supplied with important current periodicals, domestic and foreign. Date of visit April 1909. Kansas City. Population 205,022, plus Kansas City, Kansas 81,052. 2. University Medical College, organized 1881, an independent institution. Entrance requirement less than a high school education. Attendance 174, 82% from Missouri and Kansas. Teaching staff, 65, 30 being professors, 35 of other grade. There is one full-time teacher. Resource available for maintenance, fees amounting to $17,600 estimated. Laboratory facilities. A single large laboratory is set aside for chemistry of all kinds and urinalysis. Huge bottles are furnished instead of separate reagent sets. Histology, pathology, and bacteriology occupy a second room, equipped for routine work in each of these branches. Physiology is similarly provided for. There is a usual dissecting room, large, clean, and well lighted. There are no books. There is a small museum and a large supply of pathological material. Clinical facilities. Adjoining the school is a university hospital, most of the work of which is surgery, but as there are no free beds, it is no real use to students. The main reliance for clinical instruction is a city hospital, a beautiful modern structure in which clinics are held, mainly in the amphitheatre, 1 day weekly from 8 to 12. The school has no access to the clinical laboratory, to autopsies, obstetrics, or infectious diseases, but an outpatient department and a rescue home furnish obstetrical opportunity in abundance. Other institutions furnish additional material. A school dispensary, fairly clean, has a large attendance, but is poorly equipped and loosely conducted. The clinical facilities are, therefore, unsatisfactory in both quality and extent. Date of visit, November 1909. 3. Kansas City Heinemann Medical College, homeopathic, organized 1888, an independent institution. Entrance requirement less than a high school education. Attendance 59. Teaching staff 41, of whom 33 are professors, 8 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees only amounting to $5,900 estimated. Laboratory facilities. All laboratory work is conducted by one teacher, who serves in the same capacity in the local, eclectic, and osteopathic schools. The chemical laboratory is small and poor. That for pathology, histology, bacteriology, and embryology, urinalysis, and blood work combined is worse, meagerly equipped and in utter disorder. Anatomy has not as yet started. November. There are a few books. Clinical facilities. Amphitheatre instruction is given 1 morning a week at the city hospital. In the school building is a small dispensary with an estimated attendance of 6 or 7 a day. A neatly kept card index is employed. Date of visit, November 1909. 4. Central College of Osteopathy, established 1902, an independent institution. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 40, teaching staff 20. Resources available for maintenance, fees only amounting to $4,500 estimated. Laboratory facilities. Practically none at all. Hopelessly meagre appointments in 2 rooms are denominated respectively chemical and pathological laboratories. Dissection was not in progress at the time of the visit. It is held that students ought to know anatomy before they dissect. They get more out of it. A single cadaver was dissected in September and October. Another was expected in February. Clinical facilities. A paid dispensary is operated. Senior students giving treatments to patients who pay $3 a month. Students may, on payment of fee, attend public clinics at the city hospital, but the school has no hospital facilities or connection of its own at all. Date of visit, November 1909. Kirksville, population 8,422. 5 American School of Osteopathy, established 1892 and owned by 2 individuals. Entrance requirement less than a common school education. Attendance 560 ranging in age from 18 to 54 years. Teaching staff 12 with 11 student assistants. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $89,600 estimated. Laboratory facilities. These are absurdly inadequate for the number of students, as is likewise the teaching staff. A single room with a corresponding preparation room is used as bacteriological and physiological laboratory, a 6 weeks course being given by one teacher to successive squads of 32. In the same way, separate additional laboratories are provided for chemistry, anatomy, and pathology. Material for pathological demonstration is bought. There is no museum and no effort is made to save gross material. The dissecting room is foul. The professors in charge of histology, pathology, and bacteriology are senior students. Clinical facilities. A hospital of 45 beds adjoins, but its work is practically all surgery. The ward cases are occasionally used for clinics. Students witness operations. Obstetrical work is comparatively scanty. There is no other hospital in the town. A large dispensary is operated. An instructor is at hand the first time the student administers a treatment. After that, only if summoned. A course of 20 lectures on the facilities of medicine is given, so that the graduate will know why it does not use drugs. The school is a business in which a large marginal profit is secured by its owners. The teaching furnished is of the cheapest kind. Its huge income is therefore largely profit. Date of visit November 1909. St. Joseph. Population 132,954. 6. Answorth Medical College. Organized in 1876, it has twice merged with other schools, an independent institution. Entrance requirement: less than a 4-year high school education. Attendance 72, 68% from Missouri. Teaching staff, numbers 40, 32 being professors, 8 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees only, amounting to $7,060 estimated. Laboratory facilities. These are very weak. The chemical laboratory is of elementary character. There is a small outfit for a physiological demonstration. A single room with little material is provided for pathology, bacteriology, and histology. There is a usual ill-kept dissecting room. There is no museum, books, or teaching accessories. The building is very dirty. Clinical facilities. These are wholly inadequate. The adjoining hospital, containing 6 free beds, is of little use. 50 beds, of which 14 were occupied at the time of visit, are accessible at a Catholic institution, but 4/5 of its work is surgical. Obstetrical work is entirely inadequate. Postmortems are very rare. The available material, scant as it is poorly used, as far as teaching is concerned. There is a small dispensary without records, organization, or equipment. Date of visit November 1909. St. Louis. Population 698,706. 7. Washington University Medical Department. Organized in 1842. United in 1891 with Washington University, of which it has been since 1907 an organic department, completely reorganized on modern lines 1910. Entrance requirement: 4-year high school education. Credentials are passed on and examinations conducted by the university. Attendance 178, 60% from Missouri. Teaching staff 99, 48 being professors, 51 of other grade. There had been 4 full-time professors and a few full-time assistants, but as this report goes to press, the entire faculty is undergoing reconstitution. All the laboratory branches, as well as the departments of medicine, surgery, and pediatrics, have been already reorganized on a strict university basis. Resources available for maintenance. The school shares the general funds of Washington University. Its fee income is $21,000. Its budget 1909-10, $51,265, not including $30,000 spent at the university hospital. Productive endowments to the extent of $1,500,000 will be available in 1910-11. Laboratory facilities. These have hitherto sufficed for only routine work in the fundamental branches, but the reorganization on productive modern lines already underway will shortly be completely effected. The museum, though small, is good. A start towards a modern medical library has been made. Clinical facilities. The school has its own hospital of 98 beds, 1/4 of them free, and has access to other hospitals in the usual footing. The amount of material thus available is fair, but the close affiliation which has been made with the trustees of the barns and the children's hospitals revolutionizes the clinical situation of the school. The school controls 2 dispensaries, one connected with the university hospital, the other situated in the medical school building. Their combined attendance is very large. Date of visit, April 1909. 8. St. Louis University. The school, organized 1901 by merger, was in 1903 purchased for cash by the university, of which it is now an organic part. Entrance requirement: less than a high school education. Attendance 243, 42% from Missouri. Teaching staff 121, 39 being professors, 82 of other grade. There are 6 full-time instructors with competent helpers, but the assistants are, as a rule, students. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $26,630 estimated, supplemented by small allotment from the University Treasury. During a period of 7 years, 1903 to 10, the University devoted $40,817 to its medical school. $20,000 have been recently subscribed towards an endowment fund for the department. Laboratory facilities. Excellent teaching laboratories are provided for all the fundamental branches, in addition to which provision has been made for research in several directions. Clinical facilities. The school has a small hospital of its own, 12 to 16 free beds, and has access on the usual terms to several other institutions. The material, while fair in account, is scattered and under imperfect control. The hospitals used are not organized, equipped, or conducted with a view to the requirements of modern medical teaching. The dispensary is fair. Date of visit, April 1909. 9. St. Louis College of Physicians and Surgeons. Organized 1869, an independent institution. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 224. Teaching staff 49, of whom 25 are professors, 24 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees only amounting to $16,035 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a badly kept building, the inner walls covered with huge advertisements. A single ordinary laboratory is provided for chemistry. There is a make-believe laboratory for experimental physiology, for the school owns the equipment stipulated by the State Board, though the dust-covered tables do not indicate use. Rows of empty reagent bottles are also to be seen. The museum consists of some cheap photographs and drawings and a few badly preserved wet specimens, all carefully arranged so as to occupy as much space as possible. Microscopes appear to indicate a laboratory of pathology or bacteriology, but the individual lockers were empty. It was explained that students have to bring slides, holders, and cover glasses with them, for they furnish their own and keep them at home. Anatomy was over. Only empty tables were found in the dissecting room, the sole access to which is by way of a fire escape. Clinical facilities. A small, poorly lighted, badly ventilated and overcrowded hospital is part of the school building. Its operating amphitheatre is good. Clinics of slight value are also held at the city hospital. A few other opportunities of inferior importance are obtained in the usual way. A dark and dingy suite of rooms serves for a dispensary. The room devoted to gynecology, for instance, is without a window and contains no equipment except a deal table covered with a sheet. The school is one of the worst in the country. Date of visit, April 1909. 10. Barnes Medical College, organized 1892, an independent institution. Entrance requirement less than a high school education. Attendance 124. Teaching staff 64, of whom 39 are professors, 25 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees only, amounting to $12,400 estimated. Laboratory facilities. A huge chemical laboratory, the largest in the world devoted to medical education, is a most striking feature. Its equipment suffices for elementary work only. Another room, with ordinary equipment, is devoted to bacteriology, histology, and pathology. A physiological laboratory is equipped in literal compliance with the State Board stipulations. The dissecting room is spacious and well lighted. There is no museum, few books, and few teaching accessories. Clinical facilities. These are wholly inadequate. The Centenary Hospital adjoining the school is without educational importance. Its work is mainly private and almost altogether surgical. The school has access to the city hospital too, but its clinics, held one afternoon a week, are of little value. The college buildings contain a suite of rooms used as a dispensary. A considerable attendance is claimed, and the arrangements are shockingly bad. The rooms are in poor condition and almost devoid of proper equipment. Date of visit, April 1909. 11. American Medical College, Eclectic, organized 1873, an independent school. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 28. Teaching staff 28, of whom 25 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $3,801 estimated. Laboratory facilities. Meagre equipment is provided for anatomy, chemistry, pathology, and bacteriology. A small amount of apparatus of physiology demonstration, as required by the State Board, is displayed in the case. There is no suggestion of use. Clinical facilities are equally scanty. A weekly clinic can be held at the city hospital, the rest depends on the professor's connections. A dispensary room is also provided, and almost every day someone comes. Date of visit, April 1909. 12. Hippocratic College of Medicine, a night school, an independent institution in its third year. Entrance requirement, nominal. Attendance 31. Teaching staff 30, professors 8 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $3,315 estimated. Laboratory facilities. A brand new outfit is visible in the shape of a few microscopes, physiological apparatus, chemical reagents, etc. But though these two classes were in session, none of the equipment was in use, nor did its appearance indicate previous use. One of the classes mentioned was receiving eloquent didactic instruction in osteology, the other in anesthesia. Clinical facilities. Being not yet needed, these are not yet arranged for. Date of visit, April 1909. Kansas City, 13. Postgraduate Hospital School. This institution has a hospital of 25 ward beds containing 15 patients, 2 medical, 13 surgical. There were no students in attendance at the date of the visit. The institution is really a private hospital, but incorporation as a school gives its faculty privileges at the city hospital. Date of visit, April 1909. General considerations. Medical education in Missouri is at a low ebb. The State Board lacks authority to enforce even a high school preliminary. The more regrettable as, under the stimulating influence of the State University, an excellent high school system has been developed. Missouri is therefore in the attitude of requiring every boy and girl who wishes to attend the State University to spend 4 years in good secondary schools supported by the people, but men and women who are charged to safeguard public health may attend medical schools chartered by the state without the assurance of any definite training whatever. In consequence, the state is badly overcrowded with practitioners trained in poor schools, and still maintains some of the poorest schools in the country. Utterly wretched are 1. Kansas City Heinemann Medical College, 2. Central College of Osteopathy, 3. American School of Osteopathy, Kirksville, 4. St. Louis College of Physicians and Surgeons, 5. American Medical College, 6. Hippocratic College of Medicine, feeble and without promise are 7. Barnes Medical College, 8. Ainsworth Medical College, and 9. University Medical College, though the last named is distinctly superior to the other 8. There remain the 2-year school conducted by the State University, the Medical Department of Washington University, and St. Louis University School of Medicine. There are in the state of Missouri 50-odd academic institutions, of which only 2 have resources adequate to support medical schools, viz. the State University and Washington University. Of the several towns in the state capable of supplying clinical material, only one, St. Louis, contains a strong resident university. Washington University, St. Louis, is therefore, at this writing, marked out as the natural patron of medical education in Missouri. Its importance is bound to be more than local. Aside from its obvious possibilities as a productive scientific center, Washington University must be the same factor in the training of physicians for the Southwest country. The city of St. Louis has in this section an even clearer opportunity than has Chicago in the Middle West, New York in the East, or Boston in New England, for there is no other large city south of Minneapolis or as far west as the Pacific which as completely meets all the requirements of the case. There is abundant evidence to indicate that those interested in Washington University appreciate its manifest destiny. It bids fair shortly to possess faculty, laboratories, and hospital conforming in every respect to ideal standards. It is, however, worth asking whether it may not supplement its own resources by some form of corporation. The State University formerly conducted a 4-year school at Columbia, realizing that its clinical instruction could not without immense expenditure be brought to the present level of the scientific years. It has had the wisdom and courage to confine its efforts to the first 2 years. The easy expedient of a clinical end at Kansas City or elsewhere, it has, with equal wisdom and firmness, rejected. Its resources and influence, however, may not impossibly be enlisted in behalf of the medical work of Washington University, for the latter institution is in position to use effectively whatever can be placed at its disposal. Should St. Louis University receive financial support, enabling it to enforce the same entrance standard as the other two institutions mentioned, it also would be wise to forego clinical instruction, turning over its students in their last 2 years to Washington University. A second clinical establishment on the same scale is neither desirable nor likely, nor will St. Louis University or its students be permanently satisfied with an old-fashioned clinical department superposed on its modern laboratory foundation. Nebraska. Population 1,069,579. Number of physicians 1,776. Ratio 1 to 602. Number of medical schools 3. Lincoln, Omaha. Population Lincoln 53,667. Omaha including South Omaha 164,519. 1. College of Medicine, University of Nebraska. Organized 1881. Affiliated in 1902 with the State University, of which it is now an organic part. A divided school, the first 2 years being given at the University, Lincoln, the last 2 at Omaha. Entrance requirement 2 years of college work. Attendance 122. Teaching staff 84, of whom 38 are professors, 46 of other grade. The laboratory branches are taught by full-time teachers, using in the main student or practitioner assistants. Resources available for maintenance. The department is supported by state appropriations. Its income and fees for the year ending June 1909 was $4,905. Its budget amounts to $20,612, reckoning only items due directly to the medical department. Laboratory facilities. Lincoln. The department has the necessary laboratories, on the whole fairly equipped. The instructors are active men of modern training, eager to do research work. They are, however, in position to accomplish little in this direction for lack of space, proper assistance, and funds. The opportunities are nevertheless adequate for good routine undergraduate teaching. Animals are provided in abundance. There is a good library and a fair collection of necessary teaching adjuncts. Clinical facilities. Omaha. The school has a privilege of the county hospital for half the year, and staff privileges at the Methodist Hospital and several other institutions. These institutions are, of course, not equipped or conducted with regard to teaching. For example, the clinical pathologist of the school is not now a member of the staff of either institution, in consequence of which fact the teaching of this important branch is isolated. Section visits are, however, arranged. There is little scientific intercourse or pedagogical interplay between the severed laboratory and clinical ends at Lincoln and Omaha respectively. The dispensary is a fair attendance, but is not well organized. Date of visit, April 1909. 2. Lincoln Medical College, Eclectic. Organized 1890. Normally the medical department of Cottonwood University. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 42, 77% from Nebraska. Teaching staff 34, all of whom are professors. Resource available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $3,794 estimated. Laboratory facilities. There are practically no laboratory facilities beyond a separate room set aside for dissecting and the meagre chemical laboratory of Cottonwood University. Some little microscopical work may also be carried on at the latter institution. Clinical facilities. There are no definite clinical opportunities, not even a dispensary. Date of visit, April 1909. Omaha. 3. John A. Creighton Medical College, organized 1892, integral part of Creighton University. Entrance requirement, less than a 4-year high school education. Attendance 175. Teaching staff 49, 28 of whom are professors, 21 of other grade. One teacher devotes his entire time to medical instruction. Resources available for maintenance. Mainly fees amounting to $17,850 estimated. Laboratory facilities. Student laboratories with individual equipment adequate to routine instruction are provided for chemistry, pathology, histology, and bacteriology. The professors of the last 3 subjects have private laboratories besides. The provision for anatomy is poor. It comprises an ordinary dissecting room and a lecture room equipped with a papier-mâché model, charts, a defective skeleton, and some odds and ends of bones. The outfit for experimental physiology and pharmacology is small. Animals are obtained as needed. There is a small museum and a small library. quiz compens are sold on the premises. Clinical facilities. The school has access to several hospitals where clinical material is obtained. Its use is subject to the customary limitations. The main hospital is 2 miles from the school. Though 90 to 100 beds are there available for ward teaching, students cannot work in the clinical laboratory of the hospital. Opportunities at the other hospitals are not considerable. Several large and well-arranged rooms in the college building are used for dispensary work, 1 hour daily. The attendance is fair. Date of visit April 1909. General considerations. In Nebraska, as in most of the western states, the hope of sound instruction in medicine lies with the state university. There is apparently no other institution in the state which can confidently count on spending much more on a medical department than fees bring in, though Creighton has succeeded in obtaining gifts for building purposes. The problem confronting the state university, however, is not simple. It is undertaken to require 2 years of college work for entrance, while the state law does not contemplate the enforcement of even a high school standard. The strengthening of the law by way of backing the state university ought not, however, to be difficult, for the eclectic school is surely without influence, and Creighton has promised to come to the higher standard in 1910. A more perplexing problem arises from the division of the state university department between Omaha and Lincoln. The edges of the 2 halves do not now touch. If our position in respect to divided schools is correct, the state must choose between wholly dropping clinical instruction and organizing a complete school on one of the 2 sites now partially occupied. An entire department at Omaha seems, at this moment, the more feasible. New England. The medical schools in Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Connecticut, 9 in all, may profitably be considered together, for the reputable ones among them are largely engaged in training local students, 85% of their enrollment coming from this section. At present, the ratio of physicians to population in this section is 1 to 592, not reckoning osteopaths. The section is thus badly overcrowded, with physicians, and as the population is increasing slowly, there is no possibility that its increase will, within a generation, bring about a satisfactory adjustment. In the matter of distribution, the usual conditions prevail. Cities and small towns are alike oversupplied. It is clear, then, that New England will need no more physicians for years to come. It can, of course, begin none too soon the process of substituting a higher grade of physician for what it now has. To bring about a gradual reconstruction of the profession, it is certain that legal changes be promptly made. Massachusetts, for example, remains one of 3 states which obstructs the improvement of medical education by permitting non-graduates to be examined for license. The law should not only require graduation from a reputable medical school, but should, in the interest of the public, fix with due warning a minimum basis for admission thereto, as Connecticut has wisely done, and should empower and require the state boards to refuse examination to graduates of schools whose facilities are inadequate. Of course, a thorough practical examination would still further increase the effectiveness of the boards in protecting the public against ill-trained practitioners. If now the law prescribed a thorough knowledge of physics, chemistry, and biology, surely feasible in New England, if feasible in Minnesota and Indiana, as a minimum basis of medical education, attendance in medical schools would promptly shrink in number and improve in quality. A more critical attitude on the part of the state boards and the student body in reference to the educational advantages offered by the several schools would probably result in a reconstruction of the situation somewhat along these lines. A thoroughly wretched institution like the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Boston would be at once wiped out. The clinical departments of Dartmouth, Bowdoin, and the University of Vermont would certainly be lopped off, and there is no good reason why these institutions, colleges all of them, should be concerned with medicine at all. The mere fact that they are all old schools is a poor reason for continuing them if they fail to do justice to the student, and thereby fail to subserve the public interest. They originated as didactic schools, and as such were quite as well off in small communities as anywhere else. They find themselves now compelled to teach clinical medicine by practical methods. They cannot command the necessary material nor the financial resources required to procure it. Why should either the students or the public make a sacrifice merely to enable them to continue, when it is easily possible for both to do better? The argument that these small schools train all-round doctors who go out into the country prepared to do everything is refuted by the obvious fact that schools, unable to command obstetrical cases, contagious diseases, and the ailments that throng dispensaries, are not really sending out the type of practitioner which, by their own admission, the rural districts need. Whether even Boston will or should continue to support two regular schools, Harvard and Tufts, is decidedly doubtful. The enrollment of Tufts, even on the high school basis, is much swollen. The strict enforcement of that standard, and why should it not be enforced, will greatly reduce the attendance. The inevitable elevation of requirements will still further cut it down. The school has no resources but fees. Out of them it cannot possibly provide for the legitimate demands of the near future. It is difficult to see how the department in question can avoid being seriously crippled, for its remarkable prosperity has depended to no slight extent on the inducement held by low entrance standards. Its only hope of escape is through endowment, first, so that it may develop its laboratories independent of free income, next that it may secure its own hospital. Why should such an expensive step be recommended? If New England is in future to be supplied with high-grade doctors, the quickest and cheapest road to that end is to complete Harvard and to develop Yale, rather than to maintain several more or less imperfect institutions. Whatever may once have been the case, local competition needs no longer be relied on to expose defects and to stimulate improvement. Keen scientific and education emulation over a wide area provide a sharper incentive and involves no waste. It is therefore of supreme importance that higher standards be legalized in New England, and that the clinical independence of the Harvard Medical School be established. The medical department of Yale is modestly working in the same spirit and at the same end. To these two institutions, the future of medical education in New England may for many years to come be safely left. New Hampshire. Population 448,140. Number of physicians 680. Ratio 1 to 651. Number of medical schools 1. Hanover. Population 1,951. Dartmouth Medical College, organized 1798. The Medical Department of Dartmouth College. Entrance requirement, a 4-year high school education. Attendance 58, 91% from New England. Teaching staff 24, of whom 17 are professors, 7 of other grade. There are 2 professors giving entire time to medical subjects, viz. Pathology, Bacteriology, and Physiology. Chemistry, botany, embryology, and comparative anatomy are taught in the regular college laboratories. 10 clinical professors and 1 lecturer are non-resident. Resource available for maintenance. The department is carried by the general resources of Dartmouth College. The income and fees is $5,583 estimated. Laboratory facilities. Excellent working laboratories are provided for pathology, bacteriology, histology, physiology, and for the medical subjects cared for in the academic department. Every student serves 4 weeks during his second year as assistant in the pathological laboratory, and thus gets an memorable practical experience. Anatomy, taught by a practitioner, has not as yet been developed on modern lines. There are good departmental libraries supplied with books and current periodicals, foreign and domestic. Clinical facilities. These are very limited. The college controls a hospital of 40 beds, of which 24 are in wards at reduced rates. These are available for teaching. To some extent, private cases may also be demonstratively used. Still further to weaken the teaching value of the hospital, surgery predominates to the extent of 80% of all cases. Students are employed to assist in surgical operations, but the backbone of clinical instruction, an adequate clinic in internal medicine, is lacking. An isolation pavilion of 14 beds for college use is employed for teaching as occasion presents. For obstetrical work, students sojourn for a period in Boston or New York. There are 12 to 14 postmortems a year. There is no dispensary. Date of visit March 1910. General considerations. Dartmouth is already providing excellent modern instruction in most of the work of the first 2 years. The development of its clinical work presents a serious difficulty. The village is rather inaccessible. The surrounding country is thinly populated, containing perhaps 50,000 people in a zone 100 miles north and south. Surgical cases are attracted easily enough. Can medical cases be attracted too? Certainly not without a very large outlay in the form of professional salaries and hospital expense. To what extent a compulsory 5th year spent as intern in a large hospital would answer in compensation of defective facilities is a question. Much depends on the hospitals available for the purpose. That the school cannot much longer continue in its present state is clear, for with the requirement of 2 years college work for entrance in 1910, it asks a student to spend 6 years to get a degree in medicine, in attaining which he can enjoy only a very limited opportunity to learn internal medicine. It is safe to predict that on that basis the present facilities will not hold the student body together during the 3rd and 4th years. See New England, page 261. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Flexner Report by Abraham Flexner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recorded by Leon Harvey. The Medical Schools of the United States and Canada, New York. Population 8,706,039. Number of physicians 14,117. Ratio 1 to 617. Number of medical schools 11 plus 4 postgraduate schools. Albany. Population 101,461. 1. Albany Medical College, organized 1838. Normally the medical department of a Union University, actually an independent institution in all but form. Entrance requirement, the Regent's Medical Student Certificate. Attendance 180, 91% from New York State. Teaching staff 94, of whom 16 are professors, 78 of other grade. The Professor of Chemistry, the Associate Professor of Physiology, and the Director of the Bender Laboratory are non-practitioners. Resources available for maintenance. Practically fees only, amounting to $20,276, $10,000 having been bequeathed to the school as a nucleus of a building fund. Laboratory facilities. The Bender Laboratory, at a considerable distance from the school, with endowments sufficient to keep up insurance and repairs, provides instruction in pathology, bacteriology, histology, not including embryology, clinical microscopy, and a small amount of demonstrative work in physiology. There is no course in pharmacology. The head of the laboratory is pathologist to the Albany Hospital and other institutions. Autopsies are thus procured. The laboratory has made itself practically self-supporting through Board of Health and similar work. The college, after equipping it, now contributes to its support no more than it absolutely must in order to keep it going. In consequence, there is now little active research in progress. At the medical school building, good laboratories are provided for chemistry and physiological chemistry, and the usual dissecting room with a few charts, models, etc. Otherwise, equipment is scant. The laboratory branches have been slighted in pursuance of the policy of paying annual dividends to the faculty. Clinical facilities. The main clinical reliance is the Albany Hospital, in which perhaps 200 beds are available, but 3/4 of the work of the hospital is surgery. The service in medicine and surgery rotates every 3 months. On the medical side, students work up assigned cases. In general surgery, students can only look on. They have no access to the obstetrical ward. Those students serving as externs are allowed to observe free cases. Other institutions furnish supplementary materials in obstetrics, pediatrics, mental diseases, etc. The school uses 2 dispensaries. That at the hospital is unimportant. The South End dispensary has a fair attendance and is conducted in an orderly manner. Date of visit, January 1910. Brooklyn. Population 1,543,630. 2. Long Island College Hospital, organized 1858, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, the Regent's Medical Student Certificate. Attendance 360, 89% from New York State. Teaching staff 94, 9 being professors, 85 of other grade. There is no full-time instructor belonging to the school. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $61,398. Practically, this amount is supplemented by advantageous arrangements to be described below in connection with laboratory and clinical facilities. Laboratory facilities. The Hoagland Laboratory, endowment $131,000, independent of but affiliated with this school, sets aside a suite of rooms in which pathology, bacteriology, and histology are taught to medical students. The college is thus partially relieved of the expense involved in the equipment and teaching of these branches. The opportunities provided are of routine character. The research work of the laboratory and its teaching are entirely distinct. The college itself contains a good and well-kept dissecting room, in which drawing and modelling are employed, and 2 good, though ordinary, chemical laboratories. There is no library, no museum, no physiological or pharmacological laboratory, though a demonstration course in physiology is offered. Free from the necessity of providing certain laboratories, fees must have been used to provide others. Instead of that, the surplus is annually divided among the faculty. What gifts have not provided, the college goes on lacking. Clinical facilities. The school adjoins and is legally one with the Long Island College Hospital, with 200 beds usable in teaching. The hospital, though new, is not designed to serve modern ideas in medical teaching. It lacks adequate laboratories. Specimens must be carried by students to the college building for examination. For dispensary purposes, the college gets the use of the Polhemus Clinic, built at a cost of $500,000, having a productive endowment of $400,000. The entire plant, school and clinic is admirably kept. Dated visit March 1909. Buffalo. Population 401,441. 3. University of Buffalo Medical Department, organized 1846. Despite the university charter, the University of Buffalo is a fiction. The schools of medicine, law, dentistry, and pharmacology are aggregated under the designation, but they are to all intents and purposes independent schools, each living on its own fees. Entrance requirement. Admission is on the basis of the Regent's Medical Student Certificate, being the equivalent of a high school education. Attendance 193. Teaching staff 97, of whom 38 are professors. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $31,984. Laboratory facilities. The school has a conventionally adequate equipment for anatomy, ordinary laboratories for chemistry, bacteriology, and pathology, a meager outfit in physiology, it having been found that the students cannot profitably do much experimental work themselves, nothing for pharmacology. The whole-time teachers have in the main other duties besides teaching in medicine. The professor of pathology and bacteriology is registrar, the chemist officiates in the pharmacy department, the anatomist in the dental department. There is a small museum, but a good library of 8,000 volumes, current German and English periodicals, with a librarian in charge. Clinical facilities. For clinical teaching, the school relies mainly on the Buffalo General Hospital close by. It has access to some 200 beds, used for demonstrative teaching in the wards. Records are made by interns. Students do no clinical laboratory work in connection with special patients. The teaching in clinical microscopy being separately given at the college. Infectious diseases are didactically taught. Clinical obstetrics is imperfectly organized. Besides the Buffalo General Hospital, a weekly clinic is held at the county hospital, 4 miles distant, 4 clinics at the Sisters Hospital, 1.5 miles away, etc. Despite the size of the city, the college dispensary is wretched. There is an attendance of perhaps 3,000 during the college year, skin, eye, and ear cases mainly. A definite statement is impossible because there are no systematic records. The rooms are ill-equipped. Records consist of brief pencil notes in separate books, usually without index. The work is hastily and superficially done, and its influence on the students, so far as it goes, must be thoroughly bad. The catalogue states, however, that as attendance in the dispensary is obligatory, each student will secure an unusually thorough training in the taking and recording of histories. Date of visit, October 1909. New York. Population 4,563,604. 4. College of Physicians and Surgeons. The Medical Department of Columbia University, organized in 1807, affiliated with Columbia College 1860, an organic part of Columbia University since 1891. Entrance requirement. The Regent's Medical Student Certificate, which must include physics and chemistry. Of the present first-year class of 86, 48 have the bachelor's degree, 11 more have had at least 2 years of college work. The department is therefore already close to the 2-year college basis, which goes into effect 1910-11. Attendance 312, 56% from New York State. Teaching staff 176, of whom 38 are professors, 138 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. The department has special endowments amounting to $832,351. Fees amount to $75,500. The budget calls for $239,072, including maintenance of Sloan Maternity Hospital and the Vanderbilt Clinic. Laboratory facilities. The school laboratories are of modern equipment and organization, conducted by full-time instructors, as amply assisted. Teaching and research are thus actively prosecuted in all departments. Anatomy deserves to be especially mentioned as perhaps the most elaborate plant of its kind in the country. The school lacks a general library, though books and periodicals are available in several departments and in the student study. Clinical facilities. The school is admirably situated in respect to the Sloan Maternity Hospital, to which gynecology is now to be added, and the Vanderbilt Clinic dispensary, which adjoins it and are under its control. Both philanthropically and pedagogically, they are effectively conducted on modern lines. In other respects, the clinical department labors under the disadvantages common to the schools of New York. This situation will be more fully discussed below. Suffice it here to say that various hospitals furnish an abundance of clinical material of all kinds under limitations that interfere with effective scientific or pedagogic use and make exceedingly difficult anything like intimate interplay between laboratory and clinical teaching. Nowhere has a school rights. At Bellevue Municipal Hospital, custom establishes a qualified security, liable, however, to be disregarded. Elsewhere the basis is purely personal. Permission has recently been obtained to institute clinical clerking in a few places. Date of visit October 1909. 5. Cornell University Medical College, organized 1898, an organic department of Cornell University. Entrance requirement, 3 years of college work. Attendance 207. Teaching staff 132, 32 being professors, 100 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. The department is liberally supported. Its budget, New York City, calls for $209,888. Income from fees $24,410. Ithaca budget $32,840. Income from fees is negligible. Laboratory facilities. The school laboratories in New York are, in general, of modern equipment and organization. Anatomy and chemistry being, however, less elaborately developed than physiology and pathology. The professor of anatomy is a practicing surgeon. Otherwise, the laboratories are in charge of full-time teachers, properly assisted, devoting themselves unreservedly to teaching and research. Despite geographical separation from the University of Ithaca, the department is animated by university ideals. In part, that is ascribable to actual intercourse, in part to the selection of teachers devoted to science, whom the university has so generously supported that they have reproduced the university spirit. At Ithaca, the seat of Cornell University, the first year's instruction is also offered. The departments of anatomy and physiology, as there organized and conducted, are thoroughly admirable, with their own additional teaching staff, supported by separate funds. Clinical facilities. The major part of the clinical instruction is given at the Bellevue Hospital, directly opposite the college, in which the school enjoys the same privileges as Columbia and New York universities. The service is good in point of extent. Limitations, which render it unsatisfactory, will be discussed below. Supplementary hospitals increase the amount of available material, but always under serious pedagogic restrictions. Intimate correlation of laboratories and clinic is thus not feasible. A thoroughly satisfactory dispensary, well conducted, occupies part of the school building. Date of visit, February 1910. 6. University and Bellevue Hospital Medical College, formed in 1898 by merger of University Medical College, established 1841, and Bellevue Hospital Medical College, established 1861, an integral part of New York University. Entrance requirement. The Regents Medical Student Certificate, representing a 4-year high school education. Attendance 408, 74% from New York State. Teaching staff 164, 37 being professors, 127 of other grade. Resource available for maintenance. The school is mainly dependent on fees amounting to $76,115. These are supplemented by gifts and income from endowment amounting to about $11,000. Laboratory facilities. The laboratories are developed unevenly, as the resources of the school are not equal to uniform promotion of all medical sciences. Pathology is excellently organized and equipped both for teaching and research, and other branches good teaching facilities rather than any considerable opportunity for investigation have been aimed at. The departments of pathology, physiology, pharmacology, and chemistry are in charge of full-time teachers. Anatomy, including histology and embryology, have just been reorganized on the same basis. Available laboratory accommodations are being largely increased by an addition now in process of erection. Clinical facilities. The major part of the clinical instruction is given at Bellevue Hospital, opposite the college, in which the school enjoys the same privileges as Cornell and Columbia. The service is good in point of extent. Limitations which make it unsatisfactory will be discussed below. Supplementary hospitals increase the amount of available material, but always under serious pedagogic restrictions. Independent correction of laboratories and clinic within the hospital is thus not feasible. A thoroughly satisfactory dispensary, well conducted, occupies part of the school building. Date of visit November 1909. 7. Fordham University School of Medicine, organized 1905, an organic part of the Fordham University. Entrance requirement. Something over a 4-year high school education. Attendance 42, 83% from New York State. Teaching staff 72, of whom 32 are professors, 40 of other grade. 2 instructors give their entire time to the medical school. Chemistry and physiology are taught in the university by full-time teachers. Resource available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $7,330, estimated 1908-9, supplemented by appropriations amounting to several $1,000s annually from the general funds of the university. Laboratory facilities. Chemistry and physiology are explained above. The equipment in pathology, bacteriology, and histology is adequate for the routine instruction of the small student body. Anatomy is limited to dissection. There is a library with current scientific journals. Clinical facilities. Much of the clinical work of the school is carried on at Fordham Hospital, a municipal institution close by. The school has no voice in making its staff appointments. Supplementary opportunities are obtained at other institutions, scattered, as is generally the case, with the medical schools of the city. The amount of material available is adequate, but it cannot be organized or controlled. There is a good and growing dispensary service connected with Fordham Hospital. Date of visit October 1909. 8. New York Medical College and Hospital for Women, Homeopathic, organized 1863, an independent school. Entrance requirement, Regents Medical Student Certificate, equivalent to a 4-year high school course. Attendance 24. Teaching staff 45, 23 being professors, 22 of other grade. No teacher devotes entire time to the school. Resource available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $2,545. Laboratory facilities. Attractive and well-kept laboratories are provided for pathology, bacteriology, and histology, together chemistry and physiology and anatomy. The equipment is simple, but recent. There is a small library, a number of anatomical charts, and some normal and pathological preparations. Autopsy material is reported as scarce. Clinical facilities. These consist of the hospital, occupying the same building and containing 35 available beds, most of the cases being surgical, and of the usual rotating services scattered among other hospitals, public and private. They do not include infectious diseases. Most of the first floor of the school building is given over to a dispensary. Date of visit October 1909. 9. Eclectic Medical College, organized 1865, an independent school. Entrance requirement, Regents Medical Student Certificate. Attendance 96, 84% from New York State. Teaching staff 45, 16 being professors, 29 of other grade. No one devotes full time to teaching. Resources available for maintenance, mainly fees amounting to $8,311. Laboratory facilities. The chemical laboratory, adequate for routine teaching, is active, otherwise the facilities are weak. One room is used for bacteriology, histology, pathology, and clinical microscopy. This, with the dissecting room, completes the laboratory outfit. There is no museum, but the school possesses a small collection of models, a materia medica cabinet, a stereopticon, and a fair-sized library, of which the books are mostly not recent. Clinical facilities. There is no eclectic hospital. Twice weekly, 3 students spend their entire afternoon at the Sydenham Hospital, 83 beds. There are some supplementary clinics of the usual kind. There is a small dispensary in the school building, and an outside dispensary is also used. The clinical facilities are utterly inadequate in respect to both extent and control. Date of visit, March 1909. 10. New York Homeopathic Medical College and Flower Hospital. Organized 1858. An independent institution. Entrance requirement. Regents Medical Student Certificate. Attendance 159, 88% from New York. Teaching staff 65, of whom 31 are professors, 34 of other grade. The professors of chemistry, physiology, pathology, and bacteriology are full-time teachers. Resources available for maintenance. The school and hospital budgets are combined. The institution has an endowment of $600,000, which carries a hospital of 125 free beds, dispensary with ambulance service, etc. Income from student fees amounts to $18,658. Laboratory facilities. An attractive, well-kept laboratory with models and bone mounts is provided for anatomy, a single laboratory for chemistry, one with a small museum for pathology and histology, and others with ordinary equipment for bacteriology and physiology. There is a library of several thousand volumes. Clinical facilities. Though the school possesses its own hospital, clinical teaching has not hitherto been so organized as to take the fullest advantage of it. The records are meagre, the clinical laboratory inadequate. Improvements are, however, underway. The dispensary enjoys a very large attendance. Date of visit, December 1909. Syracuse. Population 127, 281. 11. College of Medicine, Syracuse University. Organized 1872. An integral department of the university. Entrance requirement. A year's work in science in addition to the Regents Medical Student Certificate. Credentials are passed upon by the academic authorities. Of the present class of 40, the first on the new basis, 20 had had a year or more of college work. The rest presented high school or preparatory school certificates in the required sciences. Attendance 151, 90% from New York State. Teaching staff 57, of whom 15 are professors and 42 of other grade. The sciences are taught by full-time teachers. Resource available for maintenance. Income almost wholly from fees amounting to $28,861. Laboratory facilities. Chemistry is well cared for in the university laboratories. The equipment in anatomy, physiology, pathology, including clinical microscopy and bacteriology, is adequate for instruction. The income of the school is being consistently and intelligently used to develop these departments. They are all in charge of full-time teachers, each provided with a competent helper. There is a good library in charge of a librarian, but no museum. Clinical facilities. Clinical facilities have not yet been put on the same modern basis as the laboratory branches. They are insufficient in respect to both extent and control. The school relies mainly on 2 local hospitals of about 150 beds, providing ward and bedside work in general medicine, surgery, and pediatrics, surgery predominating. The hospitals do not contain a working clinical laboratory for students. Supplementary opportunities are provided by several other institutions in the usual manner. The work in obstetrics is not sufficient. Students attend the city dispensary, which is, from an educational point of view, of doubtful value. It has attendance of 10,000, but the records, though systematic, are so brief that the experience would hardly conduce to thorough and careful habits. The head clinical professors have apparently been indifferent to it. Date of visit, October 1909. Postgraduate schools. 1. Brooklyn Postgraduate Medical School, established 1907. Entrance requirement, the MD degree. Attendance. Students are scarce. 4 or 5 may be in attendance at any one time. Teaching staff 52, of whom 19 are professors, 33 of other grade. Resource available for maintenance, fees. Laboratory facilities, none. Clinical facilities. The school offers graduate courses mainly in the Williamsburg Hospital, most of the cases in which are surgical. The hospital itself is wretched and has no teaching facilities worth mentioning. It is even without a clinical laboratory. The existence of the school is a reproach to the state. It now operates on a limited charter from the State Department of Education and is enabled to continue because it is aided by the city. It deserved no charter in the first place and deserves no recognition from the city now. Date of visit, January 1910. 2. New York Postgraduate School, established 1881. Entrance requirement, the MD degree. Attendance. There is an average attendance of 90 students in winter, 50 in summer. Short courses, usually 6 weeks in length and of a practical nature, are given. Formerly, the so-called general ticket was most popular. Now specialties are in demand and the school courses are gaining on the surgical. Teaching staff, 156, of whom 38 are professors, 118 of other grade. Resource available for maintenance. The school, along with our productive resources, has recently received a gift of $1,600,000, which, after paying debts and providing needed extensions, will leave a productive endowment of perhaps $400,000. Laboratory facilities. These are very meagre. A single room is devoted to laboratory work. Little or no research or experimental work is carried on. Clinical facilities. The postgraduate hospital is of modern construction and is excellently conducted. It contains 225 beds, 75% of which are free. The new building will add 170 beds and space for clinical and laboratory teaching. Other hospitals are also used. There is a good dispensary, very largely attended. Date of visit, January 1910. 3. New York Polyclinic Medical School and Hospital, organized 1881. Entrance requirement, the MD degree. Attendance, 25 to 50 students are in attendance usually. Teaching staff, 149, of whom 24 are professors, 125 of other grade. Resource available for maintenance, fees. Laboratory facilities. There is a pathological laboratory for practical work. Clinical facilities. Postgraduate instruction is offered in the Polyclinic Hospital, 100 beds, in the dispensary, which is largely attended, and in a considerable number of other hospitals, with which members of the faculty are connected as staff officers. The instruction is practical in character. Date of visit, December 1909. 4. Manhattan Eye, Ear and Throat Hospital, Postgraduate School, established 1869, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, the MD degree. Attendance. There is an average attendance of 12 students. Courses range from 1 to 6 months or more in length. Students who attend at least 3 months are eligible to appointment as clinical assistants. Teaching staff, 11. Resource available for maintenance. Fees and income from endowment of $170,000, the latter yielding income sufficient to carry mortgage. Laboratory facilities. These consist of 2 laboratories, one for pathological, the other for bacteriological examinations. Clinical facilities. There is an excellent modern hospital with 125 ward beds. The teaching is demonstrative and practical in character, though assistants enjoy larger opportunities. The dispensary has a very large daily attendance. Date of visit, April 1910. General considerations. New York has a double duty and a double opportunity in medical education. It must, in the first place, produce most of its own physicians and a considerable share of those who practice in neighboring states, which, like New Jersey, are without medical schools. Its 11 medical schools have so energetically done their part in this matter that New York itself and all the adjoining states are suffering from plethora. There is, therefore, no section of the Union which is at this moment readier for an upward step. Population is comparatively well distributed, communication is easy, roads are good, educational facilities abundant, and doctors superabundant. In the city of New York, the 2-year college requirement can be met at Columbia, New York University, and without expense at the College of the City of New York. Students outside the metropolis are, up to a certain number, similarly cared for by Cornell University. But New York may be fairly asked to do more than produce doctors, however excellent the type. Its vast hospital and university resources should make it the Berlin or Vienna of the continent, a generally productive contributor to medical progress, the center to which, in the intervals of a busy life, physicians will repair to freshen their knowledge and to renew their professional youth, to which the young graduates from the interior, from the schools of Pittsburgh, Ann Arbor, Madison, Iowa City, will look for the extension of his scientific and clinical experience. Little has as yet been done to realize this opportunity, but postgraduate schools are of very limited scope. The great New York schools have been, in the main, clinically unproductive. Why? The reason is a matter of history. The schools that are now called university departments grew up as proprietary institutions. They have never been adequately financed. They obtained and still obtain their clinical facilities at each other's expense. That is to say, what one gets, the other loses. In the Bellevue Hospital, a modus vivendi was found by division, with arrangement that enables 2 schools to watch and obstruct the third in a lay board to oversee all 3. In the great private hospitals, personal considerations nominate the staff, and the school subsequently negotiates with the appointees. Competition, professional and institutional, has molded the hospital situation, and in consequence clinical facilities are organized on a personal rather than a scientific or educational basis. Doubtless if Columbia, New York University, and Cornell had at this moment a free hand, they would retain some of their clinical teachers in their present positions. But at bottom this is a fortunate accident rather than a natural result. It just happens that some competent teachers find themselves in prominent hospital positions, but the system is not designed to pick them out. In the event of their withdrawal, their successors to the hospital would not be sought on the basis of scientific eminence, and if not in the hospital, then not in the school. Under these conditions, the schools can hardly be said to have ideals, policy, or generally organized departments, except by fortunate accident. For the nonce, they may be a continuous medical service here, clinical clerks there, post-mortems elsewhere, but the favoring conditions are perishable. The schools skate on thin ice. An accident may shatter the arrangement and convert a department into a congeries of courses lacking unity in conduct and aim. Indeed, most of the clinical departments now conform to just this description. There are a half-dozen professors of medicine and surgery in place of one, and no possibility of teamwork on their part. For many years, nothing more than this was asked. But meanwhile, the school point of view has changed. Doubtless there are professors who are satisfied to go on producing doctors and to let other institutions produce knowledge. But the productivity of the first and second years has suggested another ideal. The problems of clinical medicine have been the more sharply formulated, as a pathologist and the bacteriologist have passed up to the clinician the results of their own scientific activity. The teacher of medicine must attack these problems. To attack them, they require quite another environment. The modus vivendi which enable rival schools to lecture in the same hospitals does not provide the conditions in which a clinical scientist can work. We have now suggested 2 results that medical schools in New York must attain. 1. They must make doctors in sufficient number. 2. They must actively participate in the advance of medical science. If the standpoint previously expounded is correct, the same institutions must do both. Of the 11 medical schools now existing in the state, only the bona fide university departments can then expect to survive. Outside of New York City, Syracuse University alone has just now a chance. The schools of Buffalo, Albany, and Brooklyn belong to the past. None of the 3 has even yet entirely emerged from the fee-dividing stage. Syracuse, with a smaller total fee income than any of them, devotes every dollar to the development of the fundamental branches and has fairly earned support from outside. Of the New York City schools, Columbia and Cornell alone have at this moment any financial strength. Neither of them, indeed, is in actual possession of sufficient endowment, but there is little reason to doubt that what is actually requisite will be forthcoming. New York University is much less secure. Its maintenance at its present level is conditioned to adherence to a lower admission standard than is scientifically justifiable or educationally necessary. It cannot much longer resist the upward trend, for its scientific faculty, and thence the initial stimulus comes, inapt to chafe under the limitations which the lower standard imposes. Whether on the higher basis the school will be a permanent factor in the situation is thus largely a question of adequate support from the outside in the next few years. None of the other local schools have at this date a substantial foundation of any sort. The ground being thus cleared, the clinical difficulty still presses. Institutional competition is reduced, but personal and professional competition remain. Why should non-schoolmen freely retire for the sake of schoolmen? The situation is curiously deadlocked. The school faculties are not now made up on educational lines. They cannot be. If the number of schools were reduced to 2 or 3, it would still be true that their clinical faculties would, in the main, be constituted of men very much like the more important men emitted from them, Such being the case, the hospitals and the doctors naturally refuse to yield to the universities, and until they do yield, the universities cannot freely reconstruct their clinical branches. The faculty men would themselves doubtless make common cause with the outsiders as against a university which asks a free hand in order to bring in a body of clinical teachers from the outside. The usual hospital staff will not vacate for the present type of clinical faculty, because the faculty lacks commanding scientific and pedagogical preeminence. Nor will the present faculty surrender to the universities for the purpose of enabling the latter to fill their places with men of another type. Under these circumstances, palliation may perhaps come through some cooperative effort. Tension and friction will at least decrease as the number of schools diminishes. Clinical teaching in the municipal hospitals, perhaps, could then be controlled under some form of federation. The vast resources of these great institutions might, under combined management, form a great postgraduate and special clinic, and the municipal authorities might conceivably relax, for the common benefit of a single organization and for the glory of a great enterprise, restrictions which they have found necessary in dealing with several institutions engaged simultaneously in training boys. Unquestionably, such action would bring the present postgraduate schools into the university, where they ought to be. With this arrangement consummated, however, the schools still lack teaching hospitals in which the undergraduate student can be vigorously disciplined, while freely chosen teachers are themselves engaged in intensive clinical research. The teaching hospitals must be in close geographical proximity to, and in the most intimate intercommunication with, the scientific laboratories. In the case of Columbia, every physical and educational condition is already satisfied by Roosevelt Hospital. The scientific laboratories, the dispensary, the maternity hospital are on one side of the street, the general hospital on the other. Together they would form an ideally compact and complete plant. That they are not so operated cannot be deplored as a tragic mischance. It is to the world at large of no consequence how they happen to drift apart. There are interests at stake that are either entitled to outweigh all personnel and historic considerations. That an effective affiliation is feasible between a department of medicine and an endowed hospital, Western Reserve and Lakeside Hospital assuredly prove, just as Toronto proves the same as between a medical school and a municipal hospital. There are in New York City a dozen hospitals, each of them capable of becoming a teaching hospital in the best sense of the term. Their usefulness from every point of view would increase in precisely the measure in which they lend themselves to this function. They are already comfortable and indeed charming retreats for the sick and injured. Why should they be satisfied to be that and nothing more? They are favourably known to the poor and to the philanthropic of New York City, and they are deservedly proud of their repute. Is it a defect of intelligence or of imagination that prevents them from reaching out for more substantial laurels? Perhaps neither, so much as a disinclination to depersonalize a hospital staff management. For depersonalization in hospital management, as in faculty appointments, each involving the other, is a condition precedent to reconstitution of medical education in New York. Without sacrificing a jot of their local distinction, without limiting in the slightest degree their usefulness to the sick poor, the New York hospitals may, any or all of them, win a place as scientific laboratories beside Guy's and St. Bartholomew's, the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh, the Charité of Berlin, the Hôtel Dieu of Paris, Mount Sinai, the Presbyterian, St. Luke's, and Roosevelt hospitals might under such conditions be familiar names in medical science, as well known to the progressive clinicians of St. Petersburg, Vienna, Edinburgh, St. Louis, and San Francisco, as they are to the stricken widows of the east side of New York City itself. What the Sloan Maternity Hospital wisely does for a single department, the general hospitals can do for general medicine and surgery. The great universities on the ground can be trusted with the opportunities and responsibilities which effective affiliation would give them. In the absence of such affiliation, separate endowment, procured for the purpose, must provide teaching hospitals in which the universities will be supreme. Would any contend that these hospitals are likely to be less admirably conducted than the unattached hospitals we have named, or that the university faculty of medicine freely recruited is likely to prove a less competent staff than present methods procure? The issue is one that cannot be much longer fought off. Columbia and Cornell are already graduate schools in medicine. Their laboratories produce a high-grade student, to whom the university is bound to furnish a clinical opportunity of the same quality. Neither school can do it. An effective affiliation or endowment adequate to support a teaching hospital and a scientific medical faculty is therefore their immediate need and desert. North Carolina. Population 2,142,084. Number of physicians 1,761. American Medical Directory. Ratio 1 to 1,216 and 1,932 by Polk. Ratio 1 to 1,110. Number of medical schools 4. Chapel Hill. Population 1,181. 1. University of North Carolina Medical Department. A half school established 1890, an organic part of the university. Entrance requirement, a year of college work, not however strictly enforced during the first season in which it has been required. Attendance 74, 94% from North Carolina. Teaching staff 15, of whom 10 are professors who take part in the work of the department. The instructors are trained full-time teachers. Resources available for maintenance. The department is provided for in the university budget. Its budget calls for $12,000. Its income and fees is $6,500. Laboratory facilities. The laboratories at Chapel Hill are in general adequate to good routine teaching of the small student body. The equipment covers pathology, bacteriology, histology, physiology, and pharmacology. Anatomy is inferior. Animals are provided for experimental work. The general scientific laboratories of the university are excellent. A small annual appropriation is available for books and periodicals. The work is intelligently planned and conducted on modern lines. Date of visit, February 1909. Charlotte. Population 36,320. 2. North Carolina Medical College. Organized 1887. It has given degrees since 1893. A stock company. Professorships are represented by stock and can be sold subject to the concurrence, never yet refused, of the faculty. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 94, 87% from North Carolina. Teaching staff 32, of whom 19 are professors, 13 of other grade. Resource available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $8,345 estimated, a large part being required to carry a building mortgage and to retire the debt. Laboratory facilities. These comprise a poured chemical laboratory containing one set of reagents, a wretched dissecting room, and a meagre outfit for pathology, bacteriology, and histology. There is no museum, no library, and no teaching aids of any kind whatever. No post-mortems are even claimed. Clinical facilities. The school, in virtue of a subscription, holds 4 weekly clinics at a coloured hospital of 35 beds. Other hospital connections are unimportant. Obstetrical cases are rare. There is a poor dispensary with a small attendance in the school building. It occupies a fair suit of rooms. Date of visit, February 1909. Wake Forest. Population 900. 3. Wake Forest College School of Medicine. A half school, organized 1902, an integral part of the Wake Forest College. Entrance requirement. 2 years of college work. Actually enforced, but resting upon the irregular secondary school education characteristic of the section. Attendance 53. Teaching staff 6 whole-time instructors take part in the work of the department. 2 of them devote their entire time to medical instruction. Resource available for maintenance. The budget is part of the college budget. Fees amount to $2,225. Laboratory facilities. The laboratories of this little school are, as far as they go, models in their way. Everything about them indicates intelligence and earnestness. The dissecting room is clean and odorless, the bodies undergoing dissection being cared for in the most approved modern manner. Separate laboratories, properly equipped, are provided for ordinary undergraduate work in bacteriology, pathology, and histology, and the instructor has a private laboratory besides. Chemistry is taught in the well-equipped college laboratory. Physiology is slight. There is no pharmacology. There is a small museum, animals, charts, and books are provided. Date of visit, February 1909. Raleigh, population 20,533. 4. Leonard Medical School, coloured, organized 1882, an integral part of Shaw University. Entrance requirement, less than 4-year high school education. Attendance 125. Teaching staff, 9 of whom are professors, 1 of other grade. Resource available for maintenance. Mainly fees and contributions amounting to $4,721, practically all of which is paid to the practitioner teachers. Laboratory facilities. These comprise a clean and exceedingly well-kept dissecting room, a slight chemical laboratory, and a still slighter equipment for pathology. There are no library, no museum, and no teaching accessories. It is evident that the policy of paying practitioners has absorbed the resources of a school that exists for purely philanthropic objects. Clinical facilities. These are hardly more than nominal. The school has access to a 16-bed hospital containing at the time of the visit 3 patients. There is no dispensary at all. About $30,000 are, however, now available for building a hospital and improving laboratories. Date of visit, February 1909. General considerations. The state of North Carolina makes a comparatively satisfactory showing in the matter of ratio between population and physicians, but this may perhaps in some measure be due to the fact that practitioners, unlicensed and unregistered, exist undisturbed in the remote districts. It is futile to maintain a low standard in order to prepare doctors for those parts, for the graduates, instead of scattering to them, huddled together in the small towns already amply supplied. It is admitted that all eligible locations are overcrowded. There is not the slightest danger that the necessary supply of doctors would be threatened if, for instance, the practice of medicine in the state were pitched on the plane of entrance to the state university, higher than that it probably ought not to be at this time. The standard suggested, any real standard whatsoever indeed, would quickly dispose of the thoroughly rigid Charlotte establishment. No clinical school would remain in this state. The 2 half schools at Wake Forest and at the State University are capable of doing acceptable work within the limits of their present resources. Both of these schools now require college work for entrance. Is this step to be generally recommended at this time to southern universities with medical departments? Without attempting to arrive at a decision, it may be pointed out that there are 2 sides to the question. On the one hand, the college requirement is essential to the symmetrical development of the medical curriculum. On the other, a good medical course can be given at an actual high school level, provided that facilities and teaching are developed to a high point of efficiency. How will the university best serve the state? By training a small number at the higher level, or by getting actual control of the state's situation on a high school basis before pushing ahead to a basis just generally feasible in more highly developed sections of the country? The University of Michigan is only now requiring college work for entrance. It became a strong school of immense influence in its own community on a lower basis. Undoubtedly, it is right now to go to the higher standard. Perhaps it should have done so earlier. But its present efficiency and influence show, as McGill and Toronto show, that if a lower standard is felt to be a reason for better teaching and not an excuse for poor teaching, an institution unfavorably located for the initiation of the higher standard can do good work on the lower basis. In the South now, it is more important to destroy commercial schools by collecting at good university institutions a sufficient body of students, or to provide high-grade teaching for a few, leaving utterly wretched teaching for the vast majority. The dilemma is worthy of very careful consideration. A word as to the colored school at Raleigh. This is a philanthropic enterprise that has been operating for well nigh 30 years and has nothing in the way of plant to show for it. Its income ought to have been spent within. It has gone outside to reimburse practitioners who suppose themselves assisting in a philanthropic work. Real philanthropy would have taken a very different course. As a matter of fact, Raleigh cannot, except at a great expense, maintain clinical teaching. The way to help the Negro is to help the 2 medical schools that have a chance to become efficient. Howard at Washington, Meharry at Nashville. North Dakota. Population 536,103. Number of physicians 552. Ratio 1 to 971. Number of medical schools 1. Grand Forks. Population 12,602. State University of North Dakota. College of Medicine, organized 1905. A half school, an organic part of the state university. Entrance requirement 2 years of college work. Attendance 9. Teaching staff 9 professors and 7 instructors take part in the work of the department. The professor of bacteriology is state bacteriologist. Resources available for maintenance. The department shares in the general funds of the university. Its budget amounts to $6,300. Income from fees, $450. Laboratory facilities. The Laboratory of Bacteriology, being at the same time the public health laboratory of the state, is well equipped and very active. Subjects given in the regular university laboratories are likewise well provided for. For the specifically medical subjects, physiology, pathology, anatomy, the provision is slighter. The students are, of course, few. A library and museum have been started. Date of visit May 1909. See South Dakota, General Considerations, page 301. Ohio. Population 4,594,240. Number of physicians 7,838. Ratio 1 to 586. Number of medical schools 8. Cincinnati. Population 353,108. 1. Ohio-Miami Medical College of the University of Cincinnati, organized by merger 1909. An organic department of the university. Entrance requirement, a 4-year high school education or its equivalent. Attendance 197, 80% from Ohio. Teaching staff, 126, of whom 50 are professors, 76 of other grade. There are 9 professors of medicine and 9 professors of surgery, not including gynecology. There are 3 whole-time teachers. Resources available for maintenance, mainly fees amounting to $26,345 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The university has so recently obtained complete control that it is not fair to make an inventory of the situation at this moment in a critical spirit. A modern outfit adequate to routine teaching has been already installed in pathology, bacteriology, and physiology. The subjects are taught by whole-time modern teachers. Chemistry, including physiological chemistry, is given at the university by whole-time instructors. Anatomy is as yet unorganized. Clinical facilities. These are likewise in a state of transition, not only because of the recent formation of the department, but further because the city has just begun the erection of a new hospital, whose exact relation to the university remains to be determined. There is an apparent disposition to make the relation close enough to be educationally effective. In that event, the university must on its side reorganize its clinical departments. The various schools may have disappeared, but their professional titles remain. There must be a single professor of medicine, a single professor of surgery, etc., if the hospital facilities in prospect are to be deserved and properly utilized. The school dispensary awaits proper organization. Date of visit December 1909. 2. Eclectic Medical Institute, chartered 1845, an independent institution. Entrance requirement for Ohio students a 4-year high school education or its equivalent. Students from outside states are not held to the same standard. Attendance 86. Teaching staff 24, of whom 1/2 are professors. None of the instructors devotes his entire time to teaching. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $7,500. Laboratory facilities. A new building has just been provided. It contains an ordinary laboratory for elementary inorganic chemistry and a good dissecting room. Separate laboratories, as yet meagerly equipped, are set aside for histology, pathology, and bacteriology. There is a small museum and a small collection of books, but practically no other teaching accessories. The course of instruction is not graded. Clinical facilities. The school adjoins a Seton hospital, with which it is affiliated. This institution has 60 beds, of which not over 24 are usable. Those mostly surgical. Little medical material is accessible. The teaching is carried on mainly in the amphitheater. Sophomores are required to attend public clinics at the city hospital, never given by eclectic teachers, but the school does not know whether they attend or not. A dispensary with a small attendance is connected with the hospital. Dates of visits: December 1909, April 1910. 3. Polk Medical College, homeopathic, established 1872, an independent institution. Entrance requirement: a 4-year high school education or its equivalent. Attendance 16. Teaching staff 36, of whom 24 are professors, 12 of their grade. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $1,325 estimated. Laboratory facilities. Anything more woe-begone than the laboratories of this institution would be difficult to imagine. The dissecting room is a dark apartment in the basement, in which, December 14, The year's dissecting had not yet begun, but the teaching of anatomy was not therefore halted. A disorderly room with a small amount of morbid material and equipment is known as the pathological and bacteriological laboratory. The chemical laboratory contains a few desks, with reagent bottles mostly empty. There are a few old books in the faculty room. No charts, museums, models, or other teaching accessories are to be seen. Clinical facilities. There was formerly a hospital in the same building, but it is now closed. The school claims to hold clinics at certain private institutions, in which, however, the work is mainly surgical, and the cases not free. Except by attending amphitheater clinics at the city hospital, it is not clear that the Pult students can regularly see any hospital medical cases at all. There is an inexpressibly bad dispensary in the school building. Date of visit, December 1909. Cleveland. Population, 522,475. 4. Cleveland Homeopathic Medical College. Organized 1849. An independent institution. Entrance requirement, a 4-year high school education or its equivalent. Attendance, 46. Teaching staff, 61, of whom 30 are professors, 31 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $5,750. Laboratory facilities. These comprise a good laboratory for physiology, in which vigorous teaching was in progress. In other subjects, chemistry, anatomy, pathology, and bacteriology, the provision is only fair. There are several cases of old medical books in the office. Clinical facilities. These are limited to the city hospital, a large institution 3 miles distant, in which 1/5 of the material is assigned to this school. Adjoining the school building is a homeopathic hospital with which the school was once intimately connected. They have now drifted apart. Several rooms in the basement and on the first floor of the college building are used for a dispensary. Their equipment is poor. No complete or lasting records are kept. Date of visit, December 1909. 5. Western Reserve University Medical Department. Organized 1843. In 1881, joined Western Reserve University, of which it is now an organic part. Entrance requirement, 3 years of college work. Attendance, 98, of whom 70% are from Ohio. Teaching staff, 100, of whom 18 are professors, 82 of other grade. The laboratories are, with the exception of anatomy, manned with teachers giving their entire time to the school. Resources available for maintenance. The department has endowments aggregating $784,865. Its income from fees is $11,000. Its budget calls for $63,000. Laboratory facilities. Excellent laboratories in which teaching and research are both vigorously prosecuted are provided for all the fundamental scientific branches. A special endowment carries the department for experimental medicine. Books, museum, and other teaching accessories, all in abundance, are at hand. Clinical facilities. From the faculty of the school is appointed the staff at Lakeside Hospital, an endowed institution of 215 available beds, thoroughly modern in construction and equipment. The school has erected a clinical laboratory on the premises, so that close correlation of bedside and laboratory work is easily attainable. The relation of the two institutions has progressively become more intimate, and in the same measure mutually more helpful. The situation is one that might be reproduced with infinite advantage in New York, Boston, Chicago, etc. In addition, the school holds clinics at the City Hospital, Charity Hospital, St. Anne's Maternity Hospital, etc. It commands, therefore, all the material that is necessary. It requires now only additional endowment in order that it may completely command the time of clinical teachers. The Lakeside Dispensary, admirably conducted, is used by the school on the same terms as the Lakeside Hospital. The attendance is large and varied. There is also an excellent dispensary connected with the Charity Hospital. Date of visit, December 1909. 6. College of Physicians and Surgeons. Organized 1863. Since 1896, nominally the Medical Department of Ohio, Wesleyan University. Entrance requirement, 4-year high school education or equivalent. Attendance 89, 92% from Ohio. Teaching staff, numbers 59, of whom 18 are professors, 41 of other grade. There are no teachers devoting their entire time to the school. Resources available for maintenance, fees only amounting to $9,520 estimated. Laboratory facilities. These cover only routine needs in chemistry, anatomy, bacteriology, and pathology. There is a meager supply of apparatus for experimental physiology. no museum, no books, and little else in the way of teaching accessories. Clinical facilities. The school holds clinic at the University Hospital during 4 months, and at several private institutions, in which, however, the work is largely surgical. It has access to a fair amount of material, but under limitations that greatly impair its value. All the hospitals are at a considerable distance from the school. None of them is provided with clinical laboratories for student use. In consequence, the teaching is of the discontinuous demonstrative type. Close contact of student with patient or a systematic following of cases is impossible. Obstetrical work is limited to an outpatient service. The dispensary is small and poorly organized. The attendance is slight. Date of visit December 1909. Columbus. Population 158,649. 7. Sterling, Ohio Medical College. Formed by merger in 1907, an independent institution. Entrance requirement: a 4-year high school education or its equivalent. Attendance 220. Teaching staff 60, of whom 32 are professors, 28 of other grade. There are no teachers giving their whole time to medical instructions. Some of the laboratory instruction is given by men who also teach at Ohio State University. Resource available for maintenance, fees only amounting to $27,500. Laboratory facilities. The school has a large plant. Laboratories adequately equipped for routine instruction are provided for anatomy, chemistry, physiological chemistry, bacteriology, pathology, and histology. There is no experimental pharmacology. Student assistants are employed. There is no evidence anywhere of original activity or interest. The school has a library, museum, and a supply of teaching accessories. Clinical facilities. The school controls 2 hospitals, in one of which, containing however only 40 usable beds, it might introduce modern teaching methods. The other hospital, containing 150 beds, is a Catholic institution. Neither hospital is built, organized, or equipped with the necessities of teaching in view. No pavilion for contagious diseases is accessible. The city has thus far done nothing to provide proper hospital facilities for the sick poor. The state institutions are, however, available. The school dispensaries enjoy an abundance of material, but lack equipment, organization, and oversight. The conditions described are doubtless to some extent due to the difficulty of welding 2 schools into one. Vigorous measures might, however, produce here a good institution. Date of visit December 1909. Toledo. Population 178,753. 8. Toledo Medical College. Organized 1883. The Medical Department of Toledo University, a municipal institution of uncertain status and without substantial resources. Entrance requirement: a 4-year high school education or its equivalent. Attendance 32. Teaching staff 48, of whom 16 are professors, 32 of other grade. No one gives entire time to medical classes. Resource available for maintenance. Fees only amounting to $3,240 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school is nothing that can be fairly dignified by the name of laboratory. Separate rooms, badly kept and with meagre equipment, are provided for chemistry, anatomy, pathology, and bacteriology. The classrooms are bare. No charts, bones, skeleton, or museum are in evidence. There is a small library in the office. Clinical facilities. These are entirely inadequate. The school formerly held clinics at the county hospital, but the connection has been severed in consequence of a political overturning. It still has access to 2 hospitals. In one of them it holds a small number of clinics, both medical and surgical, and the other conducts a surgical clinic twice a week. In neither of them can such material as exists be thoroughly used for teaching purposes. There is a wretched little dispensary in the college building. Date of visit, February 1910. General considerations. Of the 8 medical schools of Ohio, 1 has already won a permanent place, and 2 more have possibilities. The present administration of the state law is tightening about the other 5, and there is every reason to suppose that they will all shortly have to submit to the inevitable. Just why the law should be tenderly applied is not clear. The state is rich, prosperous, and well supplied with secondary schools, though the competition of state-supported institutions has hitherto interfered with their systematic organization, and 2 or 3 doctors now contest every field capable of decently supporting one. It would appear feasible at once to enforce a genuine 4-year high school preliminary, and forthwith to move towards the highest standard just declared in Indiana. The most prosperous universities of the state are, from the standpoint of medical education, fortunately situated. Western Reserve at Cleveland, the Ohio State University at Columbus, the University of Cincinnati at Cincinnati. Of the future Western Reserve there is no doubt. It is already one of the substantial schools of the county. Its clinical problem has been solved on lines that create a precedent worthy to be generally followed. Its financial resources are, however, decidedly inferior to its deserts and ideals. A keener appreciation of its worth must surely result in substantial improvement of its position in this respect. The state of Ohio has a duty in reference to medical education and public health, the performance of which is made comparatively simple by the appropriate location at Columbus of the most important of its 3 state universities. As for the rest, it is a question of money and ideals. The plant of the startling Ohio school can probably be readily secured. Its educational value, though not largely, may be readily increased. Its laboratories could be easily consolidated, remodeled, and reorganized under trained teachers with paid assistants. On the clinical side, the difficulties are more serious, though not improbably. The present Protestant hospital could be developed into a good teaching hospital if the state supplied the necessary funds. The problem of procuring clinical teachers of modern type would still remain. The city of Cincinnati seems definitely committed to the project of a municipal university. Coincidentally, the building of the new municipal hospital furnishes an unusual opportunity to its medical department. A municipal university has 2 various sources of support. Taxation may well be employed, at least to maintain departments calculated to meet local needs. Industrial, social, or cultural, the pride of its citizens ought to supplement its tax income by way of supporting departments like medicine, whose main function can hardly be circumscribed by local considerations. The future of the medical department is thus likely to depend on the intelligence and munificence of the private benefactors of the university. The city can contribute its hospital and part of the current maintenance. Thus far, the university has surely developed well for its success in bringing together the rival schools which long divided and demoralized the field. The schools themselves made generous sacrifice of property rights in order to consummate the merger. It should, however, be added that this impersonal attitude has yet to be applied to the organization of the faculty. Property rights were yielded, professional titles remain. Now the professors of the medical department of the University of Cincinnati really desire, as the coming together of this school signifies, that there should be one strong medical school in the city. They must realize that a school in which there are 9 professors of medicine and 9 professors of surgery is as yet without organization. They ought therefore to surrender their titles to the university with the request that each clinical department be reconstructed by placing at its head the single individual marked out for the position, in the best judgment of the trustees of the university by scientific evidence and pedagogic skill. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Flexner Report, Medical Education in the United States and Canada, by Abraham Flexner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Oklahoma. Population 1,592,401. Number of physicians 2,708. Ratio 1 to 589. Number of medical schools 2. Norman. Population 3,389. 1. State University of Oklahoma School of Medicine, organized 1898, a half school and integral part of the university. Entrance requirement: 1 year of college work in sciences. Attendance 22, all but 2 from Oklahoma. Teaching staff: the instruction is given mainly by whole-time university teachers, 2 of whom devote their entire time to the department. The dean of the department is a practicing physician. Resource available for maintenance: the department is supported out of the general revenue of the university. Fees amount to $600. Laboratory facilities: modest laboratories adequate to routine work are provided in anatomy, physiology, physiological chemistry, pharmacology, histology, pathology, and bacteriology. The laboratory of the State Board of Health is in the department. There are a small museum and a small departmental library. Date of visit November 1909. Oklahoma City. Population 49,899. 2. Epworth College of Medicine, organized 1904. A stock company, normally the medical department of Epworth University. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 51. Teaching staff 42, of whom 28 are professors, 14 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance: fees amounting to $4,285. Laboratory facilities. These are hardly more than nominal. A little apparatus has been procured for each of the several subjects, but all are disorderly and neglected. Clinical facilities. Clinics are held in a private hospital, where perhaps 30 beds, mostly surgical, are available. There is no school dispensary. Date of visit, November 1909. General considerations. The new Commonwealth of Oklahoma may, if wise, avoid most of the evils which this report has described, for though they have already appeared, they have not taken deep root. Immigration of physicians, among others, has been so rapid that the state has easily 3 times as many doctors as it needs. They pour in from the schools of St. Louis, Kansas City, and Chicago. If, however, the state wishes a high-grade supply only, it must speedily define a standard, such as will, 1. Suppress commercial schools, as for example, that now normally belonging to the Epworth University, and 2. By the same action exclude inferior doctors trained elsewhere. Having done this, only an institution with considerable resources, derived either from taxes or from endowment, will even attempt to conduct a medical school in the state, which is as it should be. The state university is, of course, marked out for the work. Its present modest beginning must be developed. Perhaps it will have at once to occupy Oklahoma City with the clinical department, so as to obtain control of the field. Though, if its sole right could be established without that, the project might well be delayed for a time. A good medical school is so costly that a new university does not want to anticipate the responsibility. Possible expenditures on such department have, in a way, been crippled in advance by the absurd duplication of state institutions. There are 26 state-supported educational institutions in Oklahoma. In other respects, the people of the state have been quick to profit by the experience of other sections. Oklahoma City has not in its building recapitulated the phases of growth elsewhere. Its streets are of asphalt. Its large buildings are fireproof. Their plumbing modern. They have begun with enamel, not with tin or zinc, bathtubs. Why do they not in the same way avoid the weary and costly errors in educational organization that the states about them have one after the other made? Ordinary intelligence, surveying the states of the Middle West today, after their educational experience of the last 30 years, could reduce its lesson to a few simple propositions which would be universally accepted. No 2 judges would differ as to the principle that state institutions of higher learning should be concentrated in a town of assured future, that proprietary medical schools should be forbidden, etc. The older states are painfully correcting or paying for their blunders. Should Oklahoma, to soothe the local pride of this little town or that, run up a bill of the same sort? Oregon. Population 505,339. Number of physicians 782. Ratio 1 to 646. Number of medical schools 2. Portland. Population 131,508. 1. University of Oregon Medical Department, organized 1887. Normally the medical department of the state university. Entrance requirement, less than a high school education. Attendance 72, 65% from Oregon. Teaching staff 41, of whom 14 are professors, 27 of other grade. No teachers devote full time to the school. Resource available for maintenance. An annual appropriation of $1,000 from the funds of the state university and fees amounting to $8,000 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a frame building wretchedly kept. It has one good laboratory, that of bacteriology, conducted by the city bacteriologist. Other branches like chemistry, anatomy, pathology, and histology are provided in the usual perfunctory manner. There is a scanty equipment in physiology. 1,000 to 1,500 books, mostly old textbooks, form the library. Other teaching accessories there are none. Clinical facilities. The school has access by courtesy to 2 hospitals, in which students may look on. They cannot work in the clinical laboratories of the hospital, and there is no clinical laboratory at the school. Obstetrical cases are entirely insufficient. The dispensary is in attendance varying from 2 to 7 daily. Date of visit, May 1909. Salem. Population 7,287. 2. Willamette University Medical Department, organized 1865. An independent institution or but name. Entrance requirement, less than high school education. Attendance 29, 86% from Oregon. Teaching staff 16, of whom 15 are professors. Resource available for maintenance, fees amounting to $3,580 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school has a fairly well-equipped laboratory for bacteriology and histology, a small laboratory with little material and no running water for chemistry, and a dissecting room. There are no museum, no books, no other teaching accessories. Inquiry on the subject of physiology elicited the response that the apparatus is in a physician's office downtown. Clinical facilities. These are hardly more than nominal. Students have some access to a private hospital of 30 beds in Salem, and to the state asylum and penitentiary a few miles distant. Medical clinics depend on cases. Obstetrical cases depend on private practice. There is no dispensary at all. Date of visit, May 1909. General considerations. Neither of these schools has either resources nor ideals. There is no justification for their existence. The entire coast is oversupplied with doctors by immigration. Unless something better can be made that can be thus readily obtained, the state will do well to let the field lie fallow. The Salem School is an utterly hopeless affair, of which no word can be said. Portland may conceivably some day maintain a distant department of the state university, until, however, the financial strength of the state university permits it to develop there a school equal, for instance, to that which the University of Texas supports at Galveston. It has no right to allow a group of local doctors to exploit its name in the conduct of a low-grade proprietary institution. That out of its own slender revenues it should divert $1,000 annually into the coffers of this concern is well nigh incredible. Pennsylvania. Population 7,032,915. Number of physicians 11,056. Ratio 1 to 636. Number of medical schools 8 plus 1 postgraduate school. Philadelphia. Population 1,540,430. 1. University of Pennsylvania Department of Medicine, organized 1765, an organic part of the university. Entrance requirement 1 year of college work, in which, however, conditions have been very freely allowed. Attendance 546, 63% from Pennsylvania. Teaching staff 157, of whom 26 are professors, 131 of other grade. The laboratory instructors, with a few of their assistants, devote their entire time to teaching and research. Resource available for maintenance. The department shares the general funds of the university. Its budget, exclusive of the hospital and dispensary, is $131,255. The income from fees is $104,612. Laboratory facilities. 5 separate well-equipped buildings are provided for the laboratories of the department. The first for histology, embryology, etc. The second, new and admirably adapted to its purposes, for pathology, physiology, and pharmacology. The third for chemistry and anatomy, with a deservedly famous anatomical museum. The fourth for hygiene. The fifth is the clinical laboratory, never as yet adequately supported. Nearby is the Wistar Institute, open to graduate students for research in anatomy. The department possesses an admirable library. Its scientific faculty has been recently strengthened by the creation of chairs of physiological chemistry and experimental medicine, specially endowed. The department has, therefore, an admirable material equipment. Clinical facilities. The University Hospital of 350 beds, of which 280 are available for instruction, is contiguous to the laboratories. There is a separate maternity pavilion of 50 beds. Considerable use is also made of several other hospitals, notably the Philadelphia General Hospital and the Pennsylvania Hospital, extramural instruction being given at the latter. The recently established Phipps Institute for Tuberculosis is also now part of the clinical plant. The equipment of the department thus fully satisfies all essential conditions. 2 dispensaries are used, one at, the other at a distance from, the university. Abundant material is thus obtained. 2. Jefferson Medical College, organized 1825, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, a high school education or its equivalent. Of all independent schools outside New York State, this institution comes nearest to obtaining its published entrance requirements. It lacks, however, an organization adapted to the evaluation of secondary school credentials. A fair percentage of those admitted have had some college work. Attendance 591, of whom 57% are from Pennsylvania. Teaching staff, 122, of whom 22 are professors, 100 of other grade. 7 instructors devote their entire time to the school. Resources available for maintenance. Fees only amounting to $102,995. Part of the school income is, however, diverted in order to pay off building mortgages. The hospital has independent sources of support. Laboratory facilities. An attractive building contains separate laboratories for anatomy, physiology, chemistry, pathology, histology, bacteriology, and pharmacy. The equipment is in general modern and adequate to the needs of undergraduate instruction. In certain departments, e.g., anatomy and bacteriology, additional activity is in progress. Lack of space and means restricts the school to undergraduate teaching. There are an attractive library, museum, and other teaching accessories. Clinical facilities. The Jefferson Hospital, a modern structure with 223 teaching beds belonging to the institution, adjoins the laboratory building. It is connected with a dispensary which supplies an abundance of material. The maternity department, with 17 beds, occupies a separate building. Students are freely admitted to the hospital wards and its clinical laboratory. The plan of the institution is therefore modern and compact. Date of visit, March 1909. 3. Medico-Chirurgical College of Philadelphia, organized 1881, an independent school. Entrance requirement, less than a 4-year high school education. Attendance 480, 82% from Pennsylvania. Teaching staff 109, of whom 23 are professors, 86 of other grade. No teachers devote their entire time to medical instruction. 3 teachers, however, devote themselves entirely to the school, if the dental and pharmacy departments are counted in. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $48,281. Laboratory facilities. Well equipped for ordinary undergraduate teaching are the laboratories of physiology, chemistry, pathology, and bacteriology. Anatomy is practically limited to dissecting, with some drawing and modeling, the professor being a practitioner. There is no museum beyond necessary specimens for pathological work. There is a library at the college club. Students in dentistry, pharmacy, and medicine mingle in a number of classes. Student assistants are freely used. Except in bacteriology, little or no effort is made to cultivate original scientific activity. Great stress is laid on effective drill. Clinical facilities. The school has entire control of its own hospital, of 180 available beds, which is in close proximity to the other buildings. The maternity hospital is nearby. Ward and section methods are in use. Classes are also held in the usual manner at other hospitals. The dispensary attendance is large. Date of visit, March 1909. 4. Temple University, Department of Medicine, organized 1901. Entrance requirement, less than a 4-year high school education. Attendance 136. Teaching staff 85, of whom 15 are professors, 70 of other grade. There are no full-time teachers. Resources available for maintenance, fees only amounting to $17,000 estimated. Laboratory facilities. These are entirely inadequate and in some departments quite wretched. There is an ordinary elementary laboratory for chemistry, a single room with slight equipment for histology, pathology, and bacteriology, and only a demonstration outfit for physiology. The dissecting room is in bad condition. There is a small museum and a library of several thousand volumes of miscellaneous character, but no other teaching accessories. Dental, pharmacy, and medical students mingle in the same classes. Clinical facilities. The school has access to 2 small hospitals, whose work is almost 4/5 surgical. The dispensary has a large attendance. Date of visit, March 1909. 5. Hayman Medical College and Hospital, organized 1848, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, less than a 4-year high school education. Probably much less, for most of the credentials were passed on by the secretary. Attendance 182, 61% from Pennsylvania. Teaching staff 72, of whom 27 are professors, 45 of other grade. 1 teacher devotes his entire time to the school. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $18,500. Laboratory facilities. The school possesses an ordinary laboratory for general chemistry, a second with slight equipment for histology and physiology, and another fairly equipped for pathology and bacteriology. The dissecting room is clean and odorless. Both regular and homeopathic pharmacy are taught. There is a large and very well-kept museum. Clinical facilities. The school is connected with the Hahnemann Hospital, containing some 150 beds, but no ward clinics are held. Patients are wheeled into the amphitheatre. Students have no access to the clinical laboratory. The dispensary has a large attendance, and there only, for the most, the student comes into close contact with patients. Date of visit, March 1909. 6. Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania, organized 1850, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, a high school education or its equivalent. Attendance, 125. Teaching staff, 52, of whom 25 are professors, 17 of other grade. One teacher devotes entire time to the schools. Several others teach laboratory subjects elsewhere as well. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $15,480, and income from endowments amounting to $13,820. Laboratory facilities. Simply but intelligently equipped and conscientiously used laboratories are provided for physiology, bacteriology, and pathology, histology and embryology, chemistry, pharmacy, and anatomy. There is striking evidence of a genuine effort to do the best possible with limited resources. There are a useful library and a good museum. Clinical facilities. The school is now building a new hospital, part of which is already in use. This, with a temporary building, accommodates 27 beds. There is, besides a maternity of 16 beds, and an outpatient obstetrical service. Ward work with assignment of individual cases is regularly carried on. Supplementary opportunities are obtained at several other institutions. There is a fair dispensary service. Date of visit, March 1909. 7. Philadelphia College and Infirmary of Osteopathy, established 1898, an independent institution. Entrance requirement, nominal. Attendance, 126. Teaching staff, 18, of whom 11 are professors, 7 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $18,900 estimated. Laboratory facilities. These are utterly wretched. They comprise a laboratory for histology, in which a small centrifuge is the only visible object of interest, a small laboratory for elementary chemistry in a dark cellar, and an intolerably foul dissecting room in a dark building, once a stable. If there is any provision for pathology, physiology, or bacteriology, any books or museum, or other teaching accessories except a few crude drawings, a model and a skeleton, all were successfully concealed. 3 separate classrooms are provided, containing necessary furniture only. Clinical facilities. The infirmary, the address of which is not given in the catalogue, is some blocks distant. It contains 3 beds and has, it is claimed, 200 patients who come twice or thrice weekly for treatment. The catalogue announces that its students have the privilege of witnessing operations at the University Hospital, Jefferson Hospital, etc. This is not the case. These students are intruders without rights or privileges of any description whatsoever. Date of visit, January 1910. Pittsburgh, population 570,065. 8. University of Pittsburgh Medical Department, organized 1886, affiliated with the University of Pittsburgh in 1892. It became an organic department thereof in 1909. Entrance requirement, 4-year high school education or its equivalent. Attendance, 315. Teaching staff, 103, of whom 43 are professors, 60 of other grade. 5 instructors give their entire time to the school. There is 1 research assistant. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $48,500. Laboratory facilities. The school has within a year undergone a complete transformation. A more thorough pace of house cleaning within so short a period is highly credible. A year ago, before the University of Pittsburgh obtained control, the so-called laboratories were dirty and disorderly beyond description. Since the present management took hold last fall, the admission of students has been much more carefully supervised. The building has been put in excellent condition. Laboratories for chemistry, physiology, bacteriology, and pathology have been remodeled and equipped with modern apparatus for both teaching and research. Foreign and domestic periodicals have been subscribed for. A study room in good order has been instituted in place of the lounging room, where last year 4 dozen wooden chairs were broken. Whole-time instructors of modern training and ideals have been secured. This is the more remarkable, as only fees have been available. Despite the necessary defects of school relying wholly on fees, the experience of this institution confirms our contention. that the conscientious and intelligent use of fees would alone greatly improve existing conditions in most schools. A new building is in process of erection. Clinical facilities. The school has access to several hospitals in which an abundance of material is available, subject, however, to the usual limitations. The clinical instruction is therefore here, as generally elsewhere, put together of disconnected parts. This does not, however, apply to obstetrics, for the school controls a maternity hospital of 34 beds, which, quite slovenly a year ago, has also been transformed in the last few months. It is neat, clean, well managed, and has been improved by the addition of a new delivery room, sterilizing outfit, etc. It is in charge of a resident obstetrician of modern training. The dispensary has been similarly reorganized. A permanent nurse has been installed. Records are now in order, the rooms and equipment are attractive, and in the main, adequate. Date of visit, February 1910. 9. The Philadelphia Polyclinic. A postgraduate independent school. Entrance requirement, the MD degree. Attendance. Short courses ranging from 6 weeks to 6 months in length are given, the attendance varying from time to time. The annual attendance is perhaps 150. Teaching staff, 129, of whom 29 are professors, 100 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance, fees and donations. Laboratory facilities. The school has what no other postgraduate school in the country possesses, a laboratory building in which its classes in clinical microscopy, operative surgery, etc. are conducted. The instruction is of a practical character, aiming to meet the needs of physicians whose training has been defective. No animals are used and no active research is in progress. There are few books and periodicals in reach. Clinical facilities. The Polyclinic Hospital, an excellently conducted institution, contains 81 beds available for teaching purposes. All classes receive demonstrative instruction. The present dispensary consists of a suite of rooms quite inadequate to the amount of material to be handled. A new building is in process of erection. Date of visit, February 1910. General considerations. Medical education in the state of Pennsylvania presents no unusual problems from the standpoint of theory. It is easy enough to decide what ought to happen. From a practical point of view, however, the situation is exceedingly difficult. The medical schools are in some respects strong institutions. Moreover, education, philanthropy, and politics have become so interwoven that they make a combination too intricate to be readily dissolved. The state is without an educational system, and the legislature has recently refused to pass a bill aiming to organize a common secondary and normal schools of the state. Ordinary educational values are therefore still obscure and confused. Though the last legislature improved the law regulating medical education to the extent of making a 4-year high school course, or its equivalent, the legal minimum, the educational disorganization of the state makes its enforcement problematical. There is still another source of apprehension on this score. The real standard depends on who evaluates the equivalent. The agents to whom this function has been officially delegated in the past have conceded much to the wishes, real or supposed, of the schools. The Pittsburgh representative has been extremely lax. His equivalent to the 4-year high school education has not been equal to a 2-year high school education. The present incumbent at Philadelphia is newly appointed. Conditions described in the text refer to previous years. Finally, some of the schools have been using their own judgment in dealing with credentials, referring only such as they did not accept themselves. It is impossible to ascertain how those referred were distinguished from those accepted in the medical school office. If now a genuine 4-year high school standard is enforced, out of the 8 undergraduate schools in the state, only 2 will avoid very serious damage. The University of Pennsylvania and the Jefferson Medical College, the former already beyond the standard in question, the latter probably strong enough to stand the shrinkage which would result, for a large part of its enrollment now meets the requirement. The University of Pittsburgh is fully alive to the necessity of producing endowment in order to meet the inevitable deficit, and will stand or fall on that issue. The other 5 schools have no future. Their enrollment is so largely they make-believe equivalent that enforcement of a real 4-year high school standard will seriously threaten their existence even at the present level of efficiency. Progress would be altogether impossible. The situation is so far simplified by an actual entrance standard. Another topic presses for consideration. The state of Pennsylvania has for years been engaged in distributing large sums to private and semi-private charities. These largesses have enabled several of the Philadelphia schools to build and partially to maintain their own hospitals. That this policy is thoroughly objectionable and demoralizing is beyond dispute. The state has neither right nor business to make presents to private corporations that it can neither regulate nor control, and the level of civic life in Pennsylvania has been largely lowered by the log rolling and favoritism that the possibilities of pull have created. One would be perhaps not over-sanguine to expect that the bounty and subsidy system will one day be replaced by strict payment for services rendered, so strict that the hospitals will, as in New York, lose rather than gain by the operation. The unendowed medical schools of the state cannot survive such a wholesome treatment of the state's philanthropic obligations. The extension of their hospitals would be prohibited. Even their maintenance would be imperiled. It is thus clear that a reasonable, not a high, standard of admission and a righteous public policy in dealing with charities would soon render the schools of the state to two. The University of Pittsburgh provided secure endowment, and the University of Pennsylvania, whose resources available for medical education would also require to be increased. Fortunate indeed would it be if broad views might bring about this increase in part through consolidation of the three large schools of Philadelphia, one or two of the three being liquidated as a means of liberating a considerable sum, applicable thenceforth to the development of the single surviving school. Into such a scheme, inevitable in any case, unless the independent schools accomplished the heretofore impossible task of procuring endowment, the polyclinic would easily fall. The day of independent and elementary postgraduate instruction is rapidly passing. The postgraduate school of the future will crown a substantial undergraduate school of medicine. The outcome here suggested can be averted only if the independent schools secure endowment, for which there is no precedent in America, or if some university outside Philadelphia form an alliance there. There is just now no academic institution in the state whose resources would warrant this step. Whatever these medical schools now offer, they would, singly or combined, shortly prove a drain on any university endeavoring to apply to medicine the standards and ideals cultivated in its other departments. Moreover, as two schools, one at Pittsburgh, the other at Philadelphia, can supply the state with physicians, no other university is justified in entering the field unless its resources, free to be applied to medicine, are sufficient to ensure, as a consequence, a real advance in medical knowledge and practice. South Carolina. Population 1,510,566. Number of physicians 1,141. Ratio 1 to 1,324. Number of medical schools 1. Charleston. Population 56,659. Medical College of the State of South Carolina. Founded 1823. An independent institution. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 213. Teaching staff 34, of whom 11 are professors, 23 of other grade. There are no whole-time teachers. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $19,447 estimated. Laboratory facilities. Comprise very meagre equipment for elementary chemistry, pharmacy, and anatomy. The dissecting room is bad condition. The instructor in pathology and bacteriology has a fair private laboratory to which students have no access. Student work in these subjects is mostly confined to looking through the microscope at slides that he prepares. There is no museum except old papier-mâché and wax models. No library except some antiquated publications. It is without other teaching aids. Clinical facilities. The school has access to the Roper Hospital, an unusually attractive institution of about 200 beds a mile distant. There were 80 patients at the time of the visit. Complaint is made that it is difficult to induce graduates to serve as interns. Obstetrical work is rare. There is no school or other organized dispensary. Date of visit, February 1909. South Dakota. Population 498,077. Number of physicians 607. Ratio 1 to 821. Number of medical schools 1. Vermilion. Population 2,183. University of South Dakota, College of Medicine. Organized 1907, a half school, an organic department of the state university. Entrance requirement 2 years of college work. Attendance 7. Teaching staff 5 professors and 5 instructors, who take part in the work of the department. Resource available for maintenance. The department shares in the general funds of the university. No separate budget is prepared. Fees amount to $660. Laboratory facilities. The necessary equipment is at hand for painstaking routine instruction in the laboratory branches. A library and museum have been started. Date of visit November 1909. General considerations. The two Dakotas have taken time by the forelock. Before any vested proprietary interest could be created, they have fixed the state practice requirement at 2 years of college work, thus fortifying the medical department of the state university. The state, though thinly settled, is prosperous, and no anxiety is felt that the highest standard will deplete the medical profession of the state. On the contrary, it is being adopted as a means of protecting a people already supporting twice as many doctors as it needs. Though the students are few, the present provision for their teachers is on too unpretentious a scale. Unfortunately, like all the western states, South Dakota is already scattering its financial resources among half a dozen competing state institutions. Of its 7 tax-supported institutions of higher grade, 3 give the A.B. degree, and the others desire to do so. It will prove decidedly unfortunate if these institutions are not in their infancy coordinated, so as to form a genuine system rather than a number of separate warring units. A population of 500,000 in a new country will do well to sustain one substantial state college with departments of law, medicine, etc. It can do that only by concentrating its outlay. Tennessee. Population 2,248,404. Number of physicians 3,303. Ratio 1 to 681. Number of medical schools 9. Chattanooga. Population 34,773. 1. Chattanooga Medical College. Organized 1889. The Medical Department of the University of Chattanooga. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 112. Teaching staff 25, of whom 11 are professors, 14 of other grade. Resource available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $4,290. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies a small building, externally attractive. The interior, dirty and disorderly, is almost bare, except for a ferrochemical laboratory in good condition. The dissecting room contains 2 tables. The single room assigned to histology, pathology, and bacteriology contains a few old specimens, mostly unlabeled, and 1 oil immersion microscope. The instructor explained that they study only non-pathogenic microbes. Students do not handle the pathogenic. There is nothing further in the way of laboratory outfit, no museum, books, charts, models, etc. Clinical facilities. Amphitheater clinics are held at the Erlanger Hospital, which averages about 50 free patients. Students may not enter the wards. Perhaps 10 obstetrical cases annually are obtainable, students being summoned. Just how is not clear. The students see no post-mortems, no contagious diseases, do no blood or urine work, and do not always own their own textbooks. They use quid compens instead. There is no dispensary. This is a typical example of the schools that claim to exist for the sake of the poor boy or the back country. Date of visit, January 1909. Knoxville. Population 38,328. 2. Tennessee Medical College. Organized 1889. A stock company. Normally the medical department of Lincoln Memorial University. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 82, 70% from Tennessee. Teaching staff 31, of whom 26 are professors, 5 of other grade. Resource available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $4,994. Laboratory facilities. The school building is externally attractive. Within, dirty. In the basement is a small laboratory for inorganic chemistry. A few microscopes, a microtome, and some sterilizing apparatus. No cultures or pathological specimens were visible. Constitute the laboratory for pathology, bacteriology, and histology. The dissecting room is ordinary. There are no books, museum charts, etc. Clinical facilities. The school adjoins a neat hospital, recently constructed, which proves, however, to be simply the private hospital of the faculty for which the students' fees helped pay. It has an average of 40 patients with no free wards. 5 clinics weekly are scheduled, but it is admitted that they are not always held. Practically, students are called when a case happens along which the doctor can arrange to have them see. Obstetrical instruction is limited to a few deliveries before the class. There is no dispensary. Date of visit, January 1909. 3. Knoxville Medical College, colored, established 1900, an independent institution. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 23. Teaching staff 11, of whom 9 are professors. Resource available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $1,020 estimated. Laboratory facilities none. The school occupies a floor above an undertaker's establishment. Clinical facilities none. It was stated by a student that twice before October 1 and January 28 a few students were taken to the Knoxville College Hospital. There is no dispensary. The catalogue of this school is a tissue of misrepresentations from cover to cover. Date of visit January 1909. Memphis, population 140,145. 4. College of Physicians and Surgeons, organized in 1906. A stock company now calling itself the Medical Department of the University of Memphis. A fictitious affair. Entrance requirement none. Accept students and try them out. Attendance 77. Teaching staff 47, of whom 22 are professors, 25 are other grade. Resource available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $7,400 estimated. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies an excellent building recently erected, fees being largely consumed in helping to pay for it. The dissecting room is of modern design, consisting of small rooms with hot and cold water, but the work was conducted on antiquated lines, cadavers being in wretched condition. The chemical laboratory is good and quite adequate to instruction in elementary chemistry. Equipment for pathology and bacteriology is less than fair. For physiology, practically nothing. There are few books, no museum, charts, etc. Clinical facilities. The schedule shows 7 one-hour clinics, 5 in surgery, 2 in medicine per week at the city hospital during one half of the school year. At the date of the visit, perhaps 40 beds were thus accessible. Students look on at the obstetrical cases. A suite of rooms in the college building is set aside for a dispensary. Date of visit November 1909. 5. Memphis Hospital Medical College, organized 1880, a stock company. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 442. Teaching staff 35, of whom 12 are professors, 23 of other grade. Resources available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $34,600 estimated. The condition of the school laboratory shows what becomes of this sum. Laboratory facilities. The school occupies an excellent building, heavily mortgaged. It is new and well kept. The chemical laboratory is good and adequate to elementary chemistry. An excellent room is assigned to dissecting, but the cadavers are putrid. One laboratory with slight equipment and little material answers for all microscopic work. It is obvious that large classes have paid inconsiderable sums that have been used to pay for an expensive building, not to provide even fair teaching facilities. The course of instruction is not graded. Clinical facilities. The schedule shows 9 one-hour clinics a week at the city hospital, with the available materials divided between the 2 schools. At the date of the visit, perhaps 40 beds were thus accessible to each. Students look on at the obstetrical cases. The course of instruction is not graded. The amount of material is absurdly inadequate for the huge classes. There is a dispensary in the school building. Its equipment is slight. There are no systematic records. The amount of material cannot possibly suffice for the student body, and there is nothing to indicate effective use as far as it goes. Date of visit November 1909. 6. University of West Tennessee Medical Department, colored, organized 1900. Entrance requirement nominal. Attendance 40. Teaching staff 14, all of whom are professors. Resource available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $2,000 estimated. Laboratory facilities. There is meager equipment for chemistry, pharmacy, and microscopy. Otherwise the rooms are bare. Clinical facilities. The students have access to 8 or 10 beds, twice weekly, in a small hospital close by. There is a dispensary without records in the school building. Date of visit November 1909. Nashville. Population 107,076. 7. Vanderbilt University Medical Department, established 1874, an organic department of the university. Entrance requirement, less than high school graduation, though a fair proportion of the students have had some college work. Attendance 200. Teaching staff 40, of whom 17 are professors, 23 of other grade. The dean of the school is a professor of chemistry in the academic department, an undesirable arrangement at a time when medical education is so rapidly changing form. No instructor devotes entire time to the medical department. Resource available for maintenance. Fees amounting to $26,250. This sum, adequate to provide fair laboratory instruction, is not devoted to education alone. The medical department, though organically part of the university, is under contract to wipe out with its fees the cost of the building it occupies, and meanwhile it pays the university interest at 6% on the unpaid balance. Laboratory facilities. The school possesses satisfactory laboratories for pathology, bacteriology, and histology, and an energetic instructor has charge of them. A creditable beginning has been made in experimental physiology. Chemistry is well provided by the university. Anatomy is bad, the work being conducted on antiquated lines in a foul dissecting room. There is a useful museum and a fair library. Clinical facilities. The school has converted the basement of its own building into a ward of 35 beds and has access to the city hospital, 65 beds besides. The amount of material thus available is too restricted. There is a dispensary with a fair attendance. Date of visit January 1909. 8. University of Nashville and Tennessee Medical Department. A combination under limited contract, formed in 1909, expiring 1912. One of the two institutions represented in the State University of Tennessee, Knoxville, the other the University of Nashville, a university in name only. Entrance requirement, less than high school graduation. Attendance 207. Teaching staff 55, of whom 26 are professors, 29 of other grade. The distribution of chairs is significant. There are 4 professors of medicine, 4 professors of surgery, not including gynecology, and 1 full-time teacher. Resources available for maintenance, fees amounting to $26,000 estimated, and subscriptions from the 2 universities amounting to $8,100 in cash. Of the 2 universities, the University of Tennessee is supported by legislative appropriation. The University of Nashville has an endowment of $60,000, yielding $3,600 annually. Laboratory facilities. These comprise a core laboratory for elementary chemistry, an outfit in part new for bacteriology, pathology, histology, and physiology, and a poorly kept dissecting room. There is a small museum. Clinical facilities. The building formerly used by the medical department of the University of Tennessee has been converted into a hospital with a capacity of 70 beds. In view of the brief period that has elapsed since the merger, this improvement in clinical resource is most commendable, for the hospital is completely controlled by the school. The school has access to the city hospital besides. The first floor of the college building is used as a dispensary, though its equipment is still slight. It represents a great advance over the conditions that preceded. Date of visit January 1909. 9. Meharry Medical College, Coloured, organized 1876. The Medical Department of Walden University. Entrance requirement less than a 4-year high school education. Attendance 275. Teaching staff 26, of whom 12 are professors, 14 of other grade. Resource available for maintenance $23,946, representing income from endowment of $35,000. Subscriptions from the Freedmen's Aid Society and fees, the last item being $20,810. Laboratory facilities. The school possesses fair laboratories for chemistry and physiology, and highly credible laboratories for bacteriology, histology, and pathology. The outfit including animals, microscopes, microtome, and pathological material in excellent order. A separate frame building, well kept, is devoted to anatomy. The equipment and general conditions reflect great credit and the zeal and intelligence of those in charge of the school and its several departments. Clinical facilities. These are restricted. The school has access to Mercy Hospital, 32 beds. Date of visit, January 1909. General considerations. The state of Tennessee protects at this date more low-grade medical schools than any other southern state. It would be unfair and futile to criticize this situation without full recognition of local conditions. A standpoint that is entirely in order in dealing with Cincinnati, Chicago, or St. Louis is here irrelevant. The ideals held up must indeed be the same, but their attainment is much further in the future. The amount of money available for medical education is small. The preliminary requirement must be relatively low. Practically all that can be asked of Tennessee is that it should do the best possible under the circumstances. This it does not do. The 6 white schools value their separate survival beyond all other consideration. A single school could furnish all the doctors the state needs and do something to supply the needs of adjoining states as well. Low as the entrance standards must be, it has been made lower in order to gather in students for 6 schools where 1 would suffice. The medical schools solicit and accept students who have not yet made the best of the limited educational opportunities their homes provide, and to this extent not only injure the public health, but depress and demoralize the general educational situation. The same is true in reference to laboratories and clinics. However small the sums applicable to building and equipping laboratories, conditions are needlessly aggravated when 6 plants are equipped instead of 1. Fees that ought now to be used in providing better teaching are still paying for expensive buildings in Memphis and Nashville. The city hospitals of both places, small at best, are divided between 2 schools, though they do not furnish enough material for 1. Those who deal with medical education in Tennessee are therefore making the worst, not the best, of their limited possibilities. The medical schools treated on their merits would speedily reduce to 1. The utterly wretched establishments at Chattanooga and Knoxville would be wiped out. The more showy but quite mercenary concerns in Memphis would be liquidated. The University of Tennessee, with an annual income that does not as yet suffice for the legitimate needs of its own plant in Knoxville, should abandon for the present the effort to develop at Nashville a school that it can neither control nor support. The time may come when there will be a call for the state university to enter the field, but that time is not now. For the present it is dividing its own forces and hindering the most effective use of such resources as Nashville affords. The whole field is strangely confused. Lincoln Memorial University, which is an industrial school, not a university, at Cumberland Gap shelters a medical school at Knoxville. The University of Tennessee at Knoxville shelters an entirely superfluous school at Nashville. If our analysis is correct, the institution to which the responsibility for medical education in Tennessee should just now be left is Vanderbilt University, for it is the only institution in position at this juncture to deal with the subject effectively. This does not mean that Vanderbilt has now any large sums of money available, or that it should inaugurate impossible entrance standards. It can do neither, for the general situation countenances neither. The suggestion merely recognizes the facts that 1 school can do the work, that Vanderbilt occupies in Nashville the point of vantage, that, in the public interest, the field should be left to the institution best situated to handle it. On the other hand, any such arrangement imposes upon Vanderbilt a very distinct responsibility. It would have to nurse its enrollment, have to determine just how large a school local needs require. It must fix and enforce the strictest entrance requirement comparable therewith. At the present time, the standard would be less than 4-year high school graduation, but whatever it be, if only it is real and definite, it will operate to brace up general conditions. Improved teaching should compensate student defects. To this end, every effort should be made to secure endowments specifically applicable to the medical department. In the interval, fees must be employed not to wipe out old obligations, however incurred, but to improve the school. The contract between Vanderbilt University and its medical department should be cancelled. The practitioner teachers must make good their ambition to advance medical education by being content with the indirect advantage accruing from school connections. If the entire fee income is used to equip the laboratories, to employ full-time teachers in the fundamental branches, to fit out and organize a good dispensary, there will still remain defects and makeshifts enough, but the school will wear a different aspect than is presented by any institution in the state today. Let it be said ungrudgingly that these suggestions are offered in no spirit of unkindness. The State University and Vanderbilt have had their hands full. They have worked valiantly amidst conditions that might well appeal the strongest hearts. They deserve no blame for the past, provided only they unselfishly and vigorously cooperate in forgetting it. In the last few years, right courses of action in medical education have for the first time been defined. A decade hence it would be fair to look back and ask whether the universities of the state have followed them. Of the 3 Negro schools in the state, 2 are without merit. The third, me, Harry, is the most credible institution. The reader is referred to Chapter 14, The Medical Education of the Negro, for a fuller discussion of its needs and deserts. End of Section 20.